only a young fella. I went home that night, and I hope Mum won't mind me saying this, but Mum had shares in a publicly listed gambling company. And I said, Mum, you've got to sell these shares. This is terrible. Lives are being impacted by this stuff, by these companies that just don't care. Now, I'm pleased to say I was successful in my advocacy because she did. But I'm not standing here today to advocate for a total ban on gambling. If adults want to ban, if they want to gamble, I guess that's a matter for them. But what I would say to them is, next time you go to have a punt, can you afford to lose this money? Are your kids well fed? Are they appropriately clothed? Is their medical needs met? What else could you be spending the money that you're about to blow, because you will blow it, because the house always wins? What else could you be spending your money on? Now, I'm not here to tell you how to spend your money. It's a matter for you if you're an adult. But what does concern me is that this becomes a societal problem when we know, without a shadow of a doubt, that there are links between problem gamblers and domestic violence, marriage breakdowns. That's when a person's individual problem becomes our collective problem. Substance abuse. The list goes on. Now, I want to acknowledge the great work that our Shadow Minister, Sarah Henderson, has put in, the really hard yards. I want to acknowledge my colleague, Simon Kennedy, who I can't remember his seat. Someone help me out. Cook, thank you. The member for Cook, the great work he's been doing in working with our colleagues to try and see some meaningful reform here. And I'm not for a second suggesting that I or anybody on my side has got some sort of philosophical licence on all of this stuff. I know that, as I said, as I started out with this speech, this is an issue where reasonable minds differ. We have to get that balance right between protection of personal freedoms and protecting vulnerable Australians, like kids, like problem gamblers. But I, in my heart of hearts, do not believe that the government has that mix right with this bill. And I'll tell you why. Young kids have, because of the explosion of gambling ads, particularly during sport, have become incapable of differentiating sport from gambling. It's all about the odds now. When I was a kid growing up on a Monday morning and you're exchanging footy cards, you're talking about your favourite player, who kicked what goal. Now kids are talking about odds. Why? Because gambling companies have preyed upon them. The explosion of gambling ads during sport, that's not just some, that doesn't happen by some coincidence. This is a deliberate strategy to hook young Australians in to become high-risk gamblers. Now, lots of people can gamble and stop and not become a problem gambler. I'm not concerned about them. I am concerned about our kids. I am concerned about our problem gamblers. I'm concerned that we see when a goal is scored, every LED screen light up in a stadium with the name of a gambling company. I'm concerned that wherever I see a jersey or sport or shorts being worn by our sportsmen and women, you can bet your bottom dollar, pardon the pun, that there's a gambling company patch on it. It's this proliferation of gambling ads that are so problematic in this country. I believe some sensible reforms should be in this bill. We should have a ban on gambling ads, sports gambling ads, an hour before the game, totally during, and an hour after. Not this half-hearted approach of the governments of 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, and still being able to see gambling ads when there's a goal or an unexpected stoppage in the game. That's crazy. What do they think? Kids are not going to watch it? And I think that should be on live sport as well as replayed sport. I want to see specific opt-in arrangements in this bill so that if you want to receive inducements, you're an adult and you want these inducements from gambling companies to gamble more, you should have to say, I want that, please send it to me, rather than, I don't want it, because that's what the arrangement is now. The arrangement is that's now is that you have to opt out. I think you should have to specifically, expressly opt in for this stuff, for these inducements that we heard so much about in the Senate inquiry last week. I think if you want to receive gambling ads on your streaming services, you should have to opt in. These are simple reforms, simple measures that this government could change today with some amendments that would protect our kids, protect our vulnerable Australians. Who's it going to impact upon? It's going to impact upon the bottom line of gambling companies. Yes, there will be the sporting codes that will jump up and down. I'm a big believer, Madam Deputy Speaker, that nature abhors a vacuum. When the smoking laws came in that changed that you couldn't have smoking advertising, and everybody jumped up and down, cricket in particular jumped up and down, said, this is terrible, this will be the death of cricket. Nature abhors a vacuum. If the gambling companies are prevented from being able to spend their billions of dollars on gambling ads, someone else, some other organisation, some other industry will fill it. That cannot be an argument. Surely we've learnt that from smoking. We need to adopt a public health approach to gambling. Okay, smoking is legal. Yep, gambling is legal. But we don't allow, we made a decision decades ago not to allow smoking ads. What's the difference? What's the difference? The difference is this is a strong, powerful, well-heeled lobby group. We need to stand up. This is an opportunity for Australians. This is an opportunity for us as parliamentarians. This is why we were here. If not for this, for what? This is why our people, our constituents sent us here, to stand up for them in this place. If not now, when? If not on this, on what? This is a classic golden opportunity for this parliament to come together, to work together for the benefit of Australians. Let's not squib this opportunity. Let's not take the easy road. Yes, it's a difficult decision. Yes, there will be lobby groups, there will be industries that will be upset about what I'm saying. But you know what? I read a recent poll that said somewhere around 70, it may have been even higher, 70 to 80% of Australians want to see significant reform in relation to gambling. Name me another issue where you get such broad-scale support in Australia for reform. It is a no-brainer. We've got political support from our people. All we need now is the political gumption to deliver on that and to deliver for the Australian people.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill of 2026. Deputy Speaker, it was not until my mid-30s that I realised just how addictive, how harmful and how toxic online gambling could be. So I'm a sports lover. I love most sports, except for those involving animals, which I cannot stand. But sports is for me, and I wish I had been good enough to play sport at a truly elite level. I was a pretty good swimmer, but not really elite, and B-grade netball was the highest standard I ever achieved. And I've often wondered what it would be like to play sport in front of a crowd and get paid handsomely to do it, or to play sport for Australia, to represent Australia on the global stage, at a World Championship, Olympic Games or Commonwealth Games, and to hear the roar of the crowd as you shoot that winning goal for the Australian Diamonds, or touch the finish line ahead of the US in the 4x200 metre freestyle relay, or slot the Sharon between the goalposts for that after the siren win. That is the dream. And this love of sport, Deputy Speaker, led me to say yes to joining an online betting group made up of friends of friends of friends called the Gentlemen's Gambling Guild, or the GGG, about 10 years ago. Now, you didn't have to be a gentleman to join. All you had to do was pay a sum of money to enter the competition, and you had to open a Sportsbet account. Then the rules were simple. For the duration of the AFL footy season, including finals, each week you'd place a $1 bet on whatever you liked. Crows to beat Port, Adelaide Thunderbirds to beat the Melbourne Vixens, Buddy Franklin to kick 6 goals. You name it, you could bet on it, but limited to $1. You could also place a $10 long-range bet. So bet on something at the start of the season in the hope it might transpire by the end of the season. And my biggest failed bet was that in 2017, I bet that Sydney Swan Isaac Heaney, still one of the best midfielders in the AFL, would win the Brownlow that year. I didn't realise he'd been diagnosed with a severe bout of glandular fever and wouldn't be playing that much. So that bet was a fail. The merciless and frankly justified ribbing I received from my fellow competitors in the GGG was very humbling, Deputy Speaker, to say the least. But depending on how your bet went, how successful you were each week, you'd be placed on a weekly leaderboard, and then multis, maybe a 4-leg or a 6-leg multi, would see you place higher on the leaderboard, meaning there is more incentive to place riskier and more complex bets, just in case they came off. At the end of the season, you could win prize money, depending on where you were on that leaderboard. Like, I was never any good. I was always quite confused about what the line bet actually meant, and my enduring love for the mighty Adelaide Crows during a couple of their less successful seasons meant I was never really a serious threat of winning any prize money. So being part of the GGG and placing $1 bets was just a bit of harmless fun. Until it wasn't. It became less and less fun. Now, it was $1 a week, so I was never really in danger of suffering financially from placing these bets. And, I consider myself, Deputy Speaker, to be a reasonably smart woman, although I accept there'll be differing views on this. But I thought I'd be smart enough not to be affected by placing $1 bets. It's $1, so what? But for me, I very quickly became obsessed with what was happening with my bet. A 6-leg multi meant the entire weekend could be consumed by obsessively watching matches and checking scores, impatiently waiting for the results to see if my bet came up. A lost bet on a Friday night footy match would mean waking up in a bad mood on a Saturday, or wishing failure for my competitors in the GGG leaderboard. And then, Deputy Speaker, I started to casually, ever so casually, top up my sports bet account. Small amounts here and there, because I was actually starting to become addicted to the thrill of the win, the smugness of knowing that you predicted the outcome of a match, the smugness of knowing your bet had paid out and that you were a sporting oracle with a higher balance in your sports bet account, money you'd done nothing intelligent to earn. It's easy to top up your account. You just link your savings account, press a button, and the funds magically appear, ready to be gambled away. Eventually I stopped. I was fortunate that it dawned on me that it was actually a huge waste of my time and energy, and pretty stupid to be getting angry over the failure of a $1 bet. And then the GGG eventually folded. No one could be bothered administering anymore, and that was that. And I haven't placed a bet since. I'm not interested. I know that for me, sport is way more enjoyable when I just watch it for the sheer spectacle of it. But when I look back, I see in myself those fleeting signs of possible addiction. That just one more, then I'll stop. But then you place another. That this is the last bet I'm ever going to make. But then the bet pays out, and so you place just one more. The telling yourself it's only $50, and then 50 becomes 100, and it builds and goes beyond. And although you might win some, eventually you lose more. Online gambling is addictive by design. It plays on human nature, the innate desire to win, to make money, to be in control of something, to be good at something, and particularly for me on my multi-bets, to take a bit of a risk. Online gambling plays on the camaraderie that having a drink with your mates in the pub whilst watching sport can bring. It's easy, again by design. Set up an account, link your savings, and away you go. Now, not everyone succumbs to the addiction. Plenty of Australians have a flutter with very little consequence. But for those who do succumb, the addiction can be devastating. Irreversible financial devastation, the loss of employment, the breakdown of family relationships, increased drinking, drugs, violence, self-harm, suicide. We need to talk about addiction to remove the stigma associated with an addiction to online gambling so people feel comfortable reaching out for support. Addiction is a chronic health condition when someone just cannot stop doing something, even though it hurts their family, their health, their work, themselves. Addiction is real, and talking and listening, starting a gentle conversation, expressing concern without judgment and letting someone know you're there to help can make a difference. Trying to understand addiction and offering support, not criticism, can make a big difference in someone's journey from addiction to recovery. And we know that governments also have a role to play in providing safeguards that minimise potential for harmful addiction, particularly with respect to children. The sooner the connection between sport and gambling is broken, the better. And that is what this bill is aimed at. It aims at achieving this through a ban on wagering advertising content during live coverage of sporting events across all platforms, a ban on radio during school drop-off and pick-up times, and limits on the frequency of advertising on television. Kids don't need to see or hear gambling advertisements. adults don't really need to see them either. They wreck sport. They are intrusive and they are unintelligent. And they feed existing addictions and they provide the foundations for new ones. Now, in addition, the bill includes a prohibition on displaying wagering advertising content on sporting uniforms and at sporting venues. A prohibition on the sporting heroes of our kids, on celebrities and influencers from being used to promote wagering advertising content. And a prohibition on the broadcast of the promotion of those addictive odds. The bill also obliges all authorised deposit-taking institutions, such as banks and credit unions, and participants in a payment system to block funds transfers and payments from Australian accounts to accounts belonging to or associated with designated interactive gambling service operators. It obliges digital services to block access to designated interactive gambling services online. It includes prohibitions on online keno and foreign match lotteries. And importantly, it strengthens BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, by prohibiting licensed interactive wagering service providers from contacting individuals while they are on BetStop. The statutory review into BetStop illustrated that BetStop works. It works, Deputy Speaker, we know this. It works, it is effective, and we need to give it the significant publicity it deserves. We need to encourage more people, without stigma, without shame, to sign up to it. Only 1 in 4 Australians know about BetStop, Deputy Speaker. This figure needs to be 4 in 4 because it works. Now, this bill is not the set and forget one-size-fits-all solution to the harms caused by online gambling. I support this bill because it is progress. It is progress, Deputy Speaker, and it builds on the previous work this government has done in relation to minimising the harms caused by online gambling. And at this moment, let's not get perfection get in the way of progress, even if that progress is not considered fast enough or strong enough for some. It is still progress. Let this bill represent both the continuation of work done and the beginning of further meaningful and effective progress. And I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Member for Sturt. I now call the Member for Gippsland, the Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by acknowledging the contribution of the former Member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy, in this public debate of great importance. I don't think any of us in this place can pretend to speak for the late Peter Murphy, but I do know that as a lady with an enormous social conscience, she would be heartened to hear members in this place talking about a piece of work that she was deeply engaged in, which was directly aimed at reducing the amount of harm caused by problem gambling in our nation. And I also acknowledge that there's a great deal of interest across Australia, a great deal of media speculation about where this legislation will eventually land. But it's important that we remember the key principles of what we're trying to achieve in this place, and that is to try to get the balance right on an issue where there are very strongly held views across the chamber, within our individual parties, and amongst the crossbench as well. So there's a lot of interest, and I recognise and acknowledge the feedback I've received in my own office from people who are very passionate, who have been impacted by gambling when it's got out of control for them in their lives or the lives of their family members. There's a few key principles that I've tried to consider in reflecting on the legislation and the need for more reform in this space. One is that we still need to respect our freedom of choice in a nation like Australia. We do need to accept a level of individual responsibility for our actions, but we also need to take every step we can reasonably take to reduce gambling harm particularly as it impacts children or vulnerable people. So the challenge for members in this place is to somehow try to get that balance right in our deliberations. People do need protection from predatory behaviour. People do need protection from illegal activities, particularly those younger Australians who are at the risk of becoming addicted by saturation of gambling promotion in our community. Because the world has changed, Deputy Speaker. Quite obviously the world has changed in only a short amount of time. The amount of exposure to advertising in our own lounge rooms, on our screens, has changed dramatically from what previous generations experienced. And the legislation that we're seeking to implement here is designed to try to, in some respects, catch up and minimise that harm, particularly, as I said, for younger people. There wouldn't be a member in this place who hasn't been personally touched in some way by the issues in their own community, or perhaps even in their own families when it comes to gambling addiction. It goes without saying, but it's probably worth repeating that as members of Parliament, we are approached by people whose lives have spiralled out of control as a direct result of their gambling addiction. We see people who have lost their businesses, who've lost relationships, who've self-harmed, or had their lives destroyed in other ways by being lured into criminality to feed their gambling addiction. There wouldn't be a member in this place who hasn't been approached by someone in their community with that experience. Alternatively, gambling can be harmless fun. Gambling can be a way for mates to get together, male and female, and enjoy some time with each other and have a bit of a flutter or a punt using money they can afford to lose if they're in that position. Done responsibly, gambling can be quite an enjoyable experience for a lot of people, and literally millions of Australians do that every year. So the members who have spoken today, and will speak throughout the day, will tell their personal stories. Some will be quite emotional, and we've got to try and find the balance here as an opposition and as a government of where the sensible centre is and where the balance is right in terms of the right regulatory reforms in this area. And we have a cautionary tale in this country right now, Deputy Speaker, in relation to getting the balance right. Because where we've got it wrong is in regulation and taxes around tobacco. The rules we put in place for public health reasons and the regulatory structures and the taxes placed on tobacco have resulted in government effectively outsourcing the supply of tobacco to organised crime. So the illicit tobacco and vaping industry in Australia today is worth more than the legal industry. And that is a direct result of heavy-handed regulation and government taxes. Decisions made in this place and other places have resulted in governments outsourcing the tobacco industry to organised crime. In Victoria, in my home state of Victoria, it's resulted in more than 100 fire bombings in the past couple of years as organised crime figures compete for turf to sell their illegal product. So there's the example, I guess, Deputy Speaker, and what I say is a cautionary tale about how we get the settings right and somehow find the sensible centre in this debate to allow, as I said, people to take responsibility for their own actions, but also to protect Australians from predatory behaviour. And the parliamentary inquiry chaired by the late Peter Murphy was aimed squarely at trying to achieve those outcomes, Deputy Speaker. It was titled "You Win Some, You Lose More," but it's better known as the Murphy Report. It was also co-chaired and supported in full by my friend and colleague, the member for Cowper, Pat Conahan, a man who has worked in New South Wales Police and worked in the court system and now represents his community with distinction. He, through, again, the lived experience of his workplace, is fully aware of some of the challenges we face in terms of gambling addiction and the impact it has on our society. So between them, Peter Murphy and Pat Conahan prepared a report which I think was a work of great substance, and I am pleased that it has remained a subject of debate in this place, though I'm not pleased that it's taken so long for some of the 31 recommendations to actually be taken action on. The focus was on online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm. The inquiry was in direct response to the growing concerns, particularly amongst young people, of the harm caused by online gambling, and it made recommendations which reflected the fact that Australians are the biggest losers in the world when it comes to gambling. Peter Murphy said herself at the release of the report, "We have a culture where sport and gambling are intrinsically linked. These behaviours are causing increasingly widespread and serious harm to individuals, families and communities." And I agree with Peter, and I agree with the vast substance of that report. And I've previously worked in government to help introduce gambling advertising bans during live sport. And that's not because I'm a wowser, Deputy Speaker. I punt fairly infrequently. I may have a few bets during the spring racing carnival and rapidly lose interest for the rest of the year. But I think we need to draw the distinction between sports which were primarily set up for punting. Horse racing, greyhound racing, the trots, they're sports that exist because people can gamble on them. We need to draw the distinction between those and sports like the football codes, which have become saturated with gambling, but were never intended to be used for that purpose. And that is where the gambling industry, the sports themselves, have got to take some more responsibility, because families sitting down to watch the National Rugby League game of the week or the AFL game of the week on a Friday night should not be exposed to saturation gambling advertising. And that is, I think, the fundamental issue that many of us in this place can agree on. So there is a major difference in my mind between those sports which exist for the sole purpose of gambling, like the racing codes, and sports and the normalisation of gambling in other sporting codes, like our football codes. And that's why the Coalition took action in 2018 and banned advertising during live sport. But I understand, I respect the committee's view that further action is required, and that's why we've got to this point here today with the legislation. Now, it's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that the legislation before the House today will not pass unamended. I imagine sometime next week after it's been through the Senate. The Murphy report, amongst its 31 recommendations which apply to public health lens to online gambling and reducing harm in Australia, included some significant reforms around the Australian government developing and implementing a comprehensive national strategy on online gambling harm reduction, supported by national regulation, an online gambling ombudsman, harm reduction levy on online wagering service providers, a public education campaign and more independent research and improved data collection. And it was, as I said at the outset, a comprehensive piece of work, and Peter Murphy should be commended for that work, and Pat Conahan in co-chairing it should also be commended. For reasons that only the Prime Minister can explain, Deputy Speaker, the Murphy report has not been acted on with the level of urgency that members in this place expected. I know of many Labor backbenchers who are anxious to see this legislation finally make it to the chamber, as there are members on my side of the chamber keen to see more action. We do need stronger protections for vulnerable people. We do need to stop the predatory behaviour. More action is required to target the foreign actors who are preying on Australians, and the mainstream sports, such as the football codes, have to get the message that they need to find other forms of revenue and not depend so heavily on the gambling revenue which is flowing their way. They have to reduce their own dependence on gambling for their future financial sustainability. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I want to just refer again to this question of balance. We need to make sure in this place that we don't introduce legislation which has unintended consequences. The three fundamental principles that members on this side are seeking to apply to the legislation when it comes back in its amended form will be that Australians must have choice. We also adopt a principle that adults should take a level of responsibility for their decisions and their actions, but yes, governments have an obligation to protect vulnerable Australians, particularly children, from exploitation and harm. I don't think those three principles, Deputy Speaker, are contradictory. They provide what I think is a balanced framework that respects the personal freedoms while recognising the need for sensible safeguards. Those principles recognise there are legal industries, such as horse racing, which employ thousands of Australians, which are an important part, particularly of our regional communities. If we are too heavy-handed in our approach to this legislation today, we will jeopardise the future of thoroughbred racing, particularly in regional communities. They're the most marginal racetracks in the country, and there is nothing to be gained by undermining that sport, which actually exists for the purpose of gambling. The jobs associated with that in terms of the trainers, the jockeys, the course staff, the catering industry, the fashion industry, they're all jobs that Australians quite rightly want to see maintained and kept into the future. So it is important we do get the balance right in terms of Australians having choice, Australians taking responsibility for their own actions, but yes, government fulfilling its obligation to protect vulnerable Australians, particularly children, from exploitation and harm. Australians enjoy their sport, and for many families, their weekends and their evenings are centred around local and professional sporting events, and sport should not be an opportunity just for gambling products to be marketed, particularly to young people. I think Australians understand that governments can't remove all risk from life, but they do expect us to step in when businesses or criminal figures target vulnerable Australians in order to try and make money. So we do need to avoid unintended consequences, but the Coalition will support reasonable measures to reduce gambling harm. We do support protecting our children, we do support protecting vulnerable Australians, and we do support evidence-based reform, but we will not be supporting legislation if it weakens the existing safeguards, if it ignores the available evidence, or creates unnecessary economic consequences. Now, the government has had 3 years to get this right. They've got another 4 or 5 days in negotiation with the Coalition to fix this legislation. Unfortunately, the bill as it stands today falls short of what the community expects and won't be supported by the Coalition, but we do stand ready to work with the government to support some amended legislation so it genuinely protects vulnerable Australians. I thank the House.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of her speech for incorporation in the Hansard. So in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November, the member for Pearce can table her speech.
That's correct. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Sorry, the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there's a saying in politics, and that is that you shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. With this bill, though, I kind of feel like it's don't let the woefully inadequate be the enemy of the good. And I've got to say I'm torn between supporting this inadequate legislation and voting it down, which is warranted, but this would result in potentially more damage and a further lack of action. This underwhelming bill puts members like myself who care about the harm that gambling causes, who care about their constituents, between a rock and a hard place. And it's galling to know that eventually this legislation will pass. And it's galling to know that so many in government are going to be high-fiving each other. Look what we did. We fixed gambling harm. When you didn't, when you won't, when you have for so long ignored the recommendations of the Murphy report. And it's so galling to think of the late Peter Murphy and the tremendous work that she did in this place in such a short period of time, knowing how terribly sick she was in those last months and how she still kept coming in here knowing her time was finite, because she thought that tabling the report was important. She thought it would make a difference. So on the one hand, we have what's known as the Murphy report. What we had was unanimous bipartisan support from the government, from Coalition and from independent members who were on that committee that found that gambling was harming Australians and then would continue to do so without a concerted effort to address gambling harm,
that made 31 recommendations to reduce gambling harm, including a phase-in of a complete ban of advertising of online gambling, a minister and national regulator dedicated to reducing gambling harm and a public health priority, and a banning of predatory inducements. And on the other hand, what do we have? Well, we've had pressure from the major sporting codes and broadcasters that profit and will continue to profit directly from gambling. The Australian Football League, which reported a net profit of $45.4 million in 2024 with a reported betting agency income of around $30 million. $30 million the AFL got from their loyal fans that turn up every day, that are so induced to bet. You know, Deputy Speaker, I think of when I was a young person and watching sport. I was thinking when I was a child and watching sport. And then what our children have to be subjected to today, the constant bombardment of betting advertising. It just never ends. It's pernicious. I think of the National Rugby League, which earned $744.9 million revenue in 2024 with an operating surplus of around $62 million, which reported around $50 million of its revenue from betting agencies. The major broadcasters who profit from around $239 million worth of advertising online and on metropolitan radio. State governments that benefit from gambling taxes and groups like the Canberra Labor Club, whose gambling revenue from pokies benefits the Labor Party. It's really quite obscene that we have a political party in Australia that has pokey machines. Reported gambling donations of more than $4 million over 5 years, including $1.5 million in the last election, and a Labor fundraiser hosted by pokies and hospitality company Endeavour Group on the fringe of the Labor National Conference in 2026, as reported in the Sydney Morning Herald. So it's devastatingly easy to see that the Murphy Report recommendations are being sacrificed by the government on the altar of gambling, sporting and broadcasting profits. A side-by-side comparison of the government's reforms and the Murphy Report recommendations show that the bill responds to only 3 of 31 recommendations, under 10%, and only responds to partially to 2 out of 3 of those. In the absence of meaningful action, gambling harm has indeed continued largely unabated during the more than 1,140 days since the Murphy Report was handed down. The harms caused and exacerbated by gambling have continued, and they include family and domestic violence and breakdown, unemployment, poverty, crime, family and domestic violence, as I said, elder abuse. Elder abuse. 1 in 6 older Australians experience elder abuse. And a significant proportion of that is because their children and their grandchildren are going to seek money from grandma and grandpa to try and cover debts from gambling and gambling-related suicide. Gambling losses in Australia are now estimated to be $36 billion every year, more than 995 million every single day. That's according to the Australia Institute. So $36 billion equates to more than $1,290 in losses for every man, woman and child in Australia. It's one way that we lead across the world. Highest rate of gambling losses on a per capita basis in the world. I and many other members in this place have no doubt heard from many of those impacted. My constituents and Australians from across the nation have been begging for meaningful gambling reform, and in particular further restrictions on gambling advertising and inducements. And while strengthening BetStop was helpful, and at every opportunity when the government's asked about a question around the Murphy Report or gambling harm, they talk about that. It's a voluntary service.
which those suffering the most gambling harm may not be able to engage with for a variety of reasons. The reforms proposed in this bill are piecemeal, at best, and based on industry preferences rather than respectable research and what we really should be doing in this place. If we're all here to make a better Australia, we're failing today. I've never been more reluctant in deciding how to vote on a bill. Without some of the lodged amendments being passed, this bill can only be seen as a missed opportunity to implement the vision of the late, brave former member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy. And the committee report that she chaired with fellow members, many of whom are still in this place, that was handed down, as I said, well over 1,000 days ago. Valet Peter Murphy, and valet to your excellent work, barely 10% of which is being implemented by government. A government that she so loyally served. And what's particularly galling is I know that we're not going to address gambling reform again in this place, certainly not in this parliament, probably not in the next or the one after, because there'll be a big tick next to gambling reform that's been fixed. We have a duty in this place. We have a duty to our children. We have our duty to children that have not been born. We have a duty to vulnerable Australians. We have a duty to current and future Australia. And very sadly, we've squibbed it today. I just hope that the government considers the needs of vulnerable Australians, in fact all Australians, over codes, over news channels, and over their own self-interest in taking gambling donations, and actually truly address and bring to this parliament legislation that addresses all 31 recommendations.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026. And I want to begin with a story from a father in Melbourne who contacted my office. He told me about his 12-year-old son, a basketball fanatic, a kid who loves sport. Like many families, they spend time together watching games, following players and talking about results. His family has also experienced the devastating impact of gambling addiction. What worried him was not what was happening on the court. What worried him was what was happening in the advertising breaks. He described game after game where gambling advertising appeared again and again, so often that they became part of the experience of watching sport itself. One part of his story in particular has stayed with me. His son saw an advertisement connected to sports statistics and said he would like to use it because he enjoyed analysing teams and players. The father could see how easily a love of sport could be turned into something else. Another parent contacted me with a similar concern. He has 2 young boys who loved footy and cricket. He told me they had started asking questions about getting betting odds and gambling markets. Not because they were looking for gambling content, but because gambling content kept finding them. He spoke about what felt like a constant stream of gambling promotions attached to the sports his children loved. Most of all, he spoke as a parent. He spoke about feeling powerless to stop it. Parents should not have to carry that burden on their own. Children should not be able to enjoy sport. Children should be able to enjoy sport as children. They should be able to follow their favourite players, support their team and celebrate a win without being drawn into a conversation about gambling. Those conversations with Melbourne families have stayed with me, and they are why the Albanese Labor government is acting. This government is taking steps to reduce children's exposure to gambling advertising, break the connection between sport and wagering, and help ensure families can enjoy sport without gambling companies competing for their attention. One of the first stakeholder events I attended in Parliament House focused on gambling harm and gambling advertising. I was new to this place and a little bit unsure about what went on, and I went into a committee room to see some people up on the screen. The people on the screen then shared their story. One was a young man who had was addicted to gambling and had lots of different gambling companies giving him free bets and free things to keep him induced and keeping on gambling. But what really stood out to me were the two young women that were there that had looked quite distressed. When they started to speak, I really began to understand why. They told of their brother, actually. One of the sisters told of their brother. The other was just holding her. Told of their brother who had a gambling addiction that got out of hand, and eventually he had killed himself. You could see the pain on the face of the two sisters as they described their brother. This was something that I never even thought about until hearing those stories. When we debate legislation in this place, it is easy to focus on clauses, schedules, and technical provisions. Behind every reform are real people. People trying to rebuild their lives. Parents trying to protect their children. Families dealing with financial pressure, mental health challenges, relationship breakdowns, and the stress that gambling harm can cause. That reality is reflected in my own community. Across the City of Melbourne, Yarra and Stonington, more than $150 million was lost on poker machines alone in the last financial year. That is a staggering amount of money. Money that could have gone towards rent, money that could have gone towards groceries, money that could have gone towards school costs, savings, or everyday household expenses. Every dollar lost tells part of the story. The greater story is that the impact that gambling harm has on families and communities. In Melbourne, we are fortunate to have organisations such as Turning Point, working every day to reduce gambling harm in our community. Turning Point provides treatment and counselling services, supports people and families affected by gambling harm, conducts leading research, and helps build the evidence that informs better public policy. I've met with their team and heard firsthand about the experiences of people seeking support, trying to regain financial stability, repair relationships, and rebuild confidence in their lives. Their continued work in my community shows how gambling harm rarely affects just one person. It affects partners, children, parents, and entire families. The people working on the front line see those impacts every day. They also see the difference that prevention, education, early intervention, and support can make. Their experiences reinforces why measures that reduce exposure to gambling advertising, particularly for children and young people, are so important. For too many Australians, gambling advertising has become deeply embedded in the way sport is consumed. As representatives of our community, we hear the growing concern about the sheer volume of gambling advertising appearing across television, streaming services, social media platforms, podcasts, online services, and radio broadcasts. Many Australians have felt there was simply no escape from it. The parents who contacted my office were asking for their children to be able to enjoy sport without constant exposure to gambling promotions. They were asking for some balance to be restored, and that is what this legislation will do. The Albanese Labor government's reforms are built around a simple principle. Australians should have more control over what, where, and how they are exposed to gambling advertising. Children should not be the audience of gambling companies. Sport should not be a pathway into gambling. And families should be able to enjoy time together without being overwhelmed by gambling promotions. The reforms in this bill take practical action to achieve that. From 1 January next year, Australians will be able to sit down and watch live sport without the level of gambling advertising that has become normalised over recent years. The bill bans gambling advertising during live sport broadcasts on television between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. Outside live sports, a cap will apply so that no more than 3 gambling advertisements can be shown during an hour during those times. The bill also tackles advertising where many children and young people increasingly spend their time, online across digital platforms, social media and news websites. These reforms reduce the reach of gambling advertising across the online environment while giving Australians greater control over what they are exposed to. The legislation also bans gambling promotions by celebrities, athletes and influencers. That is an important change. Supporting heroes and online personalities have significant influence, particularly with young Australians. That influence should not be used to encourage gambling activity. The bill ends that practice. The legislation also removes gambling advertising from sporting environments themselves. Stadium advertising will be banned. Jersey advertising will be banned. These reforms help restore a clear separation between sport and wagering. When children pull on a sporting jumper, the focus should be on the team they support. When families attend a game, the focus should be on the players on the field. The focus should be on the sport itself. The bill also bans gambling advertising on radio during school drop-off and pick-up times. That is another practical reform aimed at reducing children's exposure to gambling promotions during key parts of the day. At every step, the goal is straightforward: reduce exposure, reduce saturation, reduce harm. The bill also contains important reforms beyond advertising. One of those reforms strengthens BetStop, Australia's national self-exclusion register. Since its launch, thousands of Australians have used BetStop as part of their recovery from gambling. This legislation strengthens those protections. It improves the operations of the register. It reduces opportunities for unwanted marketing. It helps ensure Australians who have made the decision to exclude themselves from gambling receive stronger support. The bill also strengthens efforts to combat illegal offshore gambling operators. Those operators sit outside Australia's regulatory framework and consumer protections. The reforms provide stronger tools to disrupt their activities and reduce the harm they can cause. The legislation also addresses emerging gambling products that present significant risks. One example is online keno. These products can operate at an extraordinary speed and carry a significant capacity for harm. The government will ban online keno through these reforms. The bill also addresses foreign matched lotteries. These schemes rely on loopholes that allow providers to act as intermediaries of overseas lottery purchases. Closing those loopholes will strengthen consumer protections and help protect legitimate Australian lottery operators, including organisations that support community activity and charity work. The legislation also cracks down on fake trade promotion lotteries. These operators have been able to exploit regulatory gaps while operating outside the standard expected of licensed lottery providers. Charities have raised serious concerns about the impact these arrangements are having on legitimate fundraising activities. This bill closes those loopholes and strengthens protections for consumers and community organisations. Speaker, real progress on gambling harm comes from many people working together. It comes from families having difficult conversations around kitchen tables. It comes from community organisations supporting people through recovery. It comes from advocates sharing their lived experience. It comes from governments being prepared to act. This legislation is an important part of that broader effort. It sits alongside the work being done every day by health professionals, community organisations, sporting bodies, families and people with lived experience of gambling harm. Together, those efforts are helping build a culture where support is easier to find, protection is stronger, and children are not exposed to the same level of gambling promotion that has become normalised over recent years. As I prepared for this debate, I keep thinking about those parents who contacted my office. I thought about the father watching basketball with his son. I thought about the parents who told me his young boy were already asking questions about odds while trying to watch footy and cricket. They wanted their children to enjoy sport as children. They wanted to sit down together as a family and watch a game without a constant stream of gambling promotions competing for their attention. They wanted to know that someone was listening. Today, I want them to know that their voices have been heard. The reforms before the House take practical action to reduce children's exposure to gambling advertising. They take practical action to break the connection between sport and wagering. They take practical action to give families greater confidence that the moments they share around sport are about the game itself. The stories that shaped my contribution to this debate did not come from boardrooms. They came from lounge rooms, kitchen tables, from parents doing their best to raise healthy, happy and confident young people. Those are the voices I carry with me from Melbourne, and those are the families I am thinking about as I support this legislation. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
I've spent a lot of time in this building talking about gambling reform. The Murphy Review was the first inquiry that I participated in, and the personal stories were heartbreaking. I was really impressed by the committee process, the government identifying an issue that needed action, all sides working together, genuinely interested in understanding the issue and what needs to be done. And I contributed significantly to that inquiry, suggesting 45 recommendations that I thought should be addressed based on the evidence we heard, and 42 of them ending up in the final report. Now, in the more than 3 years since that piece of multi-partisan work was tabled in this House with unanimous recommendations, I've continued to fight to keep this issue on the agenda and to hold the Prime Minister to account for his inaction and intransigence. I've asked him questions 9 times in question time. I've raised gambling on the floor of this House 250 times since I was elected. And then, like a slap in the face, the government issued its long overdue response, merely noting the 31 recommendations and going on to talk about small actions that were not identified as priorities in that report. The package that has been put forward is not fit for purpose. It will not address this problem. It's designed to give the government a handful of talking points. It's about politics, it's not about lives. After 4 years of advocacy, I want to spend this time addressing 3 issues. Firstly, why this reform is important for Australians. Secondly, why the package being presented is woefully inadequate. And thirdly, why this reform is actually important for the government too. Firstly, why is it important for Australians? Well, we have the statistics. We lose $31 billion a year, the most in the world, twice as much as Americans and New Zealanders. On average, Australians' households lose more through gambling than they spend on electricity, gas and other fuels. 500,000 Australians have felt the need to ask their own banks to block them from gambling. And harm from an individual's gambling doesn't stop with that person. On average, 6 other people are directly affected when someone gambles at the highest risk level, through the breakdown of relationships, financial and mental distress, and emotional and psychological impacts. We are normalising gambling for children. It's illegal for anyone under 18 to gamble in Australia, but it's not stopping them. It's not illegal to market gambling to them, and there are few restrictions preventing it. More 12 to 17-year-olds gamble than play soccer, basketball, netball, AFL, cricket or rugby. This is our blind spot. This is like guns in the United States. Now, this reform is not, as the Prime Minister has suggested, about stopping someone from having a punt on a Saturday. This is about protecting Australians, particularly our kids, from gambling harms. So that's the statistics. Then there's the stories. And since 2022, I have been contacted by more than 400 constituents in relation to excessive gambling advertising. I've heard heartbreaking stories from parents, family members, partners, and ex-gambling addicts. I've really struggled to choose which stories to tell the House today about the scourge of addiction and the normalisation of gambling as part of sport because of the ever-present ads. There were so many stories and they all have weight. I've heard from a woman whose nephew committed suicide in the face of gambling debts and whose son is now struggling with a gambling addiction. He is trying so hard to get away from it, but she knows how hard he finds it when he's bombarded with ads everywhere he looks. I've heard from a Year 12 student whose teacher puts the class's weekend gambling wins and losses up on the whiteboard in their maths class. I've heard from a woman who's worked in the advertising industry on gambling ads and has seen how the algorithms are designed to maximise losses. Everyone who speaks to me about gambling shares a common message: stop the ads. I want to quote two people who've been willing to tell their stories. The first says, "Just over 2 years ago, my son lost everything, including his wife and kids, all due to easy online gambling. He also tried to take his own life. When I see these gambling ads constantly on TV, I literally either change the channel or close my eyes and block my ears. My son loves his football, so he constantly sees this thrown in his face as well." The second said, "Over a period of 25 odd years, I gambled away my family, a multitude of friends and other relationships, and my home, before I realised what I'd really done and what I was still doing. Then I nearly gambled away a second family before a close friend with different addictions helped me to realise that I was addicted to this pastime. Now, seeing the gambling ads shoved in my 12-year-old daughter's face every time we want to enjoy time watching our favourite teams playing, I nearly cry thinking how close I came to losing her. But I don't. Instead, we have discussions about how I and many of my friends fell for the marketing." Now I want to talk about what's wrong with this package. The main issue here is the wagering advertising. And the stated objective from the government of the wagering advertising measures is to firstly break the connection between wagering and sport, secondly minimise exposure of children and other vulnerable people to wagering advertising, and thirdly reduce its saturation across the internet, radio and television. And I want to go through these three objectives and explain why they will not be achieved by this package. The bottom line is that partial bans don't work. We heard this in the inquiry. The 2018 ad restrictions resulted in a 131% increase in ads after 8:30. It just moves the ads around. The ads work, so gambling companies will be incredibly creative finding any loopholes. They've done it before and they will do it again. A phase out of these ads is the only thing that makes sense. The government's own impact assessment was damning. It showed that a full ban would not only be more effective, it would also be easier to implement and cheaper for taxpayers. All the tinkering around the edges in negotiated amendments between the government and the coalition will make no difference. We need to phase out the ads. So looking at those three stated objectives, firstly, will this package break the connection between wagering and sport? No, it will not. Currently, there are restrictions about showing gambling ads during live sport online, but they're so ineffective that no one really talks about them. Under this package, on any streaming platform, there will actually be more ads allowed during scheduled and unscheduled breaks in sport, as long as there's an opt-out option buried there somewhere on each separate platform. How can allowing more gambling ads during sport broadcast online, which is increasingly how people watch sport, be presented as breaking the connection between wagering and sport? And this package does nothing about establishing a national regulator. Gambling companies will continue to find loopholes. They'll seek the lowest common denominator regulation in the Northern Territory and find new ways to build that connection between gambling and sport. The second question, will it minimise exposure of children and vulnerable people to wagering advertising? No. It allows 3 ads every hour throughout the day on TV. So if you sit down with the family to watch Lego Masters or MasterChef, you'll see a gambling ad every 20 minutes. And after 8:30pm, ads are unlimited. Yet 83% of children aged 11 to 16 continue watching sport after 8:30pm. The most vulnerable cohort of people we should be protecting here is people who are struggling with a gambling addiction. This bill ignores the Murphy recommendation to ban inducements, or generosities, as the gambling companies chillingly call them, so they will keep being bombarded, we'll keep bombarding vulnerable people with offers of free money. And quibbling about VIP flights and accommodation, as we've heard some of these amendments might do, is such a pathetic attempt to reduce inducements that it must have come from the gambling companies themselves. Third question, will it reduce saturation across the internet, radio and TV? No. The internet is providing an opt-out model. The only evidence we have is that 0.12% of SBS subscribers have found and used the opt-out option. That's about 1 in every 800 subscribers. That will not reduce saturation. And the government knew that statistic when it decided that this was the solution. It is completely dishonest, or at least disingenuous, to call this a triple lock, to say that this will protect people, knowing that the best evidence that we have shows a fraction of 1% of people will find and use that option. At the very least, it should be opt-in, so the default option is no ads, unless you specifically want them. And then we have TV. No, there are still 3 ads an hour. Now, it must be pretty bad now if an ad every 20 minutes throughout the day is seen as a step forward. And after the magical time of 8:30, the ads are unlimited. There is absolutely no evidence to support this piece of policy. The government was grilled on this in the Senate inquiry, and in the very brief community consultation, the community was told this was a political decision, not evidence-based. Now, why is this reform package important for the government? Well, the government has decided that this is not an issue that people are willing to change their vote over. People might not like the ads, but there are other things that matter more when it comes to voting. What they're missing is that this is the perfect case study for what people hate about today's politics. Trust in politicians is appallingly low. Surveys show that more than half of all Australians believe that government is run for a few big interests. Now, we're facing so many intractable problems: productivity, cost of living, climate action, energy security. Here is an issue with an easy answer. Ban the ads. Prioritise the public over the vested interests. But the government is listening to the power and the money, not the people. The gambling companies make significant political donations to both major parties. The gambling industry lobbyists are everywhere in Parliament, at Aussie's Cafe, playing basketball with MPs in the mornings, turning up at events, sponsoring the Australian Parliamentary Sports Club, walking the halls. It's disgusting. The sports codes are also deeply implicated. The AFL and the NRL make about $50 million each from the gambling industry through multiple revenue streams. And no government wants to be seen to be anti-sport. And the media companies, the ones that hardly ever cover this story, don't want to lose the gambling revenue. And the government isn't willing to take them on because they write the stories about the government. Now, without some serious improvements to this bill, this will confirm everything that the Australian public fears about how decisions are actually made. And even if polling shows that this isn't the number one voting issue, it becomes an example of why the system is broken. People are turning away from the major parties because they want someone who will actually stand up for them. I am so disappointed with this. I felt so optimistic being part of the inquiry. I heard heartbreaking stories in that inquiry and in my electorate, and I felt like here is a problem that we can actually fix. I've now seen the way lobbyists work, and I've seen who the government is listening to, and it leaves me feeling disgusted. I move a second reading amendment to this bill to hold true to the recommendations of the Murphy report and go ahead with a full phase out of all gambling ads, a ban on inducements, and a national regulator. If the government had acted immediately after receiving the Murphy report, that phase out of gambling ads would be done by now. I cannot support this bill in its current form. because it is an insult to everyone who has bravely told their story, to me, to the committee inquiry, and to all the other people who sit in this House and in the other place. I cannot support the bill in its current form because it is an insult to the memory of the late Peter Murphy, the chair of that inquiry, who cared so much about this issue and oversaw a unanimous report supported by all sides of politics for stronger reforms before she passed away. I cannot support the bill in its current form because it lets the government off the hook and confirms our worst fears about how the government makes decisions. It ignores the vast majority of the recommendations in the Murphy inquiry. It has no national regulator, no phase out of gambling ads, no end to inducements. Its complexity is a joke. Every member of this House should be thinking very carefully about how they vote on this bill, no matter what their party's policy on voting discipline. We have all been sent here to represent our communities, not to represent vested interests, not to put our political party first. This decision needs to be about what is right for the Australian people, not what is right for the money and the power. A vote on this bill is each member's opportunity to make that choice.
Is the amendment seconded?
The amendment and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for McKellar. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved an amendment that all words after that be admitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Having a punt is a normal part of a weekend for many, and for many, gambling can be enjoyed responsibly. But gambling can become a highly destructive addiction without the right safeguards and support measures in place. That's why Labor is advancing one of the most important public health and consumer protection reforms of our time, and one of the most significant undertaken by this government, gambling reform. Many of my constituents in Brisbane have reached out to me advocating for strong action on gambling. I've met many families and individuals whose relationships, finances and futures have been ripped apart by gambling addiction. Gambling can affect self-esteem, relationships, physical and mental health, work performance and social life. Gambling is everywhere. You go to your local pub on a weekend, you go to watch your kids play sport, you watch your favourite sports or teams play on the TV, you see gambling. This legislation is not simply about gambling though. It's about protecting families, protecting children, protecting vulnerable Australians and ensuring that corporate profits don't come before the well-being of our communities. As Australians, we really do love our sport. We love our AFL, our NRL, cricket, rugby, horse racing and countless local sporting clubs. But somewhere over the past couple of decades, something has changed. Sports became saturated with gambling. Children can barely watch a football match without being exposed to betting odds before kick-off, gambling advertisements during the break, and commentators discussing markets as though betting was simply another part of the game. Labor recognises that this normalisation has gone too far. The Albanese government has responded with the strongest national gambling reforms Australia has ever seen, introducing this legislation to dramatically reduce the exposure of Australians, particularly children, to gambling advertising, while strengthening protections for those experiencing gambling harm. We need this balance. We need both sides. They acknowledge that gambling is a legal activity enjoyed responsibly by many adults, while recognising that governments do have an obligation to minimise harm in exactly the same way we regulate alcohol, tobacco and financial services. Now, one of the centrepieces of Labor's reforms is restricting gambling advertising. For years, Australians have complained that gambling advertisements have become impossible to avoid. We have heard that this morning in this House again. Schedule 1 introduces a comprehensive reform package of reforms designed to reduce the prevalence of gambling advertising and better protect children and families from exposure to wagering promotions. The measures include legislating a ban on wagering advertising during the live broadcast of sporting events between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, as well as prohibiting the broadcast of betting odds during these times. It's clear there is community concern about the volume of gambling advertising on television. In 2024, viewers could be exposed to as many as 8 gambling ads within a single hour of programming. To address this, the government, through this Act, will introduce a cap of 3 gambling ads per hour between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, ensuring that Australians are no longer inundated with wagering promotion. The reforms will also protect children during the daily commute by prohibiting gambling advertising on radio during school travel times. In addition, all gambling advertisements that are permitted to be broadcast will be subject to stricter requirements, with harmful or misleading advertising practices prohibited. Children should grow up admiring athletes, Deputy Speaker, not betting companies. Parents should be able to watch football with their kids without gambling advertisements appearing every few minutes. And sports should be about teamwork, it should be about competition, it should be about community, not encouraging people to place another bet. Deputy Speaker, the government is committed to addressing the growing connection between Australia's love of sport and the increasing promotion of gambling. Today's gambling advertising is deeply embedded throughout the sport experience. Gambling logos, they appear on player uniforms, they're at game venues, while gambling promotions are, they're predominantly displayed at sporting venues and broadcasts. Australians are passionate about sport, that's a great thing. However, we really do not want to be constantly exposed to gambling advertising while we're watching our kids or participating in the games that we love. This legislation will change that. The bill introduces rules on that gambling advertising cannot be shown during live play, regardless of the time of day. It also makes Australian sports a gambling advertising-free environment by prohibiting gambling promotions on sporting uniforms and at sporting venues. And these restrictions will extend to training sessions, press conferences, and amateur and grassroots sporting events. By taking these steps, we will help restore sport as a space focused on community, on competition, on team building, on self-esteem, rather than gambling promotion. The government is also introducing a ban on online gambling. Digital platforms have become one of the fastest growing sources of gambling advertising. This prohibition will rightly apply across digital platforms, including social media services, news websites, streaming services, podcasts, music streaming platforms, video sharing platforms, and search engines. There will be a limited exception which will apply where a user is logged onto an account, is verified as being over 18 years of age, and is provided with a clear option to opt out of receiving gambling advertising. It's a triple lock approach, and it's designed to ensure that children are not exposed to gambling advertising online. It will also empower adults who do not wish to see gambling advertising online, whether they're streaming content, using social media, browsing the internet, or conducting online searches, to opt out of receiving such advertisements. Just last week, every time I turned on my phone first thing in the morning and went to watch a news broadcast, I was hit with a gambling ad from an online platform. Online platforms will be responsible for implementing and enforcing these requirements. Where platforms do not comply with these obligations, they will not be permitted to display gambling advertising to any user at any time. This recognises a simple reality. Children today, adults today, spend enormous amounts of time online. If we are serious about protecting young Australians and older Australians, gambling reform cannot stop at the television. It has to include the digital world as well. Through the reforms, Labor is also strengthening BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register. People suffering from gambling often reach a point where they genuinely need help. The challenge is that addiction makes it difficult to stop, though. BetStop gives Australians a practical way to exclude themselves from licensed wagering providers. Labor's reforms strengthen this system, making it more effective and more responsive for people seeking support. Now, many people in my community of Brisbane have highlighted the devastating impact that problem gambling, particularly through poker machines, can have on individuals, families and communities. and the government is deeply concerned about the prospect of these harms extending beyond traditional venues and into people's homes and onto their mobile phones. This is why this bill also bans online keno. The so-called pocket pokies, they combine rapid draw formats, continuous play and high spending limits, creating an environment that can facilitate significant gambling harm. In some cases, individuals have lost up to $1,000 in just 3 minutes. Given the risks involved and the absence of any broader community benefit, the government really is unapologetic about taking strong action to prevent these products from operating online. And importantly, Labor understands, though, that regulation alone isn't enough. The government is investing in financial counselling services specifically designed for Australians experiencing gambling-related hardship, the flip side of the coin. Families dealing with gambling addiction often experience debt, relationship breakdown, housing insecurity, and severe mental health challenges. Providing practical financial support alongside regulatory reform demonstrates Labor's broader philosophy that governments should not simply punish the problem but help people overcome them. The government is also investing in a public awareness campaign to help with this. Education does matter. Australians deserve to understand the risks associated with online gambling, particularly young adults who've never experienced the world without betting advertisements. Public education has transformed attitudes. I remember way back in the day, seatbelts in cars. We've had smoking, drink driving and skin cancer. There is every reason to believe that similar awareness campaigns can reduce gambling harm over time. Deputy Speaker, Labor is also cracking down on illegal offshore gambling. These companies often operate outside Australian law, providing little consumer protection and avoid paying Australian taxes. Removing illegal operators helps protect consumers while supporting the integrity of Australia's regulated wagering industry. Through this bill, the government is trying to strike a balance between consumer protection, sporting organisations, broadcasters, employers, employment and personal freedom. Labor has chosen evidence over ideology here, and the reforms, as we've heard earlier today, have been informed by years of parliamentary inquiries. We should also recognise the broader Labor philosophy behind these reforms. Labor does believe markets are powerful, businesses create jobs, competition drives innovation, but markets also require rules. And when industries profit from products capable of causing addiction and harm, governments do have a responsibility to step in and ensure safeguards exist. As I said earlier, principles like this apply to pharmaceuticals, alcohol, tobacco, and increasingly gambling. It's not anti-business, it's responsible government. Sectors like banking, aviation, industry, food safety, etc. have all operated under significant regulation because Australians expect safety and integrity. So while this bill is introducing significant reforms, we have all seen last week's Senate inquiry which showed us the most toxic version of inducements. And really, at the end of the day, our government condemns those alleged actions in the strongest form. And I want to thank the people of Brisbane who reached out to me about this as well and the need for gambling reforms to go further. The government is listening to you and will work with those opposite to strengthen protections, and this will be flagged in amendments to this bill. We will continue negotiating in good faith, and I really do call on all members in this place to work with us to get this bill passed for the betterment of our nation. One particular important aspect of these reforms is breaking the link between gambling and sport, and many young Australians today struggle to imagine professional sport without betting sponsorship, and that should concern all of us. Sports really should inspire participation, teamwork, healthy competition, not encourage financial risk-taking before kids are even old enough to understand probability and then the harm it can cause. Reducing that constant association is an investment in future generations. These reforms also send an important cultural message, Deputy Speaker. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it should be aggressively marketed everywhere. Australians increasingly recognise this distinction. We regulate alcohol advertising, we regulate tobacco, we regulate prescription medicines. Reasonable limits on gambling advertising simply recognise the potential harms associated with excessive gambling. What Labor is changing is the relentless marketing that has normalised betting across almost every sporting event and media platform. It's an important distinction, and it's about informed choice, not prohibition. Ultimately, governments are judged not only by the economic statistics, but by the well-being of the people they serve. A government that protects children, a government that supports families, a government that helps those experiencing addiction, a government willing to stand up to powerful industries when necessary. Those are Labor values, and the Albanese government's gambling reforms reflect a belief that economic success and social responsibility should go hand in hand. They recognise that freedom must be accompanied by responsibility, that prosperity should benefit communities, and that vulnerable people deserve protection. As implementation continues, there will undoubtedly be further discussion and improvements and refinements to this legislation. But what matters, Deputy Speaker, is that Australia is finally moving in the right direction. After years of community concern, Labor is doing something about it. Labor is acting. These reforms present meaningful progress towards reducing gambling harm, protecting children from relentless advertising, strengthening support services, and ensuring Australia's gambling industry operates with greater responsibility and accountability. We need to continue to work together to get these reforms right.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We know the statistics and they're frightening. Australia has less than 1% of the world's population, but 18% of its poker machines. We gamble the highest amount per capita globally, and we lose more money per person to gambling than any other country on earth. How much money? Well, together, Australians have lost over $107 billion to gambling since July 2023, which is when the Murphy Review, the landmark government report into gambling harm prevention, was tabled. $107 billion. That's $35 billion a year. Now, $35 billion lost a year, that's more than the government spends on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. It's more than it spends on childcare subsidy, and it's more than it spends educating our children in schools. What are the consequences of all of these losses? As many as 20% of the suicides in Australia are caused by gambling harm. About 1 in 7 Australian adults experiences gambling-related harms every year. That's more than 3 million Australians. And 18 to 24-year-old gamblers are nearly twice as likely to experience harm. These facts and figures, they're high level and they could be abstract, but they speak to the thousands and thousands of individual stories. We've all heard these stories, they're everywhere. Most of us have people in our families or our social circles who are struggling with gambling. Here's what I've heard from some people in my electorate from constituents over the past year. A father who describes being constantly and incessantly bombarded with online gambling advertisements while watching sport, whether online or on TV. He describes this as bordering on harassment and feels that his children are being targeted. A constituent who calls gambling Australia's gun problem. An older constituent who grew up in a family unable to buy food because of the father's addiction to betting on horses, and who sees gambling today as even more pervasive. A teenager who, because of the ban on the social media for under 16s, now watches more TV and sees even more gambling advertising than ever before. A parent who describes intense and repeated exposure to gambling promotions while watching cricket with their kids, and the fear that this normalises gambling for very young children. And a constituent who describes watching young men at the AFL match paying more attention to their online gambling than to the game being played right there before their eyes. I could go on, but it's just almost too painful to do so. These stories, they do not reflect individual weaknesses. They are the result of predatory industry taking advantage of weak regulation over a highly addictive product. They are the result of systemic issues which this bill claims to fix. The government says that these laws are an attempt to break the connection between wagering and sport and to minimise the exposure of vulnerable people to gambling advertising. The Prime Minister himself says that kids should grow up thinking gambling and sport are different things. They're not the same thing. And he's right. He is right. But he's wrong when he claims that this bill will achieve that admirable goal. How do I know this? Because over 1,000 days, his former colleague, the late Peter Murphy, handed down a report called You Win Some, You Lose More. And that laid out in comprehensive detail all the things that the government should be doing to break that connection between wagering and sport. And this bill falls far, far short of those recommendations. So what does the bill do? On advertising, it makes some changes. It bans TV ads during live sport between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. Outside sport, it caps ads to 3 hours per day. It bans athlete, celebrity or influencer promotion on gambling, and it bans ads in stadiums and on jerseys. These are welcomed steps forward, but they're small steps. They're too small because gambling ads continue around these limited restrictions. A partial ban does little to address them. The Murphy report clearly found that partial bans just don't work. Let me read out exactly what was said in that report. A phased comprehensive ban on all gambling advertising on all media, broadcast and online, leaves no room for circumvention. Well, these new laws leave plenty of room for circumvention. 3 hours per day, every 20 minutes, that's still a lot of ads. And there are more gaps. Advertisers will find ways around partial TV bans and aggressively market their products on social media, for instance. That's what tobacco companies did, and gambling companies will simply repeat that playbook. And then there are, of course, streaming platforms where most Australians now watch their sport. Look, this new bill will require platforms to have an opt-out function to allow people to self-select out of gambling ads. But that's not good enough. It's not good enough for governments to defer responsibility to families and children, to make them do the work of avoiding gambling ads and harm. And we know that the opt-out model only works if people know they exist, they know how to change their settings, and they're motivated to change them. I want to tell the House about organ donations. The top deceased donor countries in the world per million population for organ donations are Spain, the United States, Portugal, Belgium, and Croatia. What do all these countries have in common? A presumed consent to donate. And for these countries, their donation rates are as high as 50%. By contrast, here in Australia, where people need to change their default settings from no, I'm not an organ donor, to yes, I want to be an organ donor, that rate is just 20%. And one example closer to home, when the SBS introduced an opt-out feature for gambling advertising on its streaming services, it was reported that only 0.2% of active subscribers used that option over almost 2 years. We see this across a very broad range of public policy areas. People very rarely change their default settings. And as gambling harm prevention expert Professor Samantha Thomas wrote in her submission to the Senate inquiry, young people and parents should not be expected to navigate sophisticated commercial marketing systems to continuously identify and block novel gambling promotions. The government's own impact analysis assessed that a full advertising ban would deliver twice greater net public benefit than a partial ban and at half the administrative cost. Our kids just really shouldn't be forced to endure the flood of ads. Look, this bill, it does reduce that flood or that flow a little bit, but it's just still not enough. Ads teach kids that the only way to enjoy sport is to throw money at it, and gambling is not a normal part of sport. Professor Thomas, she poses an excellent question. If gambling promotions are deemed harmful enough to be removed from stadiums and players' uniforms, then why are they still acceptable across other forms of media that children consume daily? These inconsistencies, to me, don't make sense. And that's because I think they simply aren't about logic and rationality. They're about caving to corporate pressure over and above the public interest. Free tickets to the AFL and NRL games, to the Australian Open, the Melbourne Cup, direct access to politicians through the Parliamentary Sports Club. That corporate pressure was enough to ensure that the other key recommendations of the Murphy Review were left out of this bill altogether, like a ban on inducements, where gamblers are encouraged or even rewarded with free money to keep gambling. Inducements, they're abhorrent, and they drive compulsive gambling and target our most vulnerable. Another way that this bill fails is and where I feel that the policymakers from the government have caved to that pressure, is there's nothing here about a national gambling regulator, a national watchdog that is solely responsible for all licensing and regulation and is tasked with reducing gambling harm. Without a national regulator, we cannot have consistent monitoring and enforcement. It's just not possible. And any changes to the law will only be effective if they're supported by strong national oversight. As submissions to the inquiry have explained, there is already evidence of the gambling industry engaging in regulatory shopping across state and territory borders. The NT Racing Commission has become a de facto regulator because it offers the lowest taxes and the least stringent regulation. It's just simply unacceptable. This process has been flawed from the start. We've had to wait over 1,000 days to get the government response to the Murphy Review, and then that response was released on the afternoon of budget night, when the nation's political journalists were quite literally locked up in Parliament House without their laptops and phones, so they couldn't properly report on it. And then the response and the legislation that followed was grossly inadequate. But that's not all. The consultation process on the new legislation was flawed. Some gambling harm prevention stakeholders were invited with less than 24 hours notice, and then that consultation was short and crowded without opportunities to meaningfully engage and to raise concerns. The department has been unable to provide evidence for multiple parts of the bill which diverge from the recommendations of the Murphy report, and the likelihood is that they can't. They can't, because there is no solid evidence. The Murphy Review was the solid evidence, and this bill just doesn't stack up. These decisions, in my opinion, are purely political. They're about serving corporate interests and protecting party revenue provided by the gambling industry. The government says that what it's doing is sensible, and they're landing somewhere in the middle between the two opposing sides and entrenched views. But when one of those sides is the gambling lobby and the other side is people who are dying because of gambling addictions, landing in the middle does not make sense whatsoever. The sensible centre is arbitrary when it comes to issues like gambling. And where the choice is clear between public harm mitigation and corporate profit. Because 4 in 5 Australians support a ban on gambling ads. 4 in 5. And there's major support across all voting intentions. The government needs to listen to this public opinion and be brave, to stand up for Australians and to keep them safe. It has an opportunity here to do that by improving these laws before they are passed, and the crossbench will not wave this bill through in its current form. We will keep pushing for Peter Murphy's, what she actually recommended in that report, a total ban on gambling advertising, regardless of whether it's delivered online or broadcast on platforms. At the very least, and I mean at the very least, the government should change the opt-out requirement for online ads to opt-in. That would mean that people wouldn't see ads unless they actively choose to, and I'll be moving an amendment to that effect. But the crossbench wants the government to implement all 31 recommendations of the Murphy report in full. We want a national regulator. We want a ban on inducements, and we have proposed a raft of amendments to make that happen. And watch the government. They'll try to ignore them all or try and find some middle ground for what is clearly never going to happen when people are literally dying in Australia from harm and addiction from gambling. But with your help, we can keep the pressure on and make this bill the strongest that it can be.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform, Bill 2026 and the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026 are important reforms. They are legislative changes that recognise a simple reality. Gambling in Australia has changed dramatically over the past decade, yet our laws have struggled to keep pace. Once upon a time, if someone wanted to place a bet, they made a conscious decision to do so. They might have gone to a TAB, picked up the phone, or visited a venue. Today, gambling sits in every pocket. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through a device that millions of Australians carry with them everywhere they go. That unprecedented accessibility has brought unprecedented harm. This is a new reality that we cannot ignore. The Albanese government takes seriously its responsibility to protect Australians, particularly children, young people and vulnerable Australians from the harms of online gambling. This legislation is about ensuring that Australians remain in control of what they see, when they see it, and how often they are exposed to gambling advertising. Most importantly, is about making sure that children can grow up loving sport without believing gambling is simply another part of the game. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken to teachers who have told me some of their students are already using gambling apps. Think about that for a moment. Teachers are now raising concerns not simply about excessive screen time or social media, but about children engaging with gambling products. That should concern every member of this House. Because if young Australians are interacting with gambling before they're even old enough to place a legal bet, then something has gone seriously wrong. We cannot pretend this has happened by accident. It is the result of years of gambling becoming normalised in Australian life. It's become woven into our sporting broadcasts, our entertainment and our online experiences in ways that would have seemed unimaginable only a generation ago. Now, I love Australian sport. Like millions of Australians, I enjoy sitting down with family and friends to watch the footy or the cricket. Sport has always been one of the great unifiers of our country. It brings communities together. It teaches teamwork, resilience and respect. It gives young Australians heroes to look up to and dreams to chase. But today it is becoming almost impossible to turn on a football match without being bombarded by sports gambling advertisements. Before the opening bounce, there are betting odds. During the breaks, there are gambling commercials. At half-time, there are gambling promotions and live bet trackers. As soon as the final siren sounds, the advertisements begin again. If you're watching online, they follow you there too, through streaming services, social media, news sites, podcasts, search engine results. Quite frankly, they've become unavoidable. That constant saturation has consequences. When children repeatedly see gambling promoted alongside every major sporting event, it sends a dangerous message. It tells them that betting is simply part of supporting a team. It tells them that gambling is as normal as buying a ticket, wearing a Guernsey or cheering from the stands. That is not the message we should be sending to the next generation. Our children deserve the chance to fall in love with sport because of the skill, the teamwork, the courage and the community it inspires, not because they know the betting odds before they know the team lists. This legislation recognises that distinction. It seeks to restore a healthier relationship between Australians and the sports they love. Importantly, these reforms are not about telling adults they cannot make their own choices. Australians are perfectly capable of making informed decisions. This government recognises that. What we reject is the idea that every Australian, whether they gamble or not, should be subjected to an endless stream of advertising designed to encourage them to place just one more bet. The purpose of this bill is to strike the right balance. It protects individual choice while recognising that governments have a responsibility to reduce harm, where harm is clearly occurring. And it reflects the expectations of Australian families who simply want to watch their favourite sporting team without gambling being pushed into their living room every few minutes. This Parliament has an opportunity to reset that balance, and I believe we have a responsibility to do so. This legislation achieves that balance through a comprehensive package of reforms that recognise gambling harm cannot be addressed by a single measure alone. Instead, it tackles the issue from multiple angles, reducing unnecessary exposure to wagering advertising, strengthening consumer protections, disrupting illegal operators, and closing loopholes that have allowed harmful products to flourish online. At the heart of these reforms is a simple objective. We want Australians to be able to enjoy sport without gambling constantly being placed in front of them. That means changing the environment that has developed around our major sporting codes. For too long, wagering companies have been allowed to attach themselves to some of Australia's most cherished sporting moments. The result has been the gradual erosion of the line between watching the game and betting on the game. That line should never have become so blurred. From 1 January 2027, gambling advertising during live sport will be significantly restricted. Television advertising will be prohibited during live sporting broadcasts between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, ensuring that children and families watching weekend football, cricket and other major sporting events are no longer subjected to a relentless stream of wagering promotions. Outside live sport, strict limits will apply to the volume of gambling advertising shown during daytime and evening viewing hours. These are sensible reforms. They recognise that Australians should not have to accept gambling advertisements as the price of enjoying free-to-air television. The legislation also addresses another growing concern. Increasingly, wagering companies have relied on celebrities, current athletes and online influencers to promote betting products. This has been particularly effective in targeting younger audiences. Many young Australians spend far more time watching content creators online than they do watching traditional television. Those personalities carry enormous influence. When gambling is promoted by sporting heroes or internet personalities that young people admire, the advertising becomes more persuasive and far more difficult for younger audiences to critically assess. That is why this legislation prohibits gambling promotions by celebrities, athletes and influencers. Sporting stars should be remembered for their achievements on the field, not for encouraging young Australians to download betting apps. Likewise, influencers should not be used as a backdoor to market gambling products to audiences that include children and teenagers. The connection between sporting success and gambling promotion has become far too close. This legislation begins to untangle that relationship. It also extends beyond our television screens. Australians increasingly consume entertainment through streaming services, podcasts, social media platforms, music applications and online news. The advertising industry knows that. Gambling companies know that. They have followed Australians wherever they spend their time online. That is why these reforms include comprehensive restrictions on online wagering advertising, whether someone is watching a video, scrolling through a social media, listening to a podcast or searching for information online. The expectation should not be that gambling advertisements are waiting around every corner. Online platforms will have a clear responsibility to comply with these reforms. If they choose not to implement the necessary restrictions, then the consequence is equally clear. They simply cannot display gambling advertising. The responsibility rests with the platforms because they are best placed to control what appears before Australian users. Importantly, the legislation also provides users with greater control over their own online experience. Australians who maintain wagering accounts will have access to improved opt-out functionality and family-friendly account settings, giving individuals more say over whether gambling advertising appears in their digital environment. Technology should empower consumers, not manipulate them. Australians deserve greater control over what enters their homes, appears on their phones and reaches their children. Deputy Speaker, another welcome reform contained within this legislation is a prohibition on gambling advertising appearing on sporting jerseys and within stadiums. For many children, their first football jersey is something they genuinely treasure. It represents the club they dream of playing for one day. Those symbols should not become walking billboards for gambling companies. Likewise, our sporting venues should celebrate athletic excellence and community spirit, not serve as permanent advertisements for wagering operators. Removing gambling branding from jerseys and stadiums sends an important message. Our sporting culture should be defined by the game itself, by the players who inspire us, and by the communities who support them, not by the betting markets that seek to profit from every contest. Most importantly, they are reforms that put Australian families ahead of the commercial interests of the gambling industry. These reforms extend well beyond advertising restrictions. Reducing exposure to gambling advertisements is only one part of the solution. If we are serious about reducing gambling harm, we must also strengthen consumer protections, disrupt illegal operators and close the loopholes that continue to exploit vulnerable Australians. That is exactly what this legislation does. A key feature of the bill is the strengthening of BetStop, Australia's national self-exclusion register. Since its introduction in 2023, more than 61,000 Australians have registered to exclude themselves from licensed online wagering services. Behind every one of those registrations is someone making a difficult decision to seek help. That decision deserves the support of this Parliament. The review of BetStop found public awareness remains far too low. Only 1 in 4 Australians know the service exists. Even among people who have gambled in the previous 12 months, awareness rises only to 1 in 3. That tells us there is more work to do. These amendments will strengthen BetStop by providing greater protection from gambling marketing and inducements for those who have chosen to self-exclude. The accompanying cost recovery levy bill will also support the national awareness campaign, ensuring more Australians know where to turn before gambling harm takes hold. The legislation also delivers stronger action against illegal offshore gambling operators. Australians deserve the protections provided under Australian law. Illegal operators sit outside those safeguards and expose consumers to greater financial risks with little accountability. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is designed to help Australians from teenagers to the elderly. At its core, this legislation will better protect children from exposure to gambling and wagering products. Australians experiencing gambling harm will have stronger support and more effective pathways to seek help. Greater enforcement powers will help disrupt illegal operators seeking to circumvent Australian law. Importantly, existing regulatory gaps will be closed to ensure emerging gambling products cannot exploit loopholes at the expense of consumers and communities. Most importantly, it ensures that from 1 January 2027, Australian families can enjoy the sports they love without gambling dominating the experience. And like so many people in this room, I've got young children or a young adult child. I've got many nephews and nieces that are in that target audience. But they've got friends that are at school, just left school, that are struggling with addiction, that need every single support we can offer them, and that's exactly what this bill does.
And this debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was recently Landcare Week, and I'm proud to acknowledge the active and important presence of Landcare across my electorate for an incredible 40 years. Landcare is a remarkable community-based land management and environmental movement. In 1987, a group of passionate local environmental advocates established 4 foundation Landcare groups in North East Victoria, whose legacy stewardship remains active today. Since then, the movement has grown to include 63 Landcare and Friends of groups across my region. Each brings its own focus, passion and expertise to build diverse and resilient landscapes and communities. Landcare plays a significant part in our environmental patronage. It's led the charge with volunteers to restore habitats, improve waterways and encourage sustainable land management. A standout example is the Gardens for Wildlife program run by Wodonga Urban Landcare Network, recognising the role that residential gardens can play as habitats for native birds and threatened species. I commend the North East Catchment Management Authority for hosting the recent 40 years of Landcare celebration in Beechworth on behalf of all Landcare groups across Indi. I acknowledge the dedication of everyone involved in Landcare, and I look forward with great optimism to your many important future projects still to come. I thank you for your work, and I absolutely appreciate the legacy of your efforts.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, only in Darwin could you bring together Larrakia, Tiwi, Wajigan, Ireland, New Zealand, Greece, Africa and the US Marines for an Aussie rules competition. The 6th Darwin Nines was held on the weekend, bringing these teams together for a fast-paced version of our great Australian game. Congratulations to our champions, the Tiwi teams who won both the Division 1 men's and the women's competitions, and congrats also to Wodjigan, who were winners of the Division 2 men's. Massive congratulations to the best on-ground players, Tiwi Bombers gun Tanisha Forrest, former St Kilda star Raf Clark, and AFL NT legend Stanley Tipalura. We've been championing footy nines for the Brisbane Olympics 2032 for some time, and the case is very strong. 9 players a side, played on rectangular fields, means that our game can be played just about anywhere in the world. Australian rules was a demonstration sport in the Melbourne Games of 1956. You remember those, Bob? And 76 years later, its time has come again. The American NFL and its international federation worked together to get flag football on the Olympic program for LA in 2028, and we should do the same with Aussie rules.
I'll remind members to refer to each other for proper titles in future. Member for Farrer has a call.
Thank you. My constituents bring a question to the chamber for me to present. Why are we in the chamber committed? Are we in the committed to productivity for Australia, regional employment, growing and exporting to the world? If not, why not? And why aren't we debating this? The winter rains have come, the rivers are flooding, the dams are filling, and the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holders' objectives are being met. Producers and processors don't have the confidence to risk capital, employ workers, or to commit to forward markets because policy distracts us from prudent risk-taking. Spring planting intentions are weak, not from drought, but from policy. We farmers cannot grow at current water prices. Water is being sold not to grow crops, but for speculation. Rice mill, cotton gins, vegetable processing, dairies, wineries, industries are all turning our produce into regional jobs are switching off quietly, while this House sits with closed eyes to the collapse. We call upon Minister Collins and Shadow Minister Chester. We need to debate this travesty into our sovereignty. We need to be having this debate preceding the delivery of the 2026 Murray-Darling Basin Plan Review, preceding the 2007 Water Act Review, and preceding the National Food Security. The last two due in 2007.
Time has expired. Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it's safe to say that we all know the feeling of getting home after a long day at work and having absolutely no desire to step into the kitchen and cook dinner. For some these days, a meal can be only a few taps away, with Australians able to open an app, place an order and have food delivered directly to their door. Right. Behind that convenience, however, are thousands of delivery workers who head out in rain, hail or shine to get those orders where they need to go. For too long, many of these workers have been among the most vulnerable in our economy, without the basic pay protections Australians should reasonably expect at work. That is now changing thanks to the Albanese Labor Government, the Fair Work Commission and the Transport Workers Union. From 17 August, gig economy food delivery workers will benefit from a new minimum pay rate of $31.30 an hour, delivering greater security and certainty for the people working in this growing industry. These world-first protections recognise a simple principle. New technology and new ways of working should never mean leaving basic workplace standards behind, because every worker deserves fairness, dignity and proper recognition for the work they perform. I really want to say a huge thank you to the hard work from the Transport Workers Union over a number of years to be able to make this come into effect. Young riders like Nabin here in Canberra have really relied on the certainty of outcomes like this, and I couldn't be prouder to be part of a government that's delivering such. Thank you.
Member for Kennedy.
Australia is a land of vast natural wealth, yet we have become a giant quarry for the rest of the world. Could be a good thing, is it? Many countries provide heavy subsidies and reserve much of the resources to make industry cheaper and provide jobs. For example, Iran and Algeria. Consistently the cheapest industrial natural gas price in the world. Industrial natural gas costs 40 cents, whereas in Queensland we're paying between $14 and $17 a unit. They're paying $4. West Australia at least is fighting back, introducing a reserve resource policy on gas. This is half the gas price from around $6 a unit to less than half of that price. We urgently need a West Australian type domestic gas reservation policy to be applied on the East Coast. It must include a price ceiling to prevent, and we applaud the government for introducing a reserve resource policy, but they have not attached a price to it. Well, there's no use reserving it if we're still going to be paying world market prices. So we urge the government, congratulate them on doing the first step, but we need them badly to do the second step. Now, if that is not done, Mount Isa, the fourth biggest industrial centre in Australia, will be closed down.
Of Moreton Bay in Bonner, because once again our corner of Australia has produced some extraordinary sporting talent. At the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, 4 incredible athletes from my community pulled on the green and gold, and they gave us plenty to celebrate. Amelia Webber made her Commonwealth Games debut in the 400-metre freestyle and finished an incredible 4th. What a way to announce yourself on the international stage and earning her place on her first Open Australia team and becoming Dolphin number 886. Cara Van Ryan also finished 4th, this time in the gruelling 3,000-metre steeplechase. Cara's journey has strong Bonner connections. She in fact met her coach through the Moreton Bay College, and she continues to show us just what's possible. And then there's the incredible Hanni Watson, who once again showed exactly why she is a powerhouse. Hanni won bronze in the para-powerlifting, backing up her bronze in Birmingham and becoming the first Australian para-powerlifter to win 2 Commonwealth Games medals. And last but certainly not least, Georgia Godwin made history. She helped Australia win gold in the women's artistic gymnastics event, our first gold since 2010, and in doing so became Australia's most decorated female gymnast in Commonwealth Games history. Congratulations to all 4.
Member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, my electorate is outraged over the Albanese government's decision to cut the higher private health insurance rebate for older Australians. I've received countless phone calls, letters, emails and personal appeals on the street and at my mobile offices from people citing their disgust at the government for this grave betrayal. A betrayal because these people have been paying for private health insurance for decades, only to be told that they now need to cough up more money or drop their coverage altogether at a time when they need it most. The government is saying around 44,000 people will drop their private health insurance, but this could be as high as 270,000 based on National Seniors Australia research. That's 270,000 more people that will pile into our overburdened public health system. Deputy Speaker, the outrage was so strong that I launched a petition to reverse the decision. Over 3,300 people have signed it online and over 1,000 signatures have been collected so far. This is proof that the Albanese government does not care about Australia's seniors. It does not care about our public hospital system and the workers within it. Labor is stabbing Australia's seniors in the back. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. And Australia's seniors will not forget, and they will certainly not forgive. They will not forget how this Albanese government turned their back on them. And unless this government rights this massive wrong, they will not forgive them for it either.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Alkira Disability Services is an amazing NDIS provider who have been supporting my community in Box Hill for over 70 years. I've been fortunate to visit Alkira a number of times in the past few months, and I had the great pleasure of visiting recently with the Minister for Health. I'd like to give a special shout out to Matthew and his red panda Fluffy for acting as our official tour guides. Alkira is a bit like the TARDIS. It doesn't look that big from the street, but it's spread across multiple floors and rooms that are all used to their maximum capacity to provide a choice of activities to participants. Matthew and Fluffy showed us the kitchen where we had a chance to try some blueberry muffins. There was a music room where people were singing along to Bryan Adams, the art room with sculpting and painting. We met a group playing Dungeons and Dragons, and we were shown the op shop. staffed by participants and where members of the public could get a bargain and a new outfit. Afterwards, Minister Butler and I had a chat with Alkira's CEO, Julia, as well as members of the board and staff about how we can support them to have another successful 70 years. Thank you again to Alkira for having us and for providing an inclusive, respectful community for people with disability.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I condemn the Albanese Labor government's appalling $11 billion attack on older Australians through its cuts to the loading on the private health insurance rebate. At a time when people are struggling with Labor's cost of living crisis, this cut to the rebate loading for Australians aged over 65 makes private health insurance less affordable for those who need it most. Any short-term budget saving will come at a far greater long-term cost of to taxpayers and the health system. According to the government's own modelling, this counterproductive step will see around 44,000 older Australians abandon their private health insurance. These Australians won't miraculously be healed and disappear from the healthcare system. They will turn to the already overstretched public hospital system, increasing pressure, lengthening wait times and worsening outcomes for all patients. The Health Minister defended Labor's cuts by saying there's no lazy free money lying around. This dismissal of the need and support for older Australians is deeply insulting. Older Australians have spent a lifetime working, paying taxes and contributing to our nation. Seniors deserve respect, not cuts, and they deserve a government that values their contribution, not one that makes them pay for Labor's budget mismanagement.
And Member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Set fire to your hair, poke a stick at a grizzly bear, teach yourself how to fly, eat a 2-week-old unrefrigerated pie. This Rail Safety Week, we are reminded those are dumb ways to die, because rail safety is a shared responsibility. This year, Rail Safety Week is also an opportunity to recognise the work of the rail workforce, drivers, guards, station staff, maintenance crews, safety professionals who work every day to keep passengers, freight and communities moving safely. And to shout out the important advocacy of the RTBU and the TrackSafe Foundation, who support our little ones to be safe around trains, in partnership with the world's most beloved train, Thomas the Tank Engine, who was kind enough to stop at Parliament House Station yesterday, along with the ARA. Millions of Australians rely on our rail network to get around our communities. Every day, rail also carries freight, delivering goods around our country to keep our economy moving. When it comes to rail, this Labor government has got its priorities on track. We've opened the Metro Tunnel. We're on our way to electrify the Melton train line, and the Melbourne Airport Rail Link is full steam ahead. So this Rail Safety Week, here's your reminder: not to set fire to your hair, not to poke a stick at a grizzly bear, and not to stand on the edge of a train station platform, but to be safe around trains. Happy Rail Safety Week, and choo-choo.
Member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, those opposite have presided over the worst collapse in living standards in the developed world. And I've got to tell you, even the glass in pet shops right now know that we need a change, and we need a change that brought about by a strong plan, a plan to restore Australia's standards of living and protect our way of life. And that plan needs to prioritise a number of things, and I'll start with the first and most important one. We need lower taxes. We can't continue on this road that is an assault on aspirations for ordinary, everyday Australians. The next thing we need to prioritise is cheaper power, and I shout out our current ambassador to the Holy See, the former member for Hinkler. He knew in his time in this place how important cheap and affordable, reliable electricity was. We need a migration plan that deals with a situation where we have the numbers that are far too high and the standards that are far too low. We have a plan to deal with that. And finally, we need a plan that prioritises putting Australians first. One of the very most important things we can do is establish a future fund that will start to pay down the $1 trillion of debt that those opposite have put on Australian citizens' credit cards. Like I said, a strong plan to restore Australian standards of living and protect our way of life.
Speaker, more than 50,000 home batteries have been installed in WA under the Albanese government's Cheaper Home Batteries program. I'm particularly pleased to inform the House that my postcode, 6112, in my electorate of Bullwinkle, is leading WA in the uptake of the program. This is real testament to outer suburban communities embracing rooftop solar and home batteries to harness renewable energies and lower their power bills. To mark the 50,000 battery milestone, I joined Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Josh Wilson, and we visited a local family in Bedfordale who'd benefited from the program. Homeowners Dave and Ellen Gibbs are also proud foster parents who can be caring for up to 10 young people at any one time. For a family of 12, this can understandably put pressure on household energy costs. They told us their bills could be as high as $1,400, which is why they installed a home battery system, and they've seen a reduction in their power bills to more than half at just over $600. And the savings began before they even switched on the battery, with the total cost of installing the system reduced by 50% thanks to the Albanese Labor government and the WA Cook State Labor government. Speaker, I'm proud that our government is making it easier for families like Dave and Ellen's to make the most of free, clean energy generated from their rooftops.
Member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Labor's $11 billion private health tax grab is nothing short of a disgrace. It lands hardest on people who can least afford it. In my electorate of Grey, more than 23,000 residents face increases of up to $807 per year just to keep the cover that they have. Labor's own department admitted in writing what happens next. Pensioners will cut, downgrade or drop their cover. Many will cut back on essentials. Some will go without treatment. And everyone will be worse off. That is life under this Labor government. The Health Minister claims that 44,000 pensioners will be affected. Yet new data says almost 40% of seniors in outer suburban and regional Australia are ready to walk away from their cover. When will the Minister tell the House which hat he pulled that number from? Nearly 90,000 people in Grey hold private health insurance. It pays for over 26,000 hospital admissions a year, almost 1 in 5 being cancer-related. Take that away, and it is our regional hospitals, doctors and nurses who will be left to pick up the pieces. This government cannot find the money to keep a pensioner in their health insurance, but it can find billions for their corrupt mates in Victoria.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The mental health of young people is an issue very close to my heart. Prior to entering Parliament, I served as the CEO of a national youth mental health charity, and I saw every day how early intervention and prevention, alongside expert care, can change a young person's life. But I also saw gaps in our care system for young people with more complex needs. That's why I'm so proud to serve in an Albanese Labor government that is investing more than $149 million to upgrade 30 Headspace centres to the Headspace Plus model to respond directly to that need. I was delighted to be joined again by the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Minister McBride, at Griffiths Headspace in Woolloongabba, which will be among the first in the country to transition to the new Headspace Plus model. Funding for our Woolloongabba Headspace will roughly triple, meaning more psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, peer workers and counsellors providing coordinated care close to home. I've spoken with many young people in our community who have told me that Headspace Woolloongabba has been a lifeline when they needed it most. This upgrade will strengthen our local mental health service and will provide more comprehensive, coordinated, wraparound support closer to home for young people with more complex needs, keeping them connected with local community. The Albanese Labor government is proud to invest in the mental health of our young people and proud to give them the support to build a healthy future. That is what Labor governments deliver: free, accessible mental health care and support in our own communities.
Member for Lindsay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has made a decision that speaks volumes about its priorities, and older Australians are the ones paying for it. For Michael in his 80s, it means $7 more every week for the health cover he and his wife rely on. As he told me, that's not much to Albo and his mates, but a nice whack to the income of pensioners. Michael is not alone, and he is not exaggerating. From the 1st of April next year, Labor will strip away the higher private health insurance rebate for Australians aged 65 and over. That's a 3.2 million seniors who will now pay more, around $250 extra every year. Australia is ageing rapidly. In just 4 decades, the number of Australians over 65 will double, and those over 85 will more than triple. At the very moment we should be strengthening support for older Australians, Labor is weakening it. This change will bank $3 billion for the government over 4 years, but it won't save the taxpayer, because when seniors drop private cover, they don't stop needing care. They go to Medicare, they turn to our public hospitals, and the pressure is on the public system already, and it is Australian taxpayers that will be paying for it. Deputy Speaker, let's call this what it is, a tax on ageing, a quiet penalty for living longer. Older Australians deserve respect, security and certainty, not a budget fix at their expense. Leadership means protecting those who built this country, not raiding their pockets when it is convenient.
Member for Reid.
Former Prime Minister John Howard issued a clarion call to today's Liberal Party. Don't countenance a coalition with One Nation. Find your principles and oppose their divisive politics. Pauline Hanson has loomed large over much of my political life. As a teenager, I remember hearing her first speech, and it was the first time I questioned my place in this country. As the daughter of migrants, I knew it was my family and my community that she was targeting. And she has spent almost 3 decades stoking fear and division in Australia, providing glib solutions to challenging issues, blaming and demonising migrants. And during all those years, there have always been members of the coalition who are willing to take a stance against her divisive politics. John Howard disendorsed her. National Party Senator Ron Boswell ran against her and won. Malcolm Turnbull rejected her anti-immigration policies. This time, it's time the Liberal Party found its principles again. It's time they stopped flirting with One Nation. It's time the Leader of the Opposition stood up against some of his colleagues and ruled out a coalition with One Nation, because that's the position of the Labor Party. We will never demonise migrants for the sake of populist policies.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to read to the House something that is very stark and very sobering, and it comes from realestate.com.au, dated 8th August, and it says, Australia has hit its highest risk of mortgage defaults in 25 years, and a looming interest rate hike threatens to leave many families teetering on the edge of crisis. New analysis revealed the sharpest quarterly uptick since records started in 2001, with an 18% increase in average national risk of missed mortgage payments. Outer suburbs around major cities regularly rank as the most vulnerable, and New South Wales saw a 25% jump in mortgage default risk in the same 3 months. And amongst the default mortgage areas hardest hit is Turvey Park, a suburb in Wagga Wagga. And so, this being the case, why are Labor members, including the member for Bennelong, out celebrating a crash in the property market? Why is this so? And a little bit southwest of Wagga Wagga, we've got Sunrise confirming 92 positions across its Deniliquin, Leeton and Australian grain storage operations being made redundant. Now, they've found work for 14 of those 92 workers, but that is 78 families that will now be without an income, now be without a job, now be without a future, and it's all on Labor's watch. The housing market is crashing. Those people are out of work because of the water policy. Shame, Labor.
Bennelong.
When my predecessors speak. John Alexander told us how to fund high-speed rail. Maxine McHugh was part of the education revolution, modernising school halls across the country. John Kramer was a quintessential local politician. And then there's John Howard, I have a lot of respect for Mr Howard, even if I disagree with him on many issues. But today, Deputy Speaker, John Howard and I are on a unity ticket. Today it has taken John Howard to intervene in that rabble over there, calling on the Liberals to cut their ties with One Nation. So devoid of a spine are the modern Liberals that it has taken someone out of politics for 19 years to show them how to find one. Howard knew in 1996 that Pauline Hanson was bad news, and he was right. In 1998, he put One Nation last on the ballot paper, and he was right. And in 2026, John Howard knows that the Liberals should have nothing to do with One Nation, and he is right. And despite his wise counsel, all bar one of them over there are happy to cosy up to that chaos, to wreck our economy, to attack migrants, and to be partners in the division that One Nation brings. From the former member of Bennelong to the current one, stop waltzing with ruin over there and put One Nation last.
Leader of the Opposition.
Deputy Speaker, on the one hand, Labor hands out welfare and home deposits to non-citizens. On the other hand, Labor is cutting the private health insurance rebate to older Australians. What a disgrace. The rebate's an important discount that reduces costs for older Australians. These are older Australians who will have to pay higher premiums because they want to be able to get access to a knee replacement, a cataract surgery, see a heart specialist in a timely way. But Labor doesn't give a damn about older Australians. Australians who have worked hard, paid their taxes all their life, raised families and helped to build this great country. Well, with Labor's policies, millions of Australians will pay more for private health insurance. Millions. According to new research, some 40% of Australians over the age of 65 will drop their private health cover altogether. And where will they go? Into the public system, Deputy Speaker, and that will mean more queues, more ambulance ramping, and of course more state taxes and more state debt as a result of this. More pressure on stressed public hospitals. Deputy Speaker, the modern Labor Party is misguided and mean-spirited.
Call to member for Hunter.
Speaker, this year the Ether family is celebrating something pretty special, 200 years of farming in the Hunter Valley. That's 2 centuries of hard work, family resilience and having a crack. That story goes back all the way to 1790 when Thomas Samuel Heather arrived in Australia aboard the Neptune with the Second Fleet. He married Elizabeth Lee, they built a life in Windsor, and from that story, that family grew. They found rich country at Bulga, they made it home, and generations of Ether have been part of the Hunter story ever since. Over the years, the family turned their hand to cattle, citrus, sheep, table grapes and eventually wine grapes. Then in 1991, Reese Ether suggested the family start making wine under the Myria Park label. 35 years later, that name is still proudly connected to the Hunter Valley. We thank you for all the work that you did in the Hunter, to the Ether family. Thank you for the 200 years, and I look forward to the next 200 years. Cheers.
The order, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats quickly and quietly. Before we begin question time, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the Special Visitors Gallery today is His Excellency the Honourable Keith Pitt, Australia's Ambassador to the Holy See. Welcome back, Mr Pitt. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Millions of Australians have now seen, with their own eyes, the Prime Minister's appalling behaviour on the Bush Deep podcast. Now he embarrasses all of us by refusing to apologise to the Prime Minister of Japan. Why won't the Prime Minister stop treating us like fools, man up and say sorry to the Prime Minister of Japan?
Order. Members on my... Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Leader has asked his question. The Prime Minister now has the call.
Mr Speaker, my office and my team have spent 4 years carefully rebuilding our relationships in the region. We take our relationship seriously, including our regular engagement with Japan. And that is why we will always put the national interest first, and we continue to do so. The Prime Minister of Japan is a good friend of Australia. Prime Minister Takaichi is the third Japanese Prime Minister I have had dealings with. All of them have been constructive. She was a welcome guest here, as was one of her predecessors, Prime Minister Kishida. I have had the privilege of visiting Japan on 3 occasions, and our relationship has never been more strategically aligned.
Prime Minister's concluded his answer. Give a call to the honourable member for Bonner.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change to strengthen Australia's economy, including by backing workers' wages and aspiration? What are the threats to this approach?
Call to order. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thank the member for Bonner for her question. And Labor is growing an economy that works for people, not the other way around. And that strategy has Australia performing strongly right across the board. Australia is indeed growing faster than all the G7 countries. Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK and the United States of America. Unemployment is lower than Canada, France, Italy and the United Kingdom. We have a higher participation rate than all G7 countries and stronger employment growth than 6 of the G7 nations. And just last week, Australia's stable economic outlook and AAA credit rating was once again confirmed. That is not to say, though, that there aren't cost of living pressures in the economy, which is why we understand that we need to deliver on cost of living measures. We understand as well that Australia's success comes directly from working people, from their hard work and their aspiration to build a better life. And that's why we're about delivering real change. And that begins with a fair go at work, with penalty rates being protected. Wage theft now a crime. If you work the same job, now you get the same pay. And today I met with the National Executive of the SDA, looking after people who work in retail, and they told me about examples of increases in salary of up to and above 30% as a direct result of same job, same pay. Where people who are working together with the same experience, with the same supervisor, working the same hours, we're getting paid differential rates. Unfairness in the workplace due to a manipulation of the system. We've stopped it, and it's making a real difference to working people. And just yesterday, we delivered new minimum standards and new minimum pay for gig economy workers. Today, we have introduced our legislation locking in wage justice for early childhood educators to deliver a growing skilled workforce. And that is how Labor governs, building our resilience, backing aspiration, delivering real change here and now, while always keeping an eye on the horizon to set Australia up for a stronger future.
The call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister assure the House that neither his office nor his department leaked official and private correspondence from the Government of Japan? And what steps has he taken to satisfy himself that this is the case?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. We take our relationship seriously, including our obligations for engagement, including with Japan. I note that in a political stunt from the opposition, they have referred matters to the AFP. The AFP is, of course,
Order. Members
is
on my
of
left.
course completely independent of the government, and they'll undertake their work, and I'm confident about that.
Order. Members on my left. When the House comes to order, Member for McEwen will cease interjecting. We'll hear from the honourable member for Ford.
My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support early educators while keeping costs down for parents? What has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my friend, the formidable member for Ford, for his question. Mr Speaker, childcare workers do one of the most important jobs in this country, and when we were elected 4 years ago, many of them were leaving the job. They were leaving in droves, and that's not because they didn't love what they were doing. It's because they could earn more in a lot of other jobs than they could educating our kids. The attrition rate in some places was as high as 40%. That's 40% of the workforce out the door in any year. That's a crisis, but that's now changed, and it's changed for a reason. It's changed because of the 15% pay rise that we have delivered. Mr Speaker, as proof of that, there are now 20,000 more childcare workers right across the country. Job applications in some places have jumped by 30%. Job vacancies are down by 31%. In other words, it's worked. It turns out that if you pay people more people want to do the job. And Mr Speaker, in the legislation that I introduced this morning, it locks all of this in. It's good for workers because they get paid more, but it's also good for parents too, because part of the legislation here is that childcare centres only get the funding if they also cap their fee increases. And that'll save the average family about $1,500 over the next 2 years. As part of the legislation this morning, I've also added another condition, and that's this, that childcare centres only get this funding if they meet the minimum safety standard. 95% of centres do this already. I want to get that to 100%. It's the sort of thing that I think every parent across the country would expect. It's certainly what all of our children deserve. So this is the trifecta. It's good for workers, it's good for parents, and it's good for kids. It's why everyone across the country is backing it, everyone except the Liberal Party and One Nation. But that shouldn't be a surprise, because whether it's cutting student debt or whether it's expanding paid prac or whether it's fixing the funding of our schools or whether it's paying childcare workers what they deserve, this only happens because of this Labor government and because of this Labor Prime Minister.
I think it's the crossbench. It's okay. Order. It happens to everyone. So, all right. Give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. We know that Australia's species extinction crisis is due to habitat destruction, invasive species and runaway climate change. And now 1 in 5 Australian bird and mammal species are at high risk from H5 bird flu, including seabirds, black swans and seals. Conservation scientists are calling for $200 million over 2 years to build that resilience of these critical species. Will the government commit that funding to give our wildlife populations the best chance of recovery?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Minister for Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Bradfield for that question. I know that she, like so many people in this place, are concerned about the impact of the H5 bird flu, and I know many members of the government have actually raised threatened species with me over many times in relation to what the government is doing. And as I said in this place many times, we have invested early in $113 million investment in preparedness for the bird flu. Of that $113 million, $47 million has specifically gone to improving habitat and improving biosecurity for captive held threatened species, native species, with a focus obviously on birds and the mammals that will be impacted by the H5 bird flu. The Minister for the Environment and the Environment Department also has another program which is $99 million for the Saving Native Species, which is also about improving the habitat of threatened species. Since the incursion of the H5 bird flu, we've also unlocked an almost $25 million, I think it's $24.8 million now with the states and territories in terms of the response on the ground in relation to the H5 bird flu, and that includes the preparedness that is happening on the ground by the states and territories. And I announced in this place yesterday that as part of that is the vaccination program. And I'm pleased to be able to say to the honourable member that the Victorian government has actually announced today that their state will begin vaccinating penguins, little penguins, and that vaccines from the Commonwealth have now arrived at Phillip Island, with little penguins both at Phillip Island and St Kilda to be vaccinated starting as early as next week. As part of the vaccination trials, we have looked at particularly wild birds and vaccinations, knowing obviously that vaccination is just a complementary part of that process, and biosecurity is obviously our first line of defence. As part of the original $47 million investment, that biosecurity improvement has been really important, particularly for those threatened species that are held in captivity. So at lots of wildlife parks, including my own electorate, I've seen at Raptor Refuge, where they have protected wedge-tailed eagles, for instance, and masked owls, and made sure that they've improved their biosecurity and the separation from native wild birds to protect them, particularly in relation to their food and water supplies as well. So there has been a lot of preparedness done to make sure that as a government we are doing everything we can do to protect our threatened species. And certainly from our government, we know the biosecurity is the front line, but the vaccination and the vaccination program will also be complementary, and I look forward to hearing from other states and territories as they work on those vaccination programs. But it is terrific news that we're going to start vaccinating little penguins in Victoria.
Call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. How are pay rises delivering real change for aged care workers and the older Australians they care for? Why is this change needed after a decade of neglect?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Chisholm for a question. She's always been a champion for working people and for the people that they care for as well. Mr Speaker, on the 1st of August, aged care nurses got their 5th pay rise under this government. It means a registered nurse on the most common classification is now more than $36,000 a year better off than in 2022. An enrolled nurse on the most common classification is almost $32,000 a year better off. That's the type of money that helps people buy a home, take their kids on holiday, or just set up their family for a better future. All up, this Labor government has invested almost $18 billion into aged care wages in the past 4 years, the biggest investment in the history of our country. The Fair Work Commission determined that aged care work had been undervalued for decades. And let's be honest, Mr Speaker, a bloody big part of that was because it's mostly done by women. Better pay isn't just giving nurses what they're owed. It actually means better care for the older people who built our communities. We need those nurses, so we need to pay them properly. It seems fairly self-explanatory, Mr Speaker, a bit of a no-brainer. And yet, in a cosy speech to the Sydney Institute last month, the Leader of the Opposition didn't quite agree. He said the care economy has exploded. He said that this workforce is disproportionately unionised. He said it's been awarded hefty pay increases. And he said Labor then backed those increases with billions in additional taxpayer funds. Mr Speaker, I've read that passage
Order.
a bunch of times now.
Member for
And
Forest.
maybe for once, the Leader of the Opposition might actually be onto something, because you know what? That's all right. That's all correct. It's all true. When he says the care economy has exploded, he means we hired the nurses that Australians need. When he says they were awarded hefty pay increases, he means we gave them the pay rise they deserve. The Leader of the Opposition calling nurses disproportionately unionised, I can assure him, will be a badge of honour for the mighty ANMF. And when he says Labor backed it with billions in taxpayer dollars, yes, we did.
Order.
That's not an attack, Mr Speaker. That is our record. He put care economy in inverted commas in his transcript. Inverted commas. Around the word care, like it's a rumour going around the place. Then he told us that the country is in a death loop. He had aged care nurses in the frame when he said it. When an aged care nurse's pay goes up...
Concluded. The Minister's time is concluded. Order. Before I call the member for pay, order. Just take a seat. Order. The member for line. When the House comes to order, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Mr Ben Goldsborough, MP, the member for South Norfolk in the UK Parliament. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation of congressional staff from the United States Congress, including the Speaker's office, who I had the pleasure of meeting earlier today. And also we have Mr Connor Paul, a social worker, author and survivor advocate who is working to transform the family violence system to prioritise the unique needs of children and young people. At just 22, Connor's advocacy is helping shape national conversations on family violence to ensure young victim survivors receive the support they need. Welcome, Connor. We give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister accused millions of Australians who have used capital gains tax and negative gearing to get ahead of taking, and I quote, taxpayer-funded landlord welfare. The Prime Minister, the Treasurer and the Minister for Housing have all personally used capital gains tax and negative gearing on their investment properties. Why is the Prime Minister attacking millions of aspirational Australians for trying to get ahead, just like he did?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the member is either deliberately or accidentally misleading the House with that question, because yesterday, as he will know from Hansard, I was quoting Scott Pape, the barefoot investor in the Herald Sun. Now, if the member wants to attack the Herald Sun for its coverage of housing issues, then that is a matter for him. I was quoting Scott Pape, Herald Sun, News Corp. If you have a problem, I suggest you take it up with Mr Pape.
Order. When the House comes to order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help with the cost of living, ease pressure on Australians and improve the budget? How does that compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks to the member for Canberra for the wonderful job she does representing her community, but also the influential role she plays in our economic policy as well, Mr Speaker. Member for Canberra would know that inflation has come down now 3 months in a row. It finished the financial year much lower than the RBA and Treasury forecasts, and this is one reason why the RBA was able to hold rates steady yesterday for the second time since the budget. And they also put out new forecasts for lower underlying inflation and slightly stronger growth. Now, these are welcome developments, Mr Speaker, but we know that there are still substantial challenges in our economy. We know inflation is still too high, productivity is too low, and that we know that people are under pressure. And that's why we are helping with the cost of living by cutting income taxes again and again and boosting wages. It's why we're expanding paid parental leave, strengthening Medicare, making medicines cheaper, delivering real change to make the housing market fairer for first home buyers and young people, Mr Speaker. And we're doing this all at the same time, as the Prime Minister said, as we are managing the budget more responsibly than those opposite did. 2 surpluses, 2 updates in a row with more savings than spending, $200 billion less debt than the trajectory we inherited from those opposite. One of the 3 strongest budgets in the G20, Mr Speaker. And this is why the global ratings agency S&P Global reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating just last week, pointing to our sound public finances and modest debt by international standards, Mr Speaker. It now means we are one of only 9 countries with a stable AAA from all 3 major ratings agencies, a feat never achieved in any year of the Howard and Costello government, Mr Speaker. We are managing the budget responsibly in the face of inflationary pressures and global uncertainties. Now, those opposite, Mr Speaker, have announced commitments totalling $110 billion in bigger deficits over the next 4 years and $530 billion more debt within the next 10 years, Mr Speaker. By their own logic, their announced policies would push up inflation and push up interest rates. And when the member for Goldstein was asked about this by Andrew Clennell on Sunday, he said that he would offset it, Mr Speaker, and that's before Senator Bragg said today that the benchmark is another almost $500 billion in budget cuts, Mr Speaker. They can only offset numbers that big by coming after Medicare again like last time, or pensions and payments again, or jobs and wages, Mr Speaker. And this is another reason why the divisive and dangerous anti-worker agenda shared by the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation would make cost of living pressures worse, not better. This side of the House is delivering real change. We're delivering cost of living relief. We're delivering tax cuts that those opposite opposed and voted against.
Once again, the member for Gippsland has been pushing the behaviour, which is unacceptable. He's warned, just like yesterday, and like the member for Goldstein, any more interjections, and the member for Goldstein was yelling during that answer as well. Order. The member for Cornwall is warned. And everyone giving their commentary. And I just remind, we won't have the MPI today if we have round 2 like yesterday. Member for Goldstein. Member for Moncrieff, I'd like to hear her question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week, the member for Sturt reportedly told a constituent she's working on big changes to the Prime Minister's toxic taxes on young people and shares. She said, quote, "I am also very conscious of young people using the share market to try and build up a house deposit and how this might work for them too," unquote. Does the Prime Minister accept that his toxic taxes will make it harder for young Australians to save for their deposit?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whether it's the Prime Minister, Treasurer, or members of the Cabinet.
You don't give commentary once you've given the question. It's highly disorderly. Treasurer will now have the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister and every single member of his Cabinet takes the views of our caucus colleagues very seriously. And we take seriously the views that are put to us in our regular engagements in the communities that we represent around the country, Mr Speaker, as we go about implementing these very important and very ambitious reforms, Mr Speaker. And it's not unusual for good local members to relay to ministers issues which are raised by their constituents to ministers. That's how it's supposed to work, Mr Speaker. That's how it's supposed to work. Now, the member for Sturt is not just a good local member. The member for Sturt is an outstanding local member. An outstanding local member. And the good people of Sturt in that wonderful part of Adelaide are learning for the first time in some time what it's like to have a good, engaged, effective local member, Mr Speaker.
Pause a moment, Treasurer. There's far too much noise. I'm not happy with the level of noise. That clapping and yelling will stop. The member for McEwen will leave the chamber under 94A. When I'm bringing the House to order and reminding everyone about the standards and dignity of this House, trust me, that's not the time to interject. So everyone, asking everyone to be a little better today. The Treasurer has the call.
One of the reasons why the member for Sturt is such a good local member is because the member for Sturt, in conjunction with everyone on this side of the House, is delivering tax cuts for every one of the working people in Sturt, Mr Speaker. And I know that in Sturt there are 93,000 taxpayers who are getting a tax cut from this local member and this Prime Minister and his government because of her work, Mr Speaker. And every single one of those 93,000 taxpayers in Sturt would not be getting a tax cut if those opposite had their way, Mr Speaker. And the same goes for the 80,000 workers in Sturt who will be getting the Working Australians tax offset, Mr Speaker, which was at the core of our tax reform agenda in the budget, Mr Speaker. Now, the member for Sturt and every single member of this government has seen in the housing market a distortion which needs to be addressed, because for too long now, the way that our housing market has interacted with our tax system is locked out too many people, particularly young people, from the great Australian dream of owning their own home. And so whether it's the member for Sturt, every single member on this side of the House, we've decided not to neglect that or deny that or delay that and consign another generation of Australians to a broken status quo. We have chosen collectively to do something about it, and we're proud of that.
The member for Casey is seeking the call.
Seek leave to table the member for Sturt's email to her constituent. Good local member, you'd want it on the
Order,
record,
resume
surely.
your seats. Order. Resume your seat, the Leader of the House.
Thanks, no credit.
Order. I'd like to hear from the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to address the privacy implications of smart glasses?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Maribyrnong for her question and acknowledge her ongoing commitment to this government's reform of privacy. As smart glasses capable of capturing images and recording video become more affordable and accessible, community concerns are also growing about privacy, surveillance and the potential for misuse. Recent media reports suggest a discounted AI-enabled version has sold out across Australia. Last week, I asked the Privacy Commissioner to prioritise consideration of the privacy implications associated with this technology. The potential for these devices to be used to covertly record, track, stalk and harass requires prompt and careful consideration. Their discreet design can make it difficult for people to know when they are being filmed, increasing the risk of unwanted surveillance and undermining Australians' ability to control how their personal information and images are collected. The increasing availability of this technology could have significant implications, particularly for women and children, who may be disproportionately exposed to inappropriate recording, harassment, intimidation, or other harmful conduct. Research from the University of Sydney found many women are being filmed in gyms, workplaces, shops, and university campuses, despite expressing discomfort or refusing consent. Analysis of hundreds of Instagram videos captured using these devices found a staggering 60% of point-of-view content contained behaviour classified as potential harassment. Mr Speaker, let me be clear. This government stands against the use of smart glasses for nefarious purposes. While state and territory laws already restrict the use of recording devices in some circumstances, the Commissioner's expertise is critical in identifying emerging privacy risks and appropriate safeguards. The Commissioner has noted that where technology companies receive and store personal information collected through wearable devices, they must comply with privacy laws, but there are real questions as to whether they will be able to do so.
Mr Speaker, robust privacy laws are essential to Australians' trust and confidence in the digital economy and the services provided by governments and industry. In our first term, we created a new statutory tort against serious invasions of privacy, we outlawed doxing, and we significantly increased penalties for breaches. The government will continue to progress work on a second tranche of legislative reforms to ensure our privacy laws are fit for the digital age. Mr Speaker, Australians rightly expect their privacy to be respected, and that is exactly what this government is focused on delivering.
For calling the member for Lyne, I'm pleased to advise the House that on the floor of Parliament today is a historic delegation from the National Parliament of Timor-Leste, led by the first female president of the National Assembly and the first time a President of the Assembly has ever sat on the floor of our Parliament, Her Excellency Ms Maria Fernanda Ley, and an all-female parliamentary delegation. Welcome to Question Time. Welcome to Australia. The call to the honourable member for Lyne.
My question is to the Prime Minister. By bringing 1.5 million migrants into Australia over the past 4 years, Labor's record of migration has killed the Australian dream of home ownership. How many more migrants does the Prime Minister intend to bring into Australia before his government builds enough homes to house them?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I thank the member for Lyne for her question. And I do want to state that it is just a fact that under this government we have cut net migration by around 45% from its peak. The number of people arriving now is lower than it was under the Coalition. And indeed, the former Immigration Department Deputy Secretary under the Coalition has said this: the Coalition stomped on the accelerator. They did all sorts of things we've never done before in order to increase the numbers. Indeed, the Grattan Institute as well, Brendan Coates, has said that the Coalition is wrong to suggest record migration is the result of policy decisions by the Albanese government. The single biggest policy change contributing to record migrant numbers is the pandemic-era decision by the former Coalition government to first relax and completely uncap working hours for international students from January 2022. Thirdly, some more facts. Population growth is expected in the population statement that was released in January. Is expected to slow to 1.3% in 2025-26 and 1.2% in 2026-27, which is lower than the average of 1.4% that was experienced during the decade of the 2010s. By 2030-31, Australia's population is expected to be 754,000 smaller than what the former Coalition government was forecasting prior to the pandemic.
Order. Member for Swan is warned. Give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for Australians when it comes to energy? What policies would put a stop to this change?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
504,470, Mr Speaker. That's how many Australians have put in a cheaper home battery in the last 12 months. Australia is now the home battery capital of the world, Mr Speaker. To put this in perspective,
Order. The member for Barker.
Australians have put in 14.1 gigawatt hours worth of home battery capacity in just over 12 months. The United States has a total of 9 gigawatt hours of home battery capacity. Australians have put in more home batteries in the last 12 months than the United States has put in history, Mr Speaker. That is the Albanese government and Australians working together to reduce their bills and emissions, reducing bills to themselves
and reducing bills for everyone else. And batteries have played a huge role in seeing the 47% reduction in wholesale prices in Australia over the last 12 months. Now, as the House knows, Mr Speaker, this is a transformation which is being led in our outer suburbs and regions. When the House last sat, I was able to tell the House that there are 5 federal electorates where more than 10% of the households have put in a cheaper home battery. I congratulated the Leader of the Opposition for the people of Hume having 10% of that electorate having put in cheaper home batteries. I can update the House over the break, it's now 12%. So big congratulations to the Leader of the Opposition. That's a great result. Not as good as the member for Wright, who now has 14% of the households in Wright have a cheaper home battery, Mr Speaker. Or the member for Greenway at 13%, or the member for Mitchell at 13%, or Mayo at 13%. But there's other news, Mr Speaker. I can tell the House there's now one more federal electorate which has tipped over and now has more than 10% of the households in that electorate having installed a cheaper home battery, and that is the honourable member who asked me the question, Mr Speaker, the people of Macquarie in Western Sydney, leading the way as the honourable member herself has led the way when it comes to climate action. Now, I'm asked what could get in the way of change, and the Liberals and Nationals have made it clear they would abolish this policy. Now, I understand this, I do understand, I get it. The concept of a popular energy policy is one that they have a lot of difficulty dealing with, given that they went to the last election with a $600 billion nuclear plan, which played no small part in costing them that election, Mr Speaker. And we're back here again. The member for Wannon said just a little while ago, we'll have more to say with our nuclear plan in coming months. There's a lot of work being done. It's nearly finalised. We'll be able to put it out very soon. Remember the former Leader of the Opposition saying it'll be out in weeks, and it was 8 months later and there was no costing? And the next time, Mr Speaker, there'll be no costing and there'll be no locations either, Mr Speaker, because they won't even tell the Australian people where the nuclear reactors will go next time. So we look forward to that debate. We look forward to the difference of Australians getting on with reducing their bills while the Liberals will put them up with their nuclear fantasy.
I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In Fowler, 46% of renting households are in rental stress and median personal income is $520 a week. Sydney house rents rose $50 a week last quarter. I'm hearing from landlords they're lifting rents ahead of the government's looming tax changes to meet costs. Within weeks of the COVID crisis in March 2020, National Cabinet acted to protect renters. Prime Minister, will you convene National Cabinet to put renters on the agenda before these changes begin?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Fowler for her question. I note that in the tax changes which were in the budget, that for existing people who have negatively geared properties, those changes absolutely continue. They can still negatively gear those properties because they're grandfathered, in spite of what some of the contradictions and some of the commentary has been. I note also that in an area that is growing, such as the member for Fowler's, that there will still be negatively geared properties available for new builds, which in an area where you have expansion of new housing is a good thing, because that not only benefits the people who want to take up the opportunity of negatively gearing a property, and good on them if they choose to do that. Importantly also, they're building supply, which will make a difference as well, because everything that we have done has been focused on supply. I'm asked about cost of living in Fowler as well, and I do note that around 65,000 taxpayers in the members' electorate will benefit from the tax cuts that came in on the 1st of July as a result of our re-election in May last year. Tax cuts that wouldn't have been taken place had the Leader of the Opposition been elected as a minister and a Dutton government was sitting on this side of the House. I note also there'll be another tax cut on the 1st of July next year. I note as well, in terms of Listo, that around 8,500 could benefit in terms of student debt relief. Some 24,000 people in Fowler have benefited, and the Liverpool Medicare Urgent Care Clinic has seen 21,900 presentations.
Prime Minister's concluded his answer. Give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government working to help make our region safer, more prosperous and more resilient? How will the network of agreements with Pacific nations deliver for Australia and the region?
The call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs.
I thank the member for her question and her deep interest in this area. Speaker, we're in a permanent contest in the Pacific, and the Albanese government is strengthening relationships with our neighbours to deliver in the national interest. We turn up, we listen and act on Pacific priorities. We do this because the Pacific is our home, and our security and prosperity depends upon the security and prosperity of the region. Yesterday we tabled two landmark treaties with Fiji, the Ocean of Peace Alliance and the Vivale Union. The Ocean of Peace is Fiji's first alliance and only our fourth. Through 125 years of federation, Australia has had two allies. In the last year, under this Prime Minister, we've doubled that number. Speaker, entering an alliance is the greatest act of trust possible between two countries, promising to come to each other's aid at a time of existential danger. But assuming this responsibility with Fiji was a natural step. We have a proud history of serving together and will now cooperate even more closely and develop even deeper levels of interoperability. The alliance also creates an obligation to consult on security threats to the sovereignty, peace and stability of either party. The Vivale Treaty sets out ambitious commitments across the breadth of our bilateral relationship. The Vivale Union will be a multi-generational endeavour to integrate our economies, our security and our peoples. And Speaker, this is only natural given Australia proudly has the largest Fijian diaspora in the world, including the first Cabinet Minister of Fijian heritage in the Attorney-General. This treaty commits us to combat transnational crime, to work together on health issues like HIV, to address the impacts of climate change and build infrastructure like ports to connect our region and grow the Fijian economy. Speaker, these treaties build on a network of agreements which seek to protect our interests and keep Australians safe. The Pukpuk Alliance with our closest neighbour PNG, the signing of the Nakamal Agreement with Vanuatu, which confirms Australia as the policing partner of choice and precludes the establishment of any foreign military base in Vanuatu. Our treaties with Nauru and Tuvalu that respond to their priorities. Speaker, we're also pursuing comprehensive treaty negotiations with the Solomon Islands to reset the relationship with them, as well as a treaty with Tonga. So, Speaker, from Prime Minister Albanese walking the Kokoda track with Prime Minister Marape, to the DPM's energetic engagement, to Foreign Minister Wong's visits to the PIF countries and my 37 visits to the region, we're working tirelessly to deliver a stronger region in our national interest, and I commend the two treaties to the House.
Before I call the honourable member for Mallee, I'm pleased to advise the House as members as guests of the member for Groom, Jim Rawlings, Tony Beaverland, Tom Carroll from the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce. Give the call to the honourable member for Mallee. Order. The Minister for Agriculture is warned. The member for Mallee will begin her question.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Today I met with older Australians at Parliament House who are scared of Labor's $11 billion tax on private health insurance. This health tax means older Australians will face a 21% surge in insurance premiums and out-of-pocket costs increasing by over $800 a year for an individual and more than $1,600 for a couple. Why is the Prime Minister imposing another toxic tax on millions of older Australians?
Call to the Minister for Health and the Minister for Ageing.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for her question.
I don't agree with various aspects of the modelling that the Shadow Minister has obviously picked up from the industry, and I'll address that. But she asks why we have taken this decision. And as we made clear from the time I announced it before the Treasurer's budget speech, we've taken this decision, which is a hard decision, I accept, to fund a necessary expansion in aged care services, to deliver more beds, to deliver more packages at home, and to deliver better care. And one of the reasons why we had to do that, to the Shadow Minister's question, is the appalling state that the former government left the aged care system in when we came to government. After cutting the budget time and time again, leaving the sector in a position described by the Royal Commission in one word, neglect, we unapologetically have prioritised investment in care and dignity for older Australians who need it. Now, this is a hard decision, but it is a decision that returns the treatment of private health insurance subsidies to its original position, which did not differentiate between age groups. What we will now see is two households next door to each other on exactly the same income who take out private health insurance receiving the same level of support from taxpayers for the payment of their private health insurance premiums. In the case of most members of private health insurance, taxpayers will fund about a quarter of their private health insurance, and that will remain the case. Now, the Shadow Minister has talked about some modelling. The Treasury has made it very clear what the modelling of this will mean at about 44,000 people leaving private health insurance, or less than 0.5% of membership, at a time when membership is increasing by 2%. Now, the Shadow Minister parrots modelling from the insurance industry. We will remember when the insurance industry said that 1.6 million people would leave private health insurance when we means-tested the private health insurance premium under the last government. And indeed, insurance membership went up. It went up. It didn't go down at all. We also know that Melbourne University, not the government, certainly not the insurance industry, last week indicated modelling that was even more modest than the modelling released by Treasury. So I'll return to the question of why we're doing this. We are doing this as a hard decision to fund the necessary budget investment in an aged care system to support a growing number of older Australians who need it. So the question is, what is the opposition proposing here? We don't do this aged care investment, we don't invest in more beds, we don't invest in more packages, or have you got another idea to pay for it? If you have, tell us what it is.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government providing safe and secure housing for women and children escaping family and domestic violence? And what are the risks to these policies?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Speaker, thank you so much, and I want to thank the member for Bullwinkle for her question. Speaker, she is a brilliant advocate for her local community and brings into this chamber a lifetime of service to our health system and to Australians through her career in nursing. And I really want to thank her for the particular focus that she has put on this problem that we face as a nation on domestic violence. Speaker, our country faces a domestic violence crisis. I think every single person in this chamber cares about that, and I think every person in this chamber agrees with that. Australian women tell us that one of the main reasons that they choose not to leave a violent relationship is because they do not have a safe house to go to, and that should not be happening in a country like Australia. Tragically, family and domestic violence remains the leading reason why Australian women and children find themselves homeless in our country. So when someone asks, why doesn't she leave, there is a better question for us, and that is, what home would she go to? Speaker, our government is helping provide an answer to that question. Today, we announced an investment of $308 million for 448 new crisis and transitional homes right across Australia. Speaker, these homes will provide, through the lifetime of that investment, safe housing for 22,000 Australian women and children at that moment in their lives where they most need and deserve the support of governments.
Now, Speaker, these houses will not just be a roof over people's heads. They will be connected to the support that women and children need to heal from these completely traumatic experiences that they've gone through. This will connect women and children to the supports. They will regain their independence and have the support they need to rebuild their lives.
Speaker, this is what housing delivery looks like, and it's part of a $1.2 billion record investment that our government is making just in crisis and transitional housing around our country. It sits alongside, Speaker, 7,200 social and affordable houses that we have already built, most of which have already been tenanted on the pathway to 55,000 homes. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternative approaches, and I think we use similar rhetoric when we talk about domestic violence in this chamber. We don't see the same level of action. Over the 9 years the Coalition were in government, they built just 9 crisis and transitional homes around our country. Speaker, I don't want to politicise an issue like this, but the parliament does need to be accountable. And Speaker, I hear the guffaws and I hear the laughter on the other side of the chamber, but you can't hide from these numbers, Speaker. 9 crisis homes delivered over a 9-year period in government, and that is a disgrace. Speaker, under this Labor government and under this Labor Prime Minister, we take a different view. We're delivering real change and we're making a real difference to the safety and security of Australian women and children.
Time has concluded. The call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I've referred to the National Anti-Corruption Commission my concern that individuals in the federal government, when formulating gambling policy, have been improperly influenced by individuals in the private sector. Clearly, donations, gifts, hospitality and personal relations have resulted in a gambling policy diametrically opposed to research, public opinion and the public interest. Do you agree this constitutes corruption? Do you understand how the donations, etc., have compromised your government and its judgment?
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Speaker, ordinarily the reflections contained in a question like that could only be done by direct motion, not through a question.
Yeah, there's part of the reflection at the end of the question regarding that part of the question. I'm going to rule that part out, as previous speakers have done before in that kind of topic. But the question, the Prime Minister can deal with parts of that question, not just the reflection at the end. Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I note that the member for Clark, as he stated in his own letter, there's been no allegation of wrongdoing against any individual. I also note that the member for Clark is very genuine in his commitment and for his position that is long-standing on these issues. So he deserves to be taken seriously. What we need to do in a debate like this that can be emotional is to make sure that we get the policy right. And our government is determined to get the policy right. We have exchanged views across the parliament, including with crossbenchers, including with the opposition, and we will get it right. We will get it right to make sure that we actually address an issue which is problem gambling. I've said before, and some have been critical of it, but I stand by my view that there is nothing wrong with someone having a punt on a Saturday in the pub. What there is something wrong with is if people are addicted to any form of activity of which you could put drinking, the difference between having a beer and being addicted to alcohol that has consequences, the issue of a range of other areas. Now, the member refers to the NAC. I note this point, that the National Anti-Corruption Commission was promised for a long period of time. It took the election of my government to deliver one. It took the election of my government to deliver one. We established it. When it comes to political donations, of course, they're a matter for the party in the organisation in accordance with the relevant laws. And of course, anyone is entitled to make a referral. But I would say to the member with respect, have a consideration of the debate based upon substance rather than motives. This is a government, and I know in the exchanges I've had with members of the opposition, with members of the crossbench, people come to these issues with a genuine perspective. And we have genuine differences as well on some of these issues. But to question people's motives is, I think, undermining the civil debate that is required on these issues. We'll continue to promote. The legislation is before the Parliament today. It hasn't been influenced from, certainly my position has not been influenced in the way that is suggested, I'm sure, of all of the members on this side, and I don't suggest members on any side of this debate have been influenced, other than by how do we deal with an issue that is complex, it isn't simple. Overwhelmingly, as the member full well knows and was experienced in the last parliament, the major issue of addiction and problem gambling is poker machines, which are not dealt with by this jurisdiction but are dealt with by state and territory governments. So we will have a debate on our legislation. Constructive discussions are continuing. I expect there will be amendments to the legislation that I hope receive the support of the entire parliament.
The call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare and making it easier to see a doctor for free after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Terrific. Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Bass for her question, for her support for our Medicare agenda, and for hosting me again during the winter break in beautiful Launceston. We got to see the terrific urgent care clinic in that town again. It's seen more than 65,000 people, more than any other urgent care clinic in the network. It's just a terrific exemplar. We also got to meet some of the doctors who've taken up the bulk billing incentives that have been part of our budgets. And like the rest of the country, Speaker, as the member knows, bulk billing rates in Bass were in freefall when we came to government, thanks to a decade of cuts and neglect. But our investments have turned that around. Bulk billing for pensioners and concession card holders in Bass had got down to just 8 in 10 visits, but now I'm pleased to say it's over 90% again and continuing to climb. And bulk billing increases for people without that concession card have been even bigger in Bass. They've climbed by more than 21%, Mr Speaker. We've seen similar increases right across northern Tasmania. Indeed, Speaker, bulk billing is up in every single state and territory, thanks to our record investment, delivering literally millions and millions of additional free visits to the doctor every single year. And that's delivering real change for Australians, Mr Speaker. It's delivering real cost of living relief in their household budgets, and it's delivering a stronger Medicare. But, Speaker, that could not be further from the position of the opposition on Medicare, evidenced by that decade of cuts and neglect. We've known for decades, literally, Mr Speaker, that they've never supported bulk billing. The father of the modern Liberal Party, John Howard, described bulk billing as an absolute rort. And through that decade of cuts and neglect, the former government tried to abolish bulk billing entirely. The shadow treasurer has described Medicare as, and I quote, a system designed to keep people ill, Mr Speaker. A pretty extraordinary description, but at least the shadow treasurer has had a stab at it and expressed a view. The Leader of the Opposition, I continue to search his website every week or so, still can't find a single mention of Medicare or health policy on the Leader of the Opposition's website. And of course, the shadow minister has had to ask my department for help in understanding what Medicare means in the first place, Mr Speaker. asking the department for a definition. We've helpfully provided her with that, and hopefully that will give her a foundation to put together a health policy for the next election, so they don't have to simply copy ours. Well, Mr Speaker, the member for Bass, she knows what Medicare means. She knows it means universal access to the best healthcare system on the planet, no matter where you live, no matter your ability to play, and that means a healthier Australia.
That's the crossbench. Give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, this week is Dentists on the Hill week. Dental decay remains the most common preventable chronic disease in Australian children. Roughly 1 in 3 children has tooth decay by school entry, and 1 in 4 is living with untreated decay. After the UK implemented a sugar-sweetened beverage levy 10 years ago, there was a dramatic reduction in the number of children requiring tooth extractions due to decay. When will the government put the health of Australian children first and implement a sugar-sweetened beverage reformulation levy? Thank you. Thank you.
Give a call to the Minister for Health. Yep.
Speaker, I'd just like to point out that it was our question, and the member was on his feet. Now, you've said that sometimes, and it happened earlier, when a member wasn't up, getting the call, that we have to have the right order. So I respectfully ask you to give the member the question, just for the consistency and order of the House. Thank you.
Look, I will admit that I made the mistake there. So when I make mistakes, I own up to them. Order. Order. So, order. No, we're just going to deal with this. I like to treat everyone fairly, and I'll treat the opposition fairly. So I apologise to the member for McKellar that I had the wrong order list here, so I'll take that responsibility. So with the House's indulgence, I will give the call to the member for Fairfax. And before that, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, just point of order, Mr Speaker. It might be just efficient to say, given we've heard the question, if we get the answer and then the member for Fairfax next, and then we'll conclude question time.
If that's concurrence with the manager, we can do this in a
as long as the member for Fairfax gets to answer his question, we're happy to oblige.
Order. Okay. All right, order, 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 order. Teamwork is the dream work. So we'll go. The member McKellar has asked her question, the Minister for Health, and then we'll go to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you.
Minister for Health.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm happy to take the question on behalf of the government, and I acknowledge the member's interest in this area and our many conversations about public health issues around obesity, but the way in which the members framed it today around childhood tooth decay. First of all, I'd like to give a shout-out to the work the member for Sydney did when she was Health Minister to put in place the Childhood Dental Benefit Scheme, a great advance around oral health for young children. We've been consistently struggling with the low uptake, frankly, of that program. I think it's still less than 40% of eligible children are taking advantage of significant free dental services that they're eligible for if they're from a family with family tax benefit. I'd love to talk with the member and anyone else about ideas to lift that uptake, and I know I've talked to the dental industry about that. But the member raises the question of sugar consumption, which is a very significant public health issue. I can indicate, as a short answer to the member's question, that there are no plans to introduce a tax, if you like, on sweetened beverages of the type that the UK and some other countries have done. But I do want to indicate a couple of other things that we're doing here. One of the challenges for parents, as I think we all know, is understanding what is in the food that is on the shelves of the supermarkets. Although there are different views about a tax in the community, there is overwhelming support for better front-of-packet labelling. We introduced that scheme back when I was the Assistant Minister for Health well over a decade and a half ago on a voluntary basis, with an expectation that uptake by industry would have reached about 70% by this year. it's about half of that. And so the Assistant Minister for Health, working with her colleagues, has indicated that that front-of-pack labelling that tells parents exactly what is in the food that they're putting in the trolley will be made mandatory. And there's a process underway right now, and that will return to health ministers, I think, early next year. There's also, frankly, the question of formulation of foods, including sweetened beverages. And one way of changing that is through a tax. And we are conscious of the fact, for example, that a can of Fanta in Australia might have more than 6 teaspoons of sugar in it. It now has less than 4 teaspoons of sugar in the UK. But we want to continue to talk with industry about whether there are different ways to skin that cat. I would like to see a reformulation of a range of products that have high levels of sugar in them that particularly children consume. The Assistant Minister will be meeting again with industry later this month to put together a work plan to work through some of that. And I think industry, frankly, needs to consider the question of why voluntarily they could not reduce the sugar content of some of these sweetened beverages down to the level you do see in other countries without the imposition of a tax.
Give a call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has now been asked 3 times why he will not apologise to the Prime Minister of Japan for his appalling behaviour on the Bush Deep podcast. 3 times he has refused to give a straight answer. My question to the Prime Minister is whether or not he will follow the example of someone else in this House who has made it very clear when he makes a mistake, he owns up to it.
Order. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, the fact is that I have worked, and the government has worked, to improve relations in our region and indeed right around the world to repair them. And our relationship between Australia and Japan has never been stronger. We have never been more strategically aligned than we are today. And my government's made the significant decision to procure the upgraded Megami-class frigates for Australia's General Purpose Frigate Program, a reflection of the trust between our two nations. Our enhanced defence and security cooperation increases the interoperability between our defence forces, and indeed one of the activities that I've done as Prime Minister is to welcome the naval fleets from all of the Quad countries into Sydney Harbour for the joint operations that is occurring. And indeed, throughout the visit of the Japanese Prime Minister as well, one of the things that we did then was to establish the Australia-Japan Leadership Dialogue. This is a 1.5-track dialogue which will bring together leaders and experts from across government, academia, business and civil society to help address the most important issues in the Australia-Japan relationship. I look forward to continuing to have a very good and positive relationship with the Prime Minister, as I have with leaders in our region.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government's free TAFE program backing Australians, including in the Torres Strait, to get the skills they need to support their community? Does anything stand in the way of more of these opportunities?
Call to the Honourable the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to my friend, the member for Leichhardt, for his question. In just a short time in this place, he has already made a really significant contribution. And when the Deputy Prime Minister and I had the great privilege of joining the member in the Torres Strait last week, we saw just how effective a member he is. Respected and recognised everywhere, although, as he did say, he is hard to miss. It was just over a year ago that I was in the Torres Strait on Thursday Island to announce our investment in a new health hub for the TAFE campus, meaning people could study nursing without having to leave the Torres Strait. And so it was fantastic to return to see what this investment, together with Free TAFE, is delivering. And it was great to meet Ash, a Torres Strait Islander who is well underway towards completing his Diploma of Nursing, and he'll be one of the first to have completed his whole course on country. Ash told me and the Deputy Prime Minister that studying this course simply would not have been possible but for Free TAFE. So, Speaker, Ash is one of the hundreds of thousands of success stories that have come from Free TAFE. And Ash symbolises why Free TAFE is so important. Free TAFE is changing lives. It's backing more Australians into good, secure jobs that our communities need right around the country. It's also backing more First Nations people to learn and to train on country, which we know means more course commencements, more completions, and also engages more people around those students in learning. So it's stories like that of Ash's that remind us on this side of the House how important the work we're doing is, especially making Free TAFE permanent. And it's why I continue to be surprised, shocked indeed, that the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation have teamed up to try to block permanent Free TAFE. But thanks to the work of the Albanese Labor government, Free TAFE is here to stay. Free TAFE is here to stay, with 100,000 places guaranteed each year from 2027. And the only thing that stands between more Australians accessing those opportunities that Ash has, more opportunities in the jobs that come from Free TAFE, are those opposite. A coalition of cuts and chaos who always talk down Australians and talk Australia down. This side, Labor, is the party of TAFE. The opposition leader here, he can't even say the word. He can't even say the word TAFE or look up Medicare online, it seems. But on this side of the House, with Free TAFE, we keep on delivering real change, backing Australians like Ash to get skills they want to do the jobs we need, from the Torres Strait to Tasmania, right across to WA and everywhere in between.
The Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
You got two in a row and they're still complaining, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order of members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. The member for Goldstein has indicated he is seeking the call on a personal explanation. Does the member for Goldstein claim to be misrepresented?
I do, Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. During question time, the Minister for Health, as he walks out, made a series of claims which were false. He said, he abbreviated a quote, removing all context. The quote said, "I think we should run a health system focused on patient outcomes that actually empower Australians to be able to get the health and support and community through primary care, to mobilise long-term dependency on tertiary care, and more importantly, to make sure that people can live their best full lives as healthy, engaged participants in the community and the workforce so that they can be happy, not a system designed to keep people ill to feed the benefits of the unions and the people that they are paid to represent and to maintain the political control by the Australian Labor Party." End quote. There is no mention of Medicare.
Thank the member for Goldstein. I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Goldstein proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's deliberate stoking of inflation, leaving Australian families to pay more at the supermarket. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Australians around the country are wondering why it is they're going to the supermarket, they're swiping things into their trolley or their basket, and they seem to always be paying more and getting less. Well, we know why that's happening. Because the Albanese government has an active inflation agenda that enables them to go on and make sure they take more out of the hip pockets of Australians by stealth and, exactly as the Leader of the Opposition has correctly said, through forms of taxation. Australians are living right now with the consequences of an active inflation agenda from the Albanese government. You just need to look at the numbers. Eggs are up 36.5%. Australians needing protein to be able to live and to support themselves and their families in some of the cheapest ways are facing more than a third increase in the cost. Milk, a primary staple of so many kitchens around the country, 29.7%. Bread, 22.7%. And food overall, one of those kind of central things that people need to live, Deputy Speaker, has gone up 18.1% under the Albanese government. And this is established very clearly in the inflation data. I made the point yesterday, Deputy Speaker, that it was census day. So it was a good time to be able to compare what the underlying inflation rate was the last time we had a census in August 2021. It was 2.1%, barely in, I do acknowledge, the target band of the Reserve Bank, but it was on the lower side under a coalition government. So let's fast forward to yesterday and ask, what was the underlying inflation rate then, Deputy Speaker, on this census day, only 4 years apart? It was above the target band at 3.6%. I heard the Prime Minister come into the Parliament yesterday and somehow run around thinking he can make funny comments about the fact that interest rates have been lower in the past. Well, they have been, Deputy Speaker. In fact, if you just need to go back to 2020, when some of us were concerned about how low they were 0.1%, and he thought it was such a killer point to observe that. Well, Deputy Speaker, since then they've gone up 4,350%. This government run around boasting about their incredible economic management while Australians are getting poorer, real wages are going backwards, small businesses has record low confidence, households and consumers have record low confidence, and we've had record small business insolvencies. And they have the temerity, the hubris, the arrogance to come into this chamber and talk about their superior economic management. This is a government completely adrift. They like to blame international conflicts for their persistent inflation problem, ignoring the fact that the Reserve Bank, increased interest rates at the start of the year off the back of data from last year before a single bomb was dropped in Tehran. It has persisted during the on and off again conflict and, of course, continues to rise up as a consequence of domestic factors. This is now abundantly clear to everybody except the smokescreen that manages to stop members of the Labor government from understanding the consequences of their economic agenda. To stoke inflation, to tax inflation, so they can then spend the inflation because, as the Leader of the Opposition correctly points out, this is not some accident of incompetence. It's designed, it's deliberate, it's an economic model designed to feed the Labor Party and the government, not the Australian people. Because what we have is too much money chasing too few goods, and what we have is a problem of government spending, and not government spending that's improving the lifestyles and dignity of Australians. It's spending that has gone towards corruption, corruption that feeds the Labor Party ecosystem, corruption that has gone towards feeding fraud in the National Disability Scheme, Insurance Scheme, corruption where the Prime Minister and the Minister for Infrastructure has got out the taxpayer chequebook and written it out to projects in Victoria to go on and be fed to the CFMEU and to organised crime. Yes, corruption, Deputy Speaker, is inflationary too. And, of course, we've seen replicas of what happened in the NDIS, in the aged care system, and, of course, in childcare. And it's not something that needs to be referred to the National Anti-Corruption Commission because it's deliberate, it's designed, and it's backed into the legislation that this government introduces into the Parliament and the decisions they make. But Australians are paying the price for this, Deputy Speaker. Australians are paying the price. We've had 15 interest rate rises under this government. And when Australians are looking at their balance sheet and saying, can I afford anything more when we're already financially drowning? Yesterday, at their statement of monetary policy after the decision of the Reserve Bank to hold interest rates. In answers to a question, a journalist asked simply, at the last meeting you didn't even think about an interest rate rise, but at this one you're saying the only debate was whether you hold interest rates or do you increase them. And the Reserve Bank Governor has confirmed that they are still looking at further interest rate rises and 15 may not be the end. What we have is a government, through its active inflation agenda, is playing a game of chicken with the Reserve Bank, seeing whether if they keep spending, handing over money and doling out cheques to corrupt interests, it won't lead to further interest rate rise. They're daring the Reserve Bank of Australia to continue to increase interest rates. And I think this is one of the problems with this government, and particularly this Prime Minister. He's forgotten where he came from. He's forgotten where he came from. He's lost empathy or understanding about what this means for people in places like public housing. He's forgotten what the impact of his policies have for young Australians who are aspiring to do better than their parents. Instead, we've seen this, and we saw this in the budget, Deputy Speaker, where we have Housing Commission mums that save what little they have and put them in things like term deposits, and he's come along and said, that's not yours, that's mine. This is the problem. The government has lost sight of the consequences of their agenda and, more importantly, who they are and who they're there to serve. Because what we've seen is an export of the Victorian corrupt model under Dan Andrews, and we've seen it under this Prime Minister brought to Canberra, where they stoke inflation. And we know where this ends, Deputy Speaker. The numbers speak for itself. In Victoria now, the business confidence and consumer confidence is so low that 1 in 10 jobs is created by private investment. The rest comes from direct and indirect public expenditure. Not to be outdone. Well, it's not even socialism, Leader of the Opposition, though it is that. It actively stokes inflation and makes Australians poorer because it does not attract the investment to grow the economy and to actually enlarge the pie. It turns Australians against each other, feeds social division and eats into the equity and opportunity that young Australians feel and the hope and aspiration they have for their future. And not to be outdone, the Albanese government has achieved 2 in 10 jobs being created by private investment and 8 in 10 being created by public and direct and indirect expenditure. This is the export of the corrupt Dan Andrews model brought to Canberra by the Prime Minister, and Australians will become poorer every step of the way because it stokes inflation, it feeds inflation, and that means higher interest rate rises on anyone who is trying just simply to get ahead. What Australians need now, more than ever, is a sense of hope. What Australians need now, particularly those households and small businesses, is to be able to look to the horizon and believe that things can get better. But there is no good economic news so long as the Albanese government continues to stay in charge. We need a change of government, and particularly our plan that has things like the tax-back guarantee to back Australians, to make sure that inflation is not the silent tax thief in the night, where the Treasurer can just rely on inflation to slowly increase the revenue that he gets to monopolise and spend. What we need is a government that understands that the strength of this country comes from families, households, communities and small businesses that are strong and confident and believe in a better future.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, 9 years the former coalition government left Australia with too much market power and too little consumer power. I could not be happier than to be debating the Shadow Treasurer and this MPI about which side of this House stands up for consumers against the power of oversized corporations. Because we have to take the House back to what the situation in 2022. When we came to office, competition and consumer penalties were too low. They were being treated by firms as a cost of doing business. The maximum dollar penalty was $10 million, a tenth of what that figure is today. When we came to office, the former government had left payday lending reforms on the shelf. They'd accepted recommendations from a review back in 2016. They released exposure draft legislation the next year. But by 2022, they hadn't done a thing on payday lending reforms. Under the former government, they fought the Banking Royal Commission for ages. Throughout 2016 and 2017, most of 2017, they were fighting a Banking Royal Commission, and they only agreed to have a Banking Royal Commission when the banks themselves called for it. It was the four major banks that called for a Banking Royal Commission before the then coalition government. And of course, that Banking Royal Commission found widespread misconduct across banking, insurance, financial advice, making 76 recommendations. Under the former government, we saw buy now, pay later explode outside credit regulations. Providers didn't need a credit licence or to comply with responsible banking obligations. Under the coalition, it was buy now, regulate later. They didn't stand up for consumers. Under the former government, when we came to office, unfair contract terms were legal. Courts could declare them invalid, but there was no offence on a firm that put an unfair contract term in a standard form contract. And that meant small business was getting hurt. Under the former government, they had failed to revive national competition policy. They'd commissioned the Harper Review, and it had called in 2015 for a revitalisation of national competition policy. But those opposite, big on reviews, small on reform, had done nothing to work with the states and territories on competition reform. Under the former government, they'd failed to tackle growing market concentration. We know now that market concentration and markups rose steadily during their time in office, with competitive pressures decreasing in sectors like supermarkets, banking, aviation and digital platforms. The coalition failed to tackle the issue of growing market concentration. And while those opposite, particularly those in the National Party, say that they stand up for farmers, they failed to do so in their dealings with the big supermarkets. They put in place a toothless voluntary code of conduct with the Food and Grocery Code. And then they reviewed it with the member for Maranoa as their agricultural minister, and they decided to keep it a toothless voluntary code. And it remained toothless throughout the coalition's time in office, despite repeated calls from farmers, from growers, to get a fair deal in their dealings with the major supermarkets. And when we came to office, those opposite had rejected merger reform. Rod Sims' major speech in August 2021 called for merger reform, and it took just a matter of hours for then Treasurer Frydenberg to rule it out. The ACCC had sounded the alarm, the Liberals pressed the snooze button. They didn't believe that we needed to do merger reform. They didn't believe in the kind of merger reform that would speed up approvals for low-risk mergers and focus more scrutiny on the high-risk mergers. And those opposite had failed to ban unfair trading practices, including subscription traps. We'd had a report from the ACCC back in 2019. The ACCC had been warning about subscription traps since at least 2016. But again, despite a repeated ACCC advocacy, the coalition left office without doing a thing on unfair trading practices, subscription traps and drip pricing. And since Labor's taken office in 2022, we have put in place the biggest suite of competition and consumer reforms that Australia's seen. We've overhauled our merger laws, merger reform that had been necessary for half a century, getting rid of that largely voluntary system and replacing it with one with mandatory notification and an ACCC-led administrative regime. That sees greater focus on the areas where the ACCC needs it, and it was supported by business because it allows those low-risk mergers to go through more rapidly. Previously, the ACCC wasn't even seeing 3 out of 4 mergers. Now it's seeing the mergers it needs to see and stopping the mergers it needs to stop. Under us, we've revitalised national competition policy, working with states and territories, whether they be Labor-run or coalition-run, on a new reform agenda, including regulatory reform and measures to strengthen the single national market. That's good for workers that need to work across state borders. It's important for getting planning and zoning reform. It's vital that states and territories work together on the kind of competition reforms that turbocharged productivity in the 1990s and have been foreshadowed to boost household incomes by up to $5,000 a household if we get them right. We're banning non-compete clauses for most workers. From January next year, workers who are below the high-income threshold, currently $190,000, will no longer be able to see non-compete clauses in their employment agreements. That means workers will have the freedom to move to a better job. Those opposite claim they stand for freedom, but it takes a Labor government to give workers the freedom to take up an offer for a better job, as well as cracking down on wage fixing and no-poach agreements. Now, getting rid of non-compete clauses puts money back in the pockets of workers. Those workers who are subject to a non-compete clause earn less, are less likely to innovate, and are less likely to encourage new firm creation, which is because you need workers to move if you're going to start up a new firm in a full employment economy. Under Labor, we're putting in place supermarket competition reforms, not only making the Food and Grocery Code mandatory so farmers get a fair deal, but also raising the penalties to $100 million for competition and consumer misconduct in the supermarket sector and across the economy. We've banned price gouging, we're strengthening unit pricing, we're tackling shrinkflation. Putting in place that ban on price gouging is something that those opposite didn't have the gumption to do. And it takes a Labor government to make clear with large supermarkets that they can't charge prices that are excessive relative to supply costs plus a reasonable margin. We have overseen the introduction of right to repair in the automotive sector, supporting independent mechanics. And we're now building on the motor vehicle information sharing scheme to make sure we've got independent repairers able to fix agricultural machinery. Another reform strongly supported by the National Farmers Federation, but which it takes a Labor government, not a national Liberal government, to deliver. In the area of consumer protections, we've made unfair contract terms illegal, not simply allowing courts to void them, but putting in place substantial penalties for businesses that are using them. We are regulating buy now, pay later as credit, bringing buy now, pay later providers into the consumer credit framework, including the licensing and the responsible lending requirements. That massive increase to penalties doesn't just apply to firms that are breaching competition laws, but also to firms that are doing the wrong thing by consumers. We've banned unfair trading practices, including taking specific action against subscription traps and drip pricing, which will take effect from the middle of next year, passed in the last sittings of Parliament. We've got a scams protection framework that imposes stronger obligations on banks, telcos and digital platforms. We've created stronger aviation consumer protections, including the new Aviation Consumer Protection Authority. And we're strengthening consumer guarantees and product safety, including stronger supplier accountability and reforms dealing with product safety risks, such as e-mobility devices. Only Labor is the party of competition. Only Labor is the party of consumers. Only Labor will stand up for the kind of reforms that boost dynamism, put downward pressure on prices and help Australian households.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You should always listen to the Minister opposite speech, because sometimes it's not what they say, it's what they choose not to say. And in that 10 minutes, the Minister chose not to defend or mention the disastrous budget handed down by the Treasurer. Didn't want to talk about those changes, although he did talk about competition and he did talk about dynamism. So let's talk about the tech sector. And the tech sector is fundamental to driving competition in this country. The tech sector is fundamental to creating startups and creating competition in this country. However, the budget changes passed by this government will cripple the tech sector. Right. And don't take my word for it. Thank you, Minister. The Minister said, what does the Tech Council say? Thank you for that. I was about to quote from the Tech Council. Perfect. So the Tech Council said, talking about the innovative business CGT concession, and as I quote, as proposed, the IBCC would leave Australia a less attractive place to start, fund and grow a technology company. As the minister walks out of the chamber, he clearly doesn't want to hear from the Tech Council. Wasn't a great interjection, champ. So who else signed that? The Tech Council of Australia, Robotics Australia Group, EduGrowth, FinTech Australia, Aussie Angels, Climate Salad, the Climate Tech Australia, the Medical Technology Association of Australia, Oz Biotech, Energy Lab, Australian Agritech Association, Stone and Chalk and StartMate all signed that statement confirming that the tax changes proposed by this government will cripple the tech sector in Australia. Again, a minister in this government not across their brief, asking for a quote from the Tech Council and didn't like what he heard and then he walked out. There's been many others that have criticised the budget changes. The member for Sturt has provided commentary on those changes. Now, the government wouldn't let us table the member's letter. They were embarrassed by their own member's words. But the member did say, and I'm going to quote from the member for Sturt's email to her constituent, I've had difficulty coming to terms with the extension of these changes to other asset classes for the specific reason you identify. I agree with your concerns. So what were the constituents? A little bit of honesty. The member for Parramatta is always smart enough never to put it in email, but he did speak in the media about how he had concerns about the budget changes. Member for Bennelong also spoken about his concerns. They're a little bit more cryptic in their criticism. They've been around a little bit longer. So what concerns does the member for Sturt have that she agrees with her constituent? Well, let me quote from Mr Cooper. I think the government spends more than they need to because it helps them keep them in power. He also said, they may need the money, but I'm not sure this is the way to do it. I think if they are going to do tax changes, they should have taken to an election in the same way John Howard took the GST to an election. So the member for Sturt agrees that the Prime Minister broke his word, he misled the Australian people and should have taken these changes to an election. Well, I admire the member for Sturt's courage. I do fear for her career options because we do know what this Prime Minister does to those that dare question him. He is very vindictive and he runs the facade of unity. He forces unity, but as they say, he protests too much because we know that quietly behind there is a group that aren't happy. The member for Brisbane has told her constituents that she will raise this matter with the Treasurer when she's next in Canberra for Parliament, referring to the tax changes. I wonder how that conversation went. Wasn't prepared to defend the changes to the constituents. Said she'd have a conversation with the Treasurer. We know the Treasurer, as he said today, doesn't listen or doesn't care about the backbench. Another MP, this MP didn't want to be named. They had a bit of sense. They didn't want to be named. And I quote, group of Labor politicians, end quote, calling for further changes after hearing complaints from self-funded retirees, young people who are investing in shares to save for a home deposit, and younger women who may have had time out of the workforce. These budget changes are a disaster, all overseen by this Treasurer. Those on the Labor backbench know it. They were prepared to vote for it, and it cost their own communities.
Thank you, Speaker. Aussies don't need anyone in this parliament telling them the weekly shop costs too much. They already know it. Families across the Hunter know it every time they walk into Coles or Woolies. They know it when they buy meat, fruit and veggies, school lunches and the basics for dinner. The pressure is real and some people are angry. And they've got every right to expect their government to act. That's what we've done. From the 1st of July 2026, very large supermarkets have been banned from charging prices that are far too high compared to their costs and a reasonable profit margin. And if they break the law, the penalties are very serious, Speaker. Up to $10 million, 3 times the benefit they got from breaking the law, or 10% of their yearly turnover. Now that's action. We've also made the Food and Grocery Council Code mandatory. We've also given the ACCC more power. We've increased maximum penalties for serious breaches of competition and consumer law from $10 million to $100 million. We're strengthening unit pricing. We're cracking down on shrinkflation. We're funding choice to compare supermarket prices, and we're acting on recommendations of the ACCC supermarket inquiry. That's the record. Now let's look at those opposite, Speaker. They love to come into this House and make a lot of noise about grocery prices. They act angry, they point fingers, and they tell Aussies they're on their side. But where was their concern when they were in government? Where was the action then? When they had the chance to make the Food and Grocery Code mandatory, they left it voluntary, a toothless tiger, Speaker. They had the power, they had the time, they didn't do it. Yes, they put forward their own plan for a mandatory code, but that doesn't wipe away their record. It doesn't wipe away the years they failed to act. So I've got a question for those opposite. If these tougher rules are so important now, why didn't you bring them in when you were in charge? If stronger penalties matter so much now, why did you wait? If supermarket competition matters so much now, where were you before? Speaker, this is the problem with the opposition. They're always very brave after the decision's been made, always very loud after somebody else has done all the work, always ready to complain, not so ready to act though, Speaker. And we see the same thing again and again. They voted against our tax cuts. They opposed Help to Buy. Then they lecture everyone else about household budgets. Give us a break. You can't vote against help for Australians and then pretend you're the only one who cares about cost of living. You can't spend years doing too little on supermarket power, then turn up later pretending you're leading the fight. People can see straight through it. People in Cessnock see through it. People in Singleton see through it. Families across Lake Macquarie and the Hunter can see straight through this. And I'll keep reminding them of that record, Speaker, because this isn't about who can shout the loudest. It's about what you actually do. It's about how you actually vote. It's about whether you stand up when it counts. Families want less pressure on their budgets. Farmers want a fair price. Small suppliers just want a fair go. Shoppers want to know they're not being ripped off blind, Speaker. And the biggest supermarkets need to know there are consequences for when they break the rules. That's what government is meant to do. Are families still under pressure? Of course they are, Speaker. No one on this side's pretending everything is fixed. People are still counting every dollar, they're still checking every price, and they're still making hard choices at the checkout. But there's a big difference between trying to fix the problem and dog whistling about it. There's a difference between action and barking out noise, Speaker. There's a difference between doing work and standing on the sidelines and simply complaining. We'll keep backing the ACCC, we'll keep pushing for stronger competition, and we'll stand up for farmers and suppliers. We'll keep working to give shoppers a fairer deal, and every time those opposites stand up and start shouting, Aussies should ask them 3 questions. What did you do when you were in government? How did you vote when it mattered on cost of living relief? And what are you actually offering now? Because Aussies deserve more than angry speeches, Speaker. They deserve action, they deserve stronger rules, they deserve real penalties, and they deserve a government that is prepared to do the work, not just sit on the sidelines and complain time after time again like those opposite have done ever since we've been in government. That's what we're doing and that's what we'll keep doing, Speaker, and thank you all.
Member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak on this motion because having spent the last 4 or 5 weeks in my electorate speaking with people in the Latrobe Valley, Bass Coast, South Gippsland and West Gippsland, one thing's clear. Australians have never worked harder for less and faced more challenges than right now. And it's been interesting listening to the shopping list of self-congratulatory acclaim that members opposite have listed. I've got a couple more that perhaps they could consider addressing. which have gone on for far too long, including superannuation death benefit payouts, big super lagging in service standards. That's holding on to money that Australians have worked very hard for, that big super are not letting go, not putting back where it belongs. This government's taken 18 months of soon, we're going to legislate soon, but we haven't seen anything yet. And Australians right across this country are suffering deeply because of that. Cuts to the private health rebate for older Australians. Speaking to those in my electorate right now, they are making some very tough decisions. I was speaking with a lady who was telling me about her husband. He's a bricklayer and a landscape gardener. He has worked very hard all his life. They don't have a great deal of income, but what they have, they've worked hard for. They've put away some money for private health care precisely because of the circumstances that they're looking at right now. And the lady I was speaking with is really heartsick with worry right now because she's not going to be able to afford, under the cuts made by this government that they're looking at, she's not going to be able to afford that private health care going forward. And that is a great indictment on this Prime Minister. The deliberate stoking of inflation is leaving Australian families to pay more at the supermarket. And there's a couple of points, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to pick up. Australia's economy is now heading towards its weakest run of growth since the 1990s. And while the RBA left the cash rate unchanged this week, the downgrading of its labour productivity forecasts to a fall of 0.5% for the rest of this year should be cause for concern. AMP Chief Economist Shane Oliver has pointed to the massive public spending of the Labor government and referenced its impact on productivity. Tom Richardson, writing in the Nightly, notes the scale of this Labor government spending that has reached a record 28% of gross domestic product. And he writes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the huge government spending is also contributing to the inflation that has outpaced wages growth since 2021. Returning to the reference drawn by Shane Oliver, who says that consumer prices are up 25% since 2021, but average wages only up 19%. And that is what Australians right across this country are staring at right now. Their rents are up, their mortgages, their cost of living, electricity up 40%, their gas bills. They cannot afford to live under this government and pay their bills every week. And indeed, the price we've seen at the supermarket shelves doesn't just start at the checkout, it starts at the paddock. And in an electorate like mine in Monash, where we grow, make and manufacture products the rest of this country rely on, the best food and fibre across this nation, we see that every step of the journey from the paddock to the plate. Our farmers are paying more to produce our food. Their fuel, fertiliser, fodder and freight are among the biggest costs of running a farm, and those costs remain painfully high. Their margins are being shrinked, and everyday Australians are paying more at the checkout thanks to the mismanagement, over-regulation and reckless disregard of this government. We have to make sure that our farmers locally are able to get their produce off the farm, and to do that, that means trucks, and to drive those trucks, they need diesel and they need freight. And an electorate of like the size of Monash, that often means transporting our food along roads that are riddled with potholes, crumbling at edges and desperately in need of investment. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I couldn't give you a better example than one this week in the middle of a cost of living crisis where people can least afford to have to shell out for repairs and extra equipment. We had an absolute doozy along the Princes Highway in West Gippsland with the heavy...
Expired.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Member for Leichhardt.
Here.
Thank you, Speaker. Judging from the letter that we received, I was under the impression we would be discussing supermarkets. Instead, we've had a various amounts of ponderous philosophical wanderings, but let's go back to supermarkets. People know and they understand that the prices are high at the moment. It's hurting people in the hip pocket. It's making decisions a little bit harder. When you're worried about money, it's hard to really think about anything else. So this government takes action, took meaningful action, and the action that needs to take place not just at the supermarket checkout, but with the suppliers as well. I grew up in dairy country. I remember the milk wars and what that did to our farmers as the price dropped and dropped and dropped, and it became less economical for farmers to go about their daily business, milking the cows, making the money, doing something that had worked for generations. That is something that we are addressing. And price gouging, knowing that a conglomerate of big companies can take advantage of everyday Australians doing the little things, the simple things in life, buying the food, preparing for a kid's birthday, making the Sunday roast for when the grandparents come over. People don't want to pay for more for that. So we took action. Some of the harshest penalties available. They know now not to step out of line. But prices aren't just a consequence of inflation or some random singularity. It's a whole of life thing going on here. It's a circular issue. For an electorate such as mine, huge, bigger than some European countries, the actual regions where the roads are dirt and the rivers flood, sometimes it's very hard to get that freight up there. Sometimes it's difficult. We're cut off for months at a time. But this government is acting. For regional, discrete Aboriginal communities, we are investing to making sure that people there pay the same amount that people in the cities do. That was not always the case. Some of the most disadvantaged communities in the country now get food at the same price as the member for Goldstein pays. That makes a massive, massive difference on Saibai Island, Lockhart River, Arakoon, places that need our help, places that want fairness and equity for food. For food. That's what this government does. It finds a way, it finds the weak points in the system and makes a difference. I talked about a holistic approach. The Bruce Highway is the main artery of Queensland. As the Bruce Highway goes, the rest of Queensland goes. It's prone to flooding, gets cut off, it's not in great shape. That is why this government has made the largest investment in its history to repair it, to build it back better, to increase the resilience in an area known for its disasters. That will make the transportation of food more efficient, it will make it cheaper, and most importantly, it will make it safer for the truck drivers who are working every single day. The member from Monash mentioned diesel. We know what's been going on with the price of diesel. We know why the price of diesel has gone up. That's right. As an aside, we also remember leading up into Easter when there was a series of reckless and irresponsible claims made by those opposite about potential rationing. Are we going to run out of fuel? Will farmers have enough fertiliser? That damaged the far northern economy. That stopped people going on holiday. That hurt the small businesses you claim to represent. People cancelled holidays, people didn't go to places, that money was not spent, and it hurt my electorate. To make a silly political point, that's disgraceful. You make all of this noise, but you're not helping. A lot of noise, not a lot of help. Diesel maintains to be run in this country because of the work of our Prime Minister and our Foreign Minister. They did the work that needed to be done to make sure that our country keeps moving forward, to make sure that my farmers have fertiliser, to make sure that the people in their leafy suburbs in Melbourne and Sydney and Brisbane will eat tonight. Because of the work our Prime Minister did, because he went to Asia to make sure that those fuel lines were there. No crisis, no scaremongering, just getting the work done, doing what is needed to help Australians. We know it's hard out there. We're taking the work. We're doing what needs to be done to make sure that Australia is the leader in the world again.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak to this matter of public importance raised by the Shadow Treasurer. And from listening to some of the contributions opposite, and in particular the contribution that we've just heard, the member for Leichhardt said, and I quote, "There's a lot of noise, not a lot of help." Now, I think that's exactly what Australians are feeling right now. They're hearing a lot of noise from Canberra, from this government, but they're not feeling the help, they're not seeing the help, and they're not hearing the help. And that is something that is hurting Australia at the moment, because the people that I speak to on the southern Gold Coast and across the country, they're telling me that they're at breaking point. And we come to this place to represent the people that have put us here. And for the year, just over a year that I've been here, we've been labouring a very key point, and that is that the government has lost control over our economy. They don't know how to generate wealth, and so what are they doing? They're finding pockets across the economy where people have worked hard, they've done the right thing, they've built up and accumulated assets, and they're going after that because there is no long-term strategy for how government can generate wealth, create wealth, and then better provide or better enable Australians to provide for themselves in the future. And that ultimately is frustrating me as a Member of Parliament, because there is only so many times that we can come on this side of the chamber and make noise so that those opposite hear. And not only hear, but take action. And it goes back to the point made by the member for Leichhardt. There's a lot of noise, but not a lot of help. And Australians are worse off because of it. So, Deputy Speaker, when we come into this place and when we speak in front of the media and we talk about the 15 interest rate rises that Australians have had to deal with under this government, or when we speak about the fact that cost of living is going up for Australians, eggs up 36.5%, milk up 29.7%, bread up 22.7%, and food overall 18.1%, let alone rents, let alone mortgages, let alone everything else. We're doing it for a reason. We're doing it for a reason because those numbers mean something to Australians. It means they can purchase less. It means they spend less time with their families because they're having to work extra hours. And it means that Australians who feel that they're actually putting in the effort, they're doing the right thing. Australians are not doing the wrong thing, but they feel that their government's decisions are resulting in them being worse off, and they're not being rewarded for doing the right thing. And if that is the precedent, if that is what we are setting Australia up for, we're setting Australia up to fail. And the fact that those opposite not only don't understand it, but they're not prepared to engage in it. And I listen to some of the comments made by those opposite. They're still focused on us. After being in government for 4.5 years, they're still focused on us. That's something that's really concerning to me. And I know that when we see and when we hear Australians across the country saying, we're sick of the politics in Canberra, this is what they're sick of. Because they want Australians, they want government to be actually making their lives easier. And I think about the next generation, because while this is all happening, if we had a situation where the government was spending more money, but Australians were seeing the benefit, I think Australians would at least look at that and say, well, okay, we're seeing the result of this. But we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing a government that is spending record levels. Australians aren't feeling worse off. They're not feeling the pressure taken off them when they're looking at their monthly bills. But instead, they're also being told that we've got a debt that is accumulating for our future generations. So on all fronts, this government is failing. Now, it is absolutely important that this is discussed today, and very often we overlook the fact that this is a matter of public importance. This is important, and if the government can't see that, people in the galleries, the people watching, I assure you they will be making the noise between now and the next election, because Australians deserve better from this government. They deserve a government that's actually going to stand up for them. They deserve government that's going to recognise their concerns and act on them. Because, to use the words for the member for Leichhardt again, there's a lot of noise out of this government, but not a lot of help.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Goldstein for raising the matter on pressures facing Australian households at the checkout. The Albanese Labor government recognises the pressure. Families expect practical action to keep supermarket prices fair and hold the major chains to account. We have responded with stronger protections for shoppers, farmers and suppliers across the food and grocery sector. Last month, from the 1st of July, excessive pricing by Australia's very large supermarkets became illegal. We amended the Mandatory Food and Grocery Code and gave the ban force of law. Major retailers can recover their supply costs and earn a reasonable margin, but they cannot charge an excessive amount above those costs. The ACCC now monitors prices and enforces the ban. The supermarkets must retain pricing records for at least 3 years. A breach carries a penalty of $10 million, 3 times the value of the benefit gained, or 10% of annual turnover, whichever is the greatest. Labor made the Food and Grocery Code mandatory from the 1st of April 2025. It protects farmers and suppliers from retribution and carries multi-million-dollar penalties. We funded a $2 million education program so fresh food produce suppliers can understand their rights and stand up to the major chains. Powerful retailers should never squeeze farmers at one end and families at the other. The Albanese Labor government is cracking down on shrinkflation too, Deputy Speaker. Shoppers know the trick. The packet looks familiar and the shelf price stays the same, but there is less food inside. That is a hidden price rise. A family pays more per gram, per litre or per item. We are strengthening the unit pricing code and introducing shrinkflation notices. Shoppers should see clearly that a pack has become smaller and compare its real unit price. We've given the ACCC almost $100 million in extra funding for stronger enforcement. We fund Choice to publish independent quarterly comparisons of grocery baskets. Food waste also belongs squarely in this debate about supermarket costs and pressures on families. Food bought and not used also comes out of the household grocery budget. End Food Waste Australia puts that loss at up to $2,500 per year, or close to $50 a week for a household. It costs the Australian economy $36.6 billion annually and drains 1.4% of GDP. Across Australia, we waste 7.6 million tonnes of food each year, and households account for about 2.5 million tonnes of that. Every year, land the size of Victoria is used to grow food that ends up wasted. Farmers absorb losses from rejected produce, businesses bear handling costs, and councils fund collection and landfill. Those costs flow through to household budgets, businesses and public services. Cutting waste must remain part of this work. At Labor's National Conference recently, I moved an amendment calling for exactly this: stronger national action on food waste, which was seconded by my friend, the member for Reid. The amendment was adopted unanimously by delegates at the conference, and it's now part of Labor's national platform. Labor believes good food should reach people rather than fill bins and landfill. Prevention must come first, and safe surplus should reach families who need it. Unavoidable surplus should go to its highest value use. And I note here that the government's consultation on Feeding Australia, our first national food security strategy, has been completed, and the strategy is due to be released next year. Deputy Speaker, the government has banned excessive supermarket pricing and made the grocery code mandatory. We are exposing shrinkflation, we're cutting food waste, and we're helping families get more value from every grocery dollar. Just on that, I do want to note the incredible work of our food relief charities and our food rescue charities. In my patch, we have Oz Harvest, we also have Second Bite as well, and Fair Share and Food Bank, who help us in my electorate office in Griffith supply a community pantry where we've distributed 2 tonnes of fresh produce through the doors of my office. I shout out all of their work. They do amazing work in this space, but also a lot of community education about the role of food waste and how that can be limited. The Coalition voted against Labor's Supermarket Code of Conduct and tried to block multi-million-dollar penalties for supermarkets doing the wrong thing. Labor chose I'm so sorry, to put those penalties in place. No Australian should be treated like a mug at the checkout. The Albanese Labor government is standing with families and delivering a fairer deal on the weekly shop. We are helping Australians manage the cost of living through cheaper medicines, stronger Medicare and fairer supermarket prices. Our work is clear, our purpose is firm, and our priority remains Australian families.
Member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the gutsy member for Goldstein for bringing forward this important MPI today. Because when Aussie families head to the supermarket for their weekly shop, the prices on the shelf are telling a story this government will not. Since the change of government, eggs are up 36.5%, Milk is up 30%, bread is up 23%, and food overall is up 18%. Every one of the 12 staples on my shopping list has risen faster than inflation itself. And that is just the weekly shop, all before a family has filled up the car or been jump-scared of their power bill. While we're on the topic of power bills, I'm pleased to give this House an update on how those opposite are going to deliver on their promise to take $275 off their power bill. Well, electricity is up, and it is up big time, an eye-watering 40%. You might think it can't get any worse than this, but under this government, it can, and it is getting worse. Gas is up over 40%. Insurance is up over 43%. Rents are up 24%. This Labor government will do anything but take responsibility for stoking the inflation fire, pouring debt diesel on the inflation inferno. Prices set here in Australia are up 4.8% in a year. Inflation is homegrown, and this government keeps on feeding it. The Reserve Bank says government spending will continue adding to demand, and it has downgraded productivity once again. This is the first generation in our history where our kids will have a lower standard of living than their parents. Last year, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer told Australians he had turned the corner on inflation. Yet, like most promises made by this government, they promised a feast but delivered a toastie. Inflation in Australia is set well above the Reserve Bank's target. Underlying inflation is higher than every economy in the G7. This is not merely a coincidence. Australian families are paying more at the checkout. They are paying more on their mortgage. Yesterday, the Reserve Bank unanimously held the cash rate at 4.35%, the highest rate under this government, and is the highest since November of 2011. After 15 interest rate hikes under this government and more than 4 years of poor economic management, relief is nowhere in sight. A family on the average new mortgage is paying $26,000 a year more, and that's after tax. Real wages have gone backwards by 2%, with prices up 16.2% and wages up only 14.2%. Under Labor, Australians are earning less and keeping less of what they earn. Living standards have collapsed and families have tightened their belts. But there's one man who won't. The Prime Minister. More spending, more taxes, more pressure on the household budget. This is the record. The biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. GDP per capita, which is what's important, GDP per capita is going backwards in 10 of the last 15 quarters, and inflation averaging 4% a year under Labor against 2.2% under the Coalition. Note, 2.2% is in the target band. The Coalition has a plan to fix the economy, restore living standards and protect our way of life. Lower taxes, cheaper power, less migration and more homes. It starts by cutting Labor's waste and delivering on our tax-back guarantee so Australians can keep more of what they earn. Australians have a clear choice at the next election. A coalition government with a plan to fix the economy, restore our living standards and protect our way of life. Or a Labor government that lowers your living standards, hikes your taxes and has lost control of the economy.
Member for Hughes.
Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak to the impact of this government's efforts to assist Australian families at the supermarkets where Australians need our support, but not just at the supermarket, at the pharmacy, at the doctors, at services upon which Australians rely right across the country, including my electorate of Hughes, from Mayan Bar to Macquarie Fields, from Moorebank to Menai. And we're doing this to combat cost of living pressures because we know Australians are feeling it at the supermarket. And the most significant combatant to cost of living is wages. Wages are what Australians are using to pay the rent, their bills and their groceries. Under this government, the national minimum wage and award wages have continued to increase. From July 2024, minimum and award wages increased by 3.75%. From July 2026, the national minimum wage increased again to $26.44 an hour, while award wages increased by 4.75%. This is a government that backs increases to wages because we want Australians earning more and having that flow through to what they can get at the checkout. But we don't just want Australians earning more. We want them keeping more of what they earn. That's why, on this side, we voted to cut income taxes for working Australians last year and again this year. What did Liberals and Nationals do? They voted against it, both times. The Leader of the Opposition called it a cruel hoax when he was Shadow Treasurer, and senior Liberals said it was a handout. On this side, we don't believe that keeping more of the money that Australians have earned is a handout. These wage increases and income tax cuts matter because the people most exposed to cost of living pressures are those on the lowest incomes. A government that ensures workers receive higher wages is making sure that people have more capacity to meet rising costs, not making families poorer. Under those opposite, inflation was out of control. In 2022, when this government came to office, inflation got as high as 7.9%. We've been disciplined. There is more work to do on inflation, but we are acting responsibly. And now inflation has a 3 in front of it. I want to focus on one word that the member has used in bringing this MPI, and that's deliberate. This government has deliberately supported wage rises for our lowest paid workers. This government has deliberately cut income taxes for working Australians. This government has deliberately helped with cost of living pressures with measures like cheaper medicines and greater access to seeing a doctor for free through Medicare bulk billing. There are now 23 bulk billing clinics in Hughes, 53% of total practices. That's because this government is delivering on the single largest investment into Medicare in its history. That is deliberate. We slashed the cost of PBS medicines to $25, saving Australians over $99 million as of today. Millions of Australians with multiple conditions or prescriptions across their family, saving thousands on essential medicines. That's a deliberate design feature of the Albanese Labor government's health policy. And this government is cracking down on supermarket price gouging. We're banning large supermarkets from charging excessive prices compared to their cost of supply and normal margin, with $10 million in penalties for breaches. But what did those opposite do deliberately when they were in office? When those opposite were in office, they identified low wages as a deliberate design feature of the economy that they ran. When those opposite brought in a GP tax, that was a deliberate policy to introduce price signals in healthcare and make families think twice before accessing the care that they need. When our government proposed tough price gouging penalties for big supermarkets, those opposite floated thought bubbles about divestiture powers not supported by a single review of competition in the sector. When Australians rejected those opposite at the polls in the last election, they sent a message about the kind of government they want leading this country. One that backs them at work, that cuts their taxes and reduces the costs of their scripts, that makes it easier for them to see a GP and gives them a fairer go at the checkout. The adage is true, that empty vessels make the most noise. But despite all the noise, the composition of the benches opposite is no accident. It's a deliberate design feature of their policies.
And this discussion has now concluded. I give the call to the member for Hinckliffe.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, I present the committee's report entitled Capability of Law Enforcement to Respond to Money Laundering and Financial Crime. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Member for Hinckliffe.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise as Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report for the inquiry into the capability of law enforcement to respond to money laundering and financial crime. Money laundering is a serious and pervasive threat to Australia's national security, economy and community well-being. It enables criminals to reinvest illicit profits into further criminal activity while undermining the integrity of Australia's financial system. The ACIC conservatively estimates that approximately $38 billion in proceeds of crime was available for laundering in Australia in 2023 and 2024. This inquiry was initiated in the 47th Parliament and re-referred in the 48th Parliament. The inquiry examined the scale and forms of money laundering, Australia's legislative framework, law enforcement capabilities and challenges, information and intelligence issues, and the role of the private sector. The inquiry heard from federal law enforcement, intelligence, regulatory and prosecutorial agencies, state and territory police, the private sector, academics and others. Based on the evidence received, the committee makes 10 recommendations which collectively aim to strengthen Australia's anti-money laundering framework, close identified gaps and position law enforcement to keep pace with an evolving threat environment. Several challenges face law enforcement in combating money laundering. Technology is increasing the scale of the problem. Digital payment platforms are being exploited by criminal networks to move and conceal illicit funds at speed. Information sharing between federal agencies and the private sector, while improving through existing platforms, remains constrained. The availability of timely, accurate and shareable information is central to effective anti-money laundering efforts. The committee recommends a significant government investment into implementing a secure, real-time, public-private information sharing capability that allows banks, regulators and law enforcement to share financial crime intelligence instantly and respond to suspicious activity faster. A public beneficial ownership register, which would make it harder for criminals by eliminating corporate anonymity, is underway but will not be operational until 2028-29. The committee supports expediting this work. AUSTRAC receives approximately 500,000 suspicious matter reports annually, but lacks ready access to criminal intelligence databases that would allow it to contextualise and prioritise referrals to law enforcement. The committee recommends improving AUSTRAC's access to criminal intelligence databases to enhance the quality of actionable intelligence flowing to enforcement agencies. Workforce capability requires sustainable investment. Agencies across the law enforcement and intelligence community face challenges in recruiting and retaining personnel with the specialist financial, technological and analytical skills required to combat modern money laundering. The committee recommends establishing a dedicated national centre of excellence to uplift workforce training across law enforcement, regulatory and intelligence agencies to ensure that investigators are equipped to analyse complex transactions across rapidly evolving digital platforms. Criminal networks operate across borders, exploit jurisdictions with weaker controls and use the international trade system for money laundering. The committee notes the AFP's success in working with Five Eyes and European partners to target offshore money laundering networks and supports continued investment in these relationships. The committee heard that our federal agencies, including AUSTRAC, the AFP and the ACIC, are accelerating their adoption of AI and advanced analytics to keep pace, and the committee encourages this trajectory. Industry partnerships are proving valuable and should be deepened. The committee commends the significant achievements of Australia's law enforcement, intelligence and regulatory agencies for continuing to perform in an exceptionally challenging environment. The committee will continue to monitor developments in the financial crime and money laundering space. I wish to thank all those who gave evidence to the committee and my fellow committee members for their contributions. And to finish, I'd like to thank the Secretariat staff on the Law Enforcement Committee for their work during this inquiry and putting this report together. I commend the committee's report to the House.
Thank you. Member for Swan.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 9 of 2026, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member for Swan.
I am pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights report number 9 of 2026. In this report, the committee considers 33 new bills and 281 new legislative instruments, of which it has commented on 9 bills and 9 legislative instruments. The committee has also concluded its examination of 2 bills and 2 instruments. In particular, the committee concluded its consideration of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026. The committee commented on a number of measures that they would like to restrict access to the NDIS and reduce the availability of NDIS supports for participants. Depending on the availability of alternative supports and services, the measures could have an adverse impact on participants' independence and quality of life and accessibility and affordability of disability supports and services. In this way, the cumulative impact of these measures in the bill may constitute a significant interference with the rights of a person with disability, the rights of the child, and the rights to an adequate standard of living, health, and social security. The committee considered that for many of the measures in the bill, questions remain regarding whether the measures pursue a legitimate objective and are rationally connected to that objective. The committee retains numerous concerns regarding the proportionality of several measures, particularly due to the lack of flexibility and the lack of adequate safeguards. The committee therefore considers that there is a significant risk that many of the measures in the bill, including the provisions that seek to tighten how permanence is to be assessed and reduce the availability of NDIS supports, may not be compatible with multiple human rights, including the rights of people with disability. The committee has also made several recommendations to assist with proportionality, such as requiring a person's individual circumstances to be taken into account when assessing whether treatment may be appropriate and ensuring that a participant would not be no worse off if a support was provided by another scheme or service instead of the NDIS. The committee also concluded its consideration of the Defence Force Discipline Amendment RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures No. 1 Bill 2026. This bill seeks to make various amendments to the Defence Force Discipline Act 1982, including, among other things, establishing a new Defence Mental Health Tribunal. The committee notes that while the new Defence Mental Health Tribunal may be less rights restrictive than the current system, the proposed system still raises serious and complex human rights concerns. It is not clear to the committee that the service tribunal procedures relating to mental health would be compatible with the rights of a person with a disability, the rights to health, privacy and liberty. And while there are some safeguards in the bill, it is not clear whether these are sufficient. The committee notes that the bill would apply relevant provisions of the Criminal Code to promote legislative consistency. However, it has not been demonstrated that these provisions are themselves compatible with international human rights laws. The committee has therefore recommended that the government undertake a foundational human rights assessment of Chapter 2 of the Criminal Code, which deals with mental health impairment and criminal responsibility. The committee has further recommended that the government consult with specialist human rights bodies regarding the human rights compatibility of the proposed measures in the bill. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely. With these comments, I commend the committee scrutiny report number 9, 2026 to the House.
Thank you. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together, together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Clare be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Then a division is required. We'll ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I need.
Lock the doors. And yeah, just give me a minute. All right. As there are fewer than 7 members on the side for the ayes in this division, I declare the question negatived in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The question now is that the amendment moved by the member for Page be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is there more than one voice? Is a division required from those 2 loud voices? Thank you. Then we will ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Page be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bennelong as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 40, noes 83. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to support and regulate the provision of cash distribution services and providers of those services and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, appropriation for the purposes of this bill. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to this bill and the Cash Distribution Framework, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. Leave of the House.
The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 to 23 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? The member for Cook has granted leave. The Minister may now proceed.
I move government amendments 1 to 23 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended has been agreed to. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Cook. The member for Cook has granted leave. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to support and regulate the provision of cash distribution services and providers of those services and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendment and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to with amendments. I present a certified copy of the bill with a schedule of the amendments made by the Federation Chamber. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The question is the amendments made by the Federation Chamber be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended has been agreed to. Call the Assistant Treasurer.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call to member for Cook.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Cash Distribution Framework Act 2026 and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Thank you. I have to report that the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 and for related purposes.
Clerk. This one. I have to report that the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber, has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move this bill now be read a third time.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Charges Act 1989 and for related purposes.
Clerk. Was there another one? Sorry. Thank you. Yep. The question, sorry, Clerk.
Yeah. Government business order of the day. Number 4, Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026, resumption of the debate on second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Groom. Oh, there was no, sorry. Gordon.
That's okay. Deputy Speaker, there's 4 problems that remain in this bill. Firstly, the bill allows unlimited gambling advertising online. The bill leaves predatory inducements untouched. Thirdly, on social media, it allows personalised, repeated, predatory advertising when no one is watching. And lastly, it's missing any future review to look at the consequences of this bill on both gambling harm victims, but also the media industry and sports codes. Now, Australia has the highest gambling losses on planet Earth. That means this government, our government, does the worst job on planet Earth of protecting vulnerable people from gambling harm. Now, in the Coalition, we believe in 3 principles: freedom of choice, protecting kids, and protecting the vulnerable. And we want to apply these 3 principles to the bill and those 4 problems I just outlined. Now, I want to be very clear. No one on our side or even the other side is talking about doing anything to how you can gamble. It has never been easier to gamble in anyone's lifetime. You can gamble in question time, you can gamble in party room, you can gamble in the bathroom. All you need is your phone. And no one is talking about doing anything to do that. No one is even on our side talking about banning gambling advertising. Not even talking about banning the ads. What we're talking about is protecting kids and vulnerable Australians from predatory advertising with choice. Not bans, with choice, and just the advertising. I think it's very clear for the public listening to understand that. Now look, I've socially punted, and I occasionally still do, and so do many, many Australians. And there's nothing wrong with that. And anyone who socially punts, they know over time you lose. But you do it for entertainment. But that's not what we're talking about. We are not talking about that at all. What we're talking about is the parents of a young man I met who read me a letter from him. A letter of how he was walking down the beach and he talked about the addiction he had and the pull he had, that he had to pull his phone out, even though he was walking with his girlfriend and their dog. And he talked about the shame and self-hate he felt to look at the phone, to look at the odds to put on a bet at the beach, a woman he wanted to marry. He talked about the shame he had that his mum had to take another job in retirement to pay off his gambling debts. And then them and their sister looked at me and cried when they told me he killed himself. And that was his suicide letter. That's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is a young footballer with a gambling addiction in his early 20s who has a VIP manager looking after him. An older man trying to be his mate, but this man is paid a percentage of what he gets this footballer to lose. The more he gets this footballer to lose, the more money this man takes home. Performance pay. And so what does this man do? He buddies up with him, asks him what drugs he wants, asks him if he wants cocaine, introduces him to the betting executives. Let's do a few lines with the CEO and the founder. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the man in my office who was given hundreds of thousands of dollars in bonus bets to lose millions, who was told, if you turn over $1 million in the next month, we'll give you this big chunk of bonus bets. A man who loses his houses, his life and his livelihood. Well, we're talking about the teacher I idolised at school. And I watched gambling take everything from that man over 15 years. We're talking about protecting the vulnerable from advertising. That is it. The vulnerable and kids. And it's surprising if anyone can disagree with that. We're talking about watching the World Cup recently, where 850 kids from a local primary school in my electorate were watching Australia play Paraguay. And 20 minutes before kick-off, they have a Bet365 ad where a talking head comes across the screen and walks them through the odds. This bothers me deeply, and I think it bothers millions of Australians deeply. We know 80% of people want to see less gambling ads. But let's talk about the Prime Minister and his role in this legislation. For 3 years, the Prime Minister had the bipartisan Murphy report on his desk. He ignored it day after day after day for 3 long years. Now, when it came time to draft the legislation, the Prime Minister capitulated. He bent to betting companies, to sporting codes, to tech giants. And when he did that, he ignored ordinary Australians. He ignored those people I just talked about, that this legislation should be about. Now, these vested interests have lobbyists who walk the halls of this parliament, in and out of offices. But who doesn't have lobbyists? Are those kids at the primary school, that teacher I had, the young man with his betting VIP manager who's getting paid a percentage of what they can make him lose. These people do not have lobbyists, and this is the job of the Liberal Party. This is the job, I believe, of all elected representatives in this building. The Prime Minister tried to stop this bill going to a Senate review, personally. Told the Senate and every Labor there to vote against the Senate review. Now, they lost that vote because the Liberals teamed up with the Greens. And that inquiry exposed exactly why scrutiny was needed. Now, what did we learn in this Senate inquiry that the PM didn't want us to hear? We learnt he didn't touch inducements. We learned about these VIP predatory managers paid on a percentage of losses or turnover, giving illegal drugs to people. We learnt about the unlimited gambling advertising online. We also learnt the department was unable to explain where the 3 ads per hour came from or the gambling broadcasting windows. Why couldn't his department, the elected officials, explain this? Why? The Prime Minister then said, in this very dispatch box right in front of me, take it or leave it. His words were, this is a major step forward and the Parliament should vote for it. If they don't, he went on to say, you then have the option of the status quo. A threat unfitting of the office of Prime Minister. A threat of a small man, a schoolyard bully. Well, the Prime Minister has lost this public debate. Well, he was incredibly small and tried to bully this House and this chamber into accepting his substandard legislation. And I won't be lectured to about a man who stood here and told this whole Parliament to take it or leave it. Do you think we should take it or leave it? Do you think we should have taken it and left that debate? That is undefensible. It is undefensible. The scale of this problem should shock every member of the House. It's $100 million a day is lost. Not gambled, lost. $100 million today, $100 million tomorrow, the highest losses on planet Earth. Now, ACMA, the only thing we're talking about is the ads, found that there was 1 million gambling advertisements aired across free-to-air television and metropolitan radio in a year. 1 million. More than 500,000 online. This advertising doesn't just tell people that gambling exists, it normalises it. It turns odds into part of the conversation with young kids at primary schools watching Australia versus Paraguay. For gambling addicts, it can provide a trigger at precisely the wrong moment to put them back into the tailspin. Now, the first loophole they left was unlimited gambling advertising. This legislation allows it during sporting events, scheduled and unscheduled breaks. Unlimited, all day, every day. Who drafted this? The Prime Minister needs to front up and ask those questions. Who drafted that? Secondly, it ignored inducements, completely ignored inducements. The late Peter Murphy was clear on this. And the temerity to try and lecture me of this man bullying this parliament to ignore that, telling us take it or leave it, after he left that out. Thirdly, it ignores social media that uses personalised data to target repeatedly people. And it happens when no one else is watching. It happens when you're alone with your phone. And we know kids. I go to all through my electorate, I see kids on their phones. The social media ban hasn't worked, and they can be targeted personally and repeatedly when no one is watching. Now, look, there are some worthwhile... Look, the last thing I would say, I commend the Labor members who stood up here today and spoke on this bill. I commend you. I commend you for having the courage to do what not many do, which is talk about the need to go further, in spite of this Prime Minister who tried to silence his backbench and silence his own party. And I commend those Labor Party members, because this is what this Prime Minister thinks democracy looks like. Silencing his own party, trying to threaten the parliament, take it or leave it. But he's been pushed into a humiliating backdown, a capitulation, because we're standing up for average Australians, and I commend those Labor Party members who are as well. But that is what the Prime Minister thinks of this democracy, and that's what he thinks of your role as a backbencher. He wants to shut you up, get into line, and not have you speak out. Take it or leave it. Now, I welcome some things in this bill, and I do. To get gambling advertising off sporting uniforms, out of venues, restrictions on celebrities, stronger action on illegal offshore operators. That is genuinely good stuff that will address harm. But good measures in a bill that allows those loopholes, they don't work. Now, I want to be clear, we need a healthy free-to-air television sector and a free press and a healthy free press as well. Because of that, I think we should look at removing what is a digital ID. They want to digitally ID every single person who logs into every single website. Facebook, Instagram, Claude, ChatGPT, Spotify, KO, Foxtel Go, The Guardian, The Australian, The Daily Telegraph, you name it, you're going to have to digitally ID yourself. It's a digital ID by stealth. Remove that. There's 20 million customers who've got 7plus and 9 Now apps. Secondly, we need to prevent digital leakage. We can't have this leak away from Australian free-to-air providers to these tech social media giants. We need to shut that down. If that means looking at an opt-in on the social media giants, so be it. But social media needs tighter advertising. Thirdly, we need to pass a fair news media bargaining incentive to support the free press, support free TV. We should be looking at protection with AI companies for the copyright for journalists and free-to-air networks. We should look at the anti-competitive behaviours by Google on their adware and advertising platforms. We need a healthy free-to-air sector and free journalist and press sector. Now, Deputy Speaker, this should not ultimately be an argument between left and right. It shouldn't be an argument between people who gamble and those who do not. It should be a contest to see which industry lobby can get the most meetings in Parliament House. It should not. This is about whether we are prepared to acknowledge the enormous harm that gambling advertising, just the advertising, can cause. And can we design laws that genuinely reduce the harm? We want the next generation to grow up loving sport without being taught to gamble on it. We may not be able to undo the damage that gambling has already done to families in Australia. But what I want to do is those kids, those 10-year-olds at my local primary school who are watching that, I don't want them to watch that sports bet ad and be walked through the odds before they're about to do it. Those 10-year-olds want to watch the Socceroos. They want to think about the players, the country, have pride in this country, the green and gold. They want to think about the score, the excitement of representing Australia, how they might take that back to the football pitches in their local area or their local teams. I don't want the first lesson just before the game begins to be about the odds on the game or the first goal scorer or what you can do with a multi, and neither does the rest of Australia. So, Prime Minister, stand up, grow a backbone and listen to Australia.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a really important debate that we are having today about protecting Australians from gambling harm. And I want to begin my contribution by acknowledging the brilliant work of Peter Murphy, the former member for Dunkley, and her committee that gave us the report, You Win Some, You Lose More. I want to acknowledge what she did to really elevate the voices of Australians who had experienced gambling harm and the recommendations that she and that committee made for how we can better protect all of us from that and to break the link between sport and gambling. And through that process, I want to acknowledge everyone who has shared their own experiences of gambling harm, and to everyone who has advocated on this important issue, from the constituents that have spoken to me about it, written to me, met with me about it, to everyone across this parliament who has advocated to reduce gambling harm. I also want to acknowledge Tim Costello, who has taken on some of the hardest issues in Australian politics and always does that, whether it's human rights, poverty, gambling, and I just want to thank him as well. I want to thank everyone who is contributing to this really important national conversation that we have to have, and to the Canberrans who have really got behind the need to protect Australians from gambling harm. As I say, so many have written to me, have stopped me in the street, have come to my mobile offices, have made a time to meet with me and discuss this because it's important and they want to see change. I have been so proud to represent my community on this and to call for the strongest possible action on gambling harm in this place. And I have been heartened to stand beside so many of my Labor colleagues who have that same dedication on this issue, and that we have worked together over a long time on this. And there have been many from all around the country of Labor members who have stood up on this, and not just those that you have seen in the media. Today we are debating legislation that will make a big difference, and it is likely it will be further strengthened because we have listened to the Australian community and we are open to strengthening it further. And this is what Labor governments do. This is what I, as your Labor representative, have done. I have listened and I have raised your voices in our government and in this place. And that's what we've been doing, and it has led to delivery, which is what we are seeing today. My position on gambling harm is very simple, and it's very personal to me. I will always advocate for the strongest possible action to minimise gambling harm because nothing justifies it. And I have said that in so many emails to my constituents, and I want to explain it. Like so many Australians, I have seen gambling harm firsthand. And honestly, I formed my views about what governments should do about gambling harm as a 19-year-old. And I want to share a little bit about my personal experience, not because it's extraordinary, quite the opposite, because it is a common Australian experience and it shouldn't be. And also because I want my community to know that when I say I will always advocate for the strongest action on gambling harm, that I really mean it. When I was a young adult living in Sydney, someone close to me who I cared about very much had a problem with poker machine gambling. I was a uni student and he worked full-time. He routinely emptied his entire bank account into a poker machine, often on payday, meaning he had no money for food or rent or anything else. I was the only person there to support him through it. And for the most part, I was the only person who even knew about it, and probably not the best equipped to help someone through something like that. His story is not mine to tell, but suffice to say he was dealing with some really difficult and complex issues in his own life that he had no control over. And what sticks with me so much is how his gambling was so deliberately self-destructive. He was vulnerable because the other things he was dealing with, and I think the gambling was the way he dealt with the pain he was experiencing. It offered him a way to beat the system, and sometimes he would win, and it compounded that. A low point was when his housemates left the rent for him to take to the real estate agent. And for younger people listening, that used to be how you could pay your rent. You actually took cash to a real estate agent. But he walked past the pub and he lost it all. I gave him the money, and at that time I had a friend who worked with people dealing with addiction, and I ended up confiding in her about what was going on. And she told me in the kindest way, I shouldn't have done that because you need to let people hit rock bottom so that they can help themselves. Easier said than done. He decided it might help if he got an alert set up by the bank where a text message is sent every time you withdraw from your account. And he wanted it to be sent to my phone. I said I didn't think that was helpful for either of us and I didn't want that role, but he set it up, and so I got a text message every time he withdrew money. I remember us having an argument one night and he went off and through the night withdrew his entire account, with me receiving a text with each withdrawal until the account was empty, unable to contact him because his phone was off. I want to be clear that I don't share these examples to reflect on him. This is what happens when people are in the grips of an addiction that is destroying their life and they can't escape it. Problem gambling is very difficult stuff. I recently met with financial counsellors in my electorate, and I must say they are welcoming the additional funding we are giving towards financial counsellors for gambling as part of these reforms. But what they said to me is the stigma and shame around gambling is something very different than everything else that they deal with. And in fact, they said that they will never put one of their counsellors only on gambling matters because it is that distressing to that person that that person will burn out and leave. He wanted to stop. He self-excluded himself from local venues, but he found he could still walk in. And anyway, there were always more pokies to find at that time for 24 hours a day. In the end, he went to financial counselling and he got help managing his debts, which involved losing his car. I don't mean to say that in the scheme of gambling harm, my experience is extreme. We didn't share a home, we didn't have children to support, we didn't lose a business. The story doesn't include violence or suicide, but these are things that happen in Australian homes every day as a result of gambling. And it was enough to convince me that nothing justifies the harm that gambling causes. Not the good that clubs do for our community, not the revenue that goes to broadcasting or sport. Nothing. Anyone who has themselves or seen a loved one try to escape problem gambling knows that. And when people are vulnerable, this predatory industry draws them in and hits them where it hurts perhaps the most, with their money, which in turn impacts their ability to live and participate and have dignity, and with huge impacts on their families and loved ones. This is not about stopping people from having a punt. It is about ensuring people are not bombarded by the persistent invitation to keep gambling to beat the system. My experience is with poker machine gambling, a state and territory responsibility, and I want to take this opportunity to commend the work of Dr. Marissa Patterson, the ACT Minister for Gaming, and what she is leading in the ACT, including the compulsory reduction of poker machines, the introduction of mandatory cashless gaming, revolutionised self-exclusion that will no longer be venue-based, and working with clubs towards a more sustainable model. The reforms we are discussing today, though, relate to the approaches of the gambling industry that don't even require you to walk into a club, that are on your phone, on your television, in the stadium as you and your kids watch the sport that you love. As it stands, this legislation is going to make a big difference, and I think we don't want to lose that fact. This legislation introduces important new restrictions, including on restricting gambling advertising, strengthening BetStop, banning online keno and foreign match lotteries, and closing the loophole that allowed fake trade promotion and reward club lotteries. Gambling advertising will be banned on TV during all live sport in set hours and limited outside of those hours. Celebrities, athletes and influencers will be banned from promoting gambling. Online advertising will only be permitted if online platforms to implement restrictions, including an opt-out function, and if they choose not to, then the rules are clear. They can't show ads at any time to anyone. It will tackle illegal offshore gambling providers to ensure that Australia's consumer protections apply for any gambling activity. And BetStop will be strengthened to ensure that anyone recovering from gambling addiction can easily and reliably opt out of gambling, marketing and inducements. BetStop is an essential service that is actively improving the lives of Australians every day, introduced by this Albanese Labor government. And since its launch in 2023, it has supported 61,000 Australians to exclude themselves from gambling, many of whom have spoken about the positive impact it had on their lives. But it can be stronger and more effective, and the changes in this bill will improve that. As I say, I am very pleased that we have listened to the community on this and we are open to further strengthening this bill, and those negotiations are continuing. We are focused on strengthening the bill to provide stronger protections for children and vulnerable people from exposure to advertising or predatory industry tactics. We know that inducements are harmful, and this was rightfully recognised by our Labor rank and file at our recent national conference. And I thank our Labor membership for their advocacy in that space. The inquiry in recent weeks has also shone a light on this, and another local story for Canberrans is that of Luke Bateman, the former Raider. And that showed the most disgraceful and illegal inducements that were offered. And we all want to see something more done about that. Consistent with that, we are focused on ensuring that this bill strengthens measures around limiting the harm of inducements. We will continue negotiating, and I just want to say to everyone in this House, I do want to see the strongest possible action that we can take on this, and just implore all of us to think about the people that this legislation is protecting, to think about what sport means in Australia. I also think of my 8-year-old son, who is absolutely sports mad at the moment. And he knows what Sportsbet is. He knows what odds are. He's 8. I have already had to have a talk with him about gambling. And I don't think any parent should have to do that. And I know that parents that I speak to are disgusted by all the advertising that they constantly see when their children are interested in sport. I am really pleased that we are acting in this space, and I commend the Minister for the role that she has had in this. This is not easy. This is difficult stuff. This is a big step that we are taking, and there is always more to do. There is always more to do, and that may take time or that may happen as part of this debate. What I say, again, is I mean it when I say I will always advocate for the strongest action on this, because nothing justifies it. I know that my friend and my 19-year-old self deserve better, and so does every Australian. Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Kooyong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a line in the sand moment, a day in which the Australian government can decide to act with integrity in the best interest of all Australians, or whether it will continue to serve the best interests of its donors, of lobbying groups, of sporting codes and media organisations. Unfortunately, the signs at this point are that the Albanese government is going to cave yet again to its friends in the NRL and AFL, the same vested interests that gifted members in this place about $245,000 of free tickets to sporting events in the last 2 years alone. 3 years ago, every member of the Murphy inquiry agreed on 31 steps to protect Australians from gambling harm. In the 1,000 days since the Murphy report was delivered, the Albanese government has blown an opportunity for legacy reform. Today is possibly its last chance to redeem itself on what has become a defining issue for this government. 1,000 days of inaction, 1,000 days of harm, $104 billion in gambling losses, countless lives lost to suicide. Australians have the sad distinction of being the biggest per capita gambling losers in the world, $32 billion a year. About 40% of that comes from people who are experiencing significant gambling harm. 1 in 7 Australians experiences some gambling-related harm every year. That's more than 3 million Australians annually. Almost 70% of high-risk gamblers suffer behavioural or mental health issues. 1 in 6 experiences suicidal thoughts. Young Australians, aged 18 to 24, are nearly twice as much to experience that harm. We have created a generation for whom a multi is as normal as a pie and chips at the footy. Close to 200,000 Australian children are exposed to moderate or serious levels of parental gambling harm every year. Australians are being preyed on by an industry which is actively seeking to do them harm, whose model depends on normalising gambling behaviour from as young an age as possible. And that industry is being aided and abetted by a complicit government which has furiously resisted attempts to make it act on this emerging crisis. Earlier this year, I introduced a private member's bill to have gambling harms addressed through a public health framework, because gambling harm deserves to be treated with the same rigour and resourcing as the harm that results from tobacco and alcohol. But the government wouldn't debate that bill. The legislation now before the House is a sad and sorry reflection of what happens when good policy, developed with experts and with those with personal experience, gets systemically subverted by donors, by lobbyists and by vested interests. We have a bill which fails to ban advertising on streaming services. In fact, it could increase, and includes a pathetic, sorry, partial ban on broadcast media. We have a bill which completely ignores the issue of inducements, advertising and direct messaging which can involve offers of free cash, same-game multi-bets, bonus bets, sign-up offers and rewards programs. Gambling companies use inducements to go after individuals who they know are at risk. They do everything in their power to get them back. Witnesses told the Murphy inquiry that even after they'd self-excluded from one operator, they still received inducements from other operators or from affiliates who receive a trailing commission on those referrals. In Victoria, we have a current coronial inquest investigating the suicide of a young man who was offered 500 inducements over 4 years. But last week's Senate inquiry further heard of people who were offered free accommodation, $50,000 in bonus bets, free flights to sporting events, escorts, drugs, whatever you want. Inducement marketing like cashback offers creates a perception about young people that gambling doesn't cover or carry any risk. They're influenced by celebrity endorsements from former sports stars, people who they admire, who are offering same-game multis and bonus bets. They find themselves going down a rabbit hole. Inducements are a cynical tactic. They are used by predatory gambling companies against the most vulnerable. They are disproportionately targeting and they are disproportionately affecting problem gamblers.
Now, the Communications Minister has tried to argue that the self-exclusion register Best Stop offers a way for people to avoid inducements, utterly unconvincingly. I have heard from constituents who are registered with BetStop that those affiliates keep contacting them, even though they've signalled that they want to stop gambling. Many companies have breached BetStop. Entain breached it more than 500 times and was not penalised for doing so. The Australian Communications and Media Authority has repeatedly documented breaches of the code and the harm that have resulted from them. Deputy Speaker, we've banned tobacco companies from using promotions to recruit new smokers. We restrict the way that alcohol is marketed. But this government allows gambling companies to entice Australians with incentives specifically designed to increase gambling losses and harm. And inducements are only one example of how this bill falls short. The transition arrangements of the bill allow uniform and venue contracts entered into before the bill's introduction to continue until the 31st of December 2031. So those entities which have entered new gambling-related sponsorship and branding arrangements, codes like the NRL, with its recent $5.3 billion deal, will benefit from a grandfathering period of more than 5 years. That is a very generous gift to the NRL from the Australian Labor Party, a party which also recently gave the NRL $600 million for an expansion team in PNG. The close friendship between this government and the NRL reflects a level of generous support which is sadly lacking from the government's attitude to prominent gamblers in this company. It is a travesty. The transition period should protect genuine existing agreements, not provide a pathway for generous agreements entered into while the Albanese government has dithered and delayed its response to the Murphy report. Let's talk about what else is missing from this bill. If the government was serious about gambling reform, it wouldn't allow our biggest sporting codes, professional organisations that partner with the predatory gambling advertising and industry in various ways, with varying degrees of transparency, to continue to receive taxpayer subsidies and pay no tax on tens of millions of dollars in gambling revenue. It's estimated that the AFL receives as much as $40 million every year from betting agencies. 5 AFL clubs are still sponsored by gambling companies. The NRL receives an estimated $50 million from gambling companies. All NRL clubs are sponsored by gambling companies. Between them, Australia's 2 largest sporting codes receive approximately $90 million every year directly from the gambling industry. Cricket Australia and the Victorian Racing Club are in the same camp. None of them pay any income tax on the profits of their gambling income. But the VRC reportedly uses some of that tax-free income and donates it back to the political parties. It is a very cosy arrangement. And it is possible because under Section 5045 of the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997, sporting organisations are not-for-profit entities exempt from assessable income tax. This concession recognises that sporting organisations exist to promote participation in sport. We grant them an income tax exemption because they are assumed to exist for the public benefit. But many of these same organisations derive tens of millions of dollars from their commercial arrangements with the predatory industry, whose business model relies on harm, loss and addiction. Now, the AFL's turnover last year was over $1.2 billion. The NRL's $845 million. The Victorian Racing Club, $225 million. Those turnovers, that income is derived from profitable commercial relationships with betting companies. Which means that in a cost of living crisis, with 3 million Australians harmed every year from gambling, the Australian government is happy for taxpayers to subsidise professional sporting organisations as they profit from commercial relationships with an industry that harms those taxpayers and hurts the sporting code's supporters. And we don't even know the scale of this relationship. While some direct sponsorship arrangements are disclosed, there's no comprehensive public reporting of gambling-related income. So Australians don't know how much revenue the AFL, the NRL, Victoria Racing Club, Racing Australia and other codes receive from clipping the ticket on every bet placed by supporters, from betting sponsorships, wagering partnerships, integrity agreements, gambling advertising, product and data fees, electronic gambling machines and other commercial and broadcasting arrangements. Although we've given these codes tax-free status, we have no insight into their sources of income. I will be moving amendments to this bill to deliver reporting obligations on professional sporting organisations with a turnover in excess of $50 million. Not on the local cricket or netball club, on those billion-dollar sporting codes. Those organisations will be required under the Interactive Gambling Act to report every financial year on their tax-free revenue from gambling sources, not their broader income base, their income from gambling. That is the money that is coming straight out of the pockets of their supporters and which they are receiving tax-free. And to enforce compliance with this reporting obligation, I'm proposing a 1,000 penalty unit fine for failure to disclose gambling revenue. And if this government was actually open, as was recommended by the Murphy report, to creating an independent national gambling regulator, then that should be the entity to enforce this reporting. The amendments will not remove the tax concession of professional sporting codes. They would simply ensure that Australia's largest tax-exempt sporting organisations are subject to a semblance of the public accountability and reporting standards for the millions of dollars in taxpayer subsidies that they receive. Looking forward, we need the government to tax gambling-related income from those codes. The sporting codes should no longer be subsidised by the taxpayer on the income that they get from gambling companies. If the sporting organisation chooses to profit from gambling, if it chooses to profit from a predatory industry, then those profits should be taxed like any other income. Earlier this year, the government introduced a bill to remove the tax incentive for research and development of gambling. It recognised then that taxpayer money shouldn't subsidise the gambling industry. The member for Griffith said that public resources should not be subsidising gambling-related activities. The member for Maribyrnong said taxpayers should not be subsidising activities that entrench addiction. The Assistant Treasurer said that the legislation was about not subsidising activities relating to gambling. I agree with that principle. But we shouldn't stop at subsidies provided as research and development tax incentives. We shouldn't say that taxpayers shouldn't subsidise gambling on one hand, while allowing Australia's wealthiest sporting organisations to receive tens of millions of dollars in tax-free gambling income on the other. All of these issues point to political parties which are beholden to the interests of the gambling industry over the interests of the community. The Labor Party received more than $4 million in gambling donations over the last 5 years, including $1.5 million at the last election. The Liberal Party about the same. In the lead-up to the Voice referendum campaign, Shaquille O'Neal visited Australia. His visit to Australia was part of an advertising campaign for the Australian online gambling company, PointsBet. But he had an opportunity to meet with the Prime Minister privately, ostensibly to talk about the Voice referendum. Is it a coincidence that one of PointsBet's significant shareholders is an individual who made significant individual donations of $315,000 to the Victorian Labor Party in both the 2022 and 2025 elections? Did Shaq get that private chat with the PM because he's a long-term supporter of The Voice? Did he get it because he's a banging basketball player? Or did he get it because his sponsors from the gambling industry were major donors to the Labor Party? We need to reform the Commonwealth Electoral Act to ban political donations from predatory industries so that Labor's next election isn't funded off the back of everyday punters and of Australians with a gambling addiction. We need better, robust political donation laws. We need to ensure that prediction markets around the electoral system are snuffed out. And we need a national lobbying act so that the major parties' relationships with lobbyists can finally be regulated. Deputy Speaker, when this bill passed, Australians will be told that this government did enough. Let me tell you now, it's not enough, and this is not the end of the line for this issue.
Thank you. Call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I have a lot of respect for the member for Kooyong from her time before she came into that. All members of the Labor government, when we come to this place, we're committed to serving our communities, and they are the people who drive us, and they are the people that we are squarely focused on. And you have heard from previous members who have spoken up on this bill how passionately they feel about making sure we are protecting those who have gambling as an addiction, and who want to make sure that we are protecting children from making that connection between gambling and sports. You've heard from people who've sat down with their constituents and listened to really harrowing stories of the impact this has had on their lives. So I'm disappointed to hear that some people are questioning the motives of people on this side of the House on what we are trying to do, because there are no easy solutions. This is a really difficult and challenging policy area, and we are trying to get the best outcomes for Australians here. Because we as a country must decide what sporting culture we want to pass on to our children. Because for many Australian families, watching sport today is very different from what it once was. And a child turns on the television to watch a game with their parents, and before the first whistle, they see betting odds. At half-time, they see gambling advertisements. They open their phone and the same advertisements appear again. And by the end of the match, gambling has become part of the experience. And that's the problem. Sport should be about the game. It should be about teamwork, belonging, and pride. It should be about kicking a footy around the park, cheering from the sidelines, and volunteering at the local club. It should not be a vehicle for gambling companies to reach the next generation of customers. Yet for many years, gambling advertising has become woven into the fabric of Australian sport. Not because families asked for it, not because communities wanted it, but because it became profitable. And this bill is about drawing a line in the sand and restoring balance. It's about protecting children from growing up believing that gambling is simply part of being a sports fan. It's about supporting people who are experiencing gambling harm. And it's about ensuring that Australians can enjoy the sport they love without being relentlessly encouraged to place a bet. And the parliamentary inquiry that we heard from last week into online gambling, we heard powerful evidence from people whose lives have been turned upside down by gambling harm. People who lost savings, relationships and homes. People who described gambling not as entertainment, but as something that consumed their lives. And the inquiry made clear that gambling harm is not simply an individual issue. It affects families, workplaces and communities. And increasingly it affects people through products and platforms that are available every hour of every day. And that is one of the defining features of online gambling. It follows people wherever they go. A poker machine stays in a venue, but a betting app sits in your pocket, on your phone, available all day, every day. And for people experiencing harm, the challenge is not finding gambling, the challenge is escaping it. That reality should concern every member of this parliament, because gambling advertising does more than sell a service. It shapes expectations, it influences behaviour, and over time it changes culture. When children see gambling ads before, during and after sport, they receive a message whether we intend it or not. And that message is that gambling is a normal part of being a fan, but it shouldn't be this way. And that is why our government is acting. We have already taken important steps to reduce gambling harm. we established BetStop, Australia's national self-exclusion registry. It means that registrants won't be able to access phone or online gambling. They won't receive direct marketing from gambling companies. And more than 65,000 Australians have used BetStop to take control and seek help. And behind every registration is a person making a difficult but courageous decision. And an independent review into BetStop found that it's working. 96% of registrants had stopped or decreased betting online, and 78% had recorded an overall improvement in their quality of life after registering. Those outcomes matter because good policy is not measured by announcements, they're measured by the difference it makes in people's lives. But there are further ways we can utilise and strengthen the great work of BetStop, and that's what this bill aims to do. Because we know that this measure is helping people take control of their lives. This bill builds on the work that we have done with BetStop. It introduces some of the most significant gambling reforms Australia has seen in years. It restricts gambling ads across television, radio and online platforms. It removes wagering ads from live sport during key viewing periods. It prevents gambling ads on radio during school drop-off and pick-up times. And it prohibits celebrities, athletes and influencers from promoting gambling products. And it removes gambling branding from jerseys and sporting venues. So taken together, these reforms are designed to achieve a simple objective: to ensure that Australians, especially children, aren't exposed to the amount of gambling promotion that we are currently seeing in our daily lives. And we are also focused on strengthening the measures in this bill that protect children from pervasive gambling ads. It must remain at the heart of this reform, because children should not have to navigate a sporting culture saturated with betting companies before they are old enough to understand what gambling is. The ban on celebrity and athlete endorsements is particularly important because young people look up to sporting heroes, they admire them. And when professional athletes promote a product, the message can feel more like a recommendation instead of an ad. And that influence is powerful. And it should not be used to encourage gambling. The bill also recognises that modern ad battles are fought online. For many Australians, gambling ads do not simply appear occasionally, they follow them across social media, streaming platforms and websites. So this bill recognises that harsh reality. Australians should have greater control over what enters their lives rather than having gambling promotions constantly forced on them. We also know that inducements can cause real harm. Offers designed to encourage people to open an account, place another bet, or keep gambling can be particularly dangerous for people already at risk. And the need to address those harms are rightly recognised by the Labor rank and file in our Labor platform at National Conference this year. I want to thank our Labor members, especially those from my electorate, for their advocacy in this space. Labor members across the country have listened to their communities and to people with lived experience and have continued to push for stronger protection. And consistent with that, we are focused on ensuring that this bill strengthens measures around limiting the harm caused by gambling inducements. The reforms go beyond ads. The bill also targets illegal offshore gambling operators who seek Australian customers without meeting Australian standards. If a business wants access to Australian consumers, it should comply with Australian consumer protections. The legislation strengthens enforcement powers and helps disrupt operators who attempt to avoid our laws. The bill also addresses harmful gambling products, including online keno, often described as pocket pokies. It closes loopholes that have been exploited through fake trade promotion lotteries and strengthens protections for consumers
across the sector. These are practical, targeted reforms, and they are reforms designed to reduce harm. And some will say that the measures don't go far enough, but I would suggest the opposite. What has gone too far is the saturation of gambling ads in Australian life. What has gone too far is the assumption that every sporting moment can be turned into a betting opportunity. What has gone too far is children learning betting terminology before they understand the rules of the game. And this bill is about restoring balance. Australians love sport because it brings people together. And I see that every week in my electorate, at local football grounds, basketball and netball courts, cricket pitches, community clubs. People from different backgrounds, different generations, and coming together through sport. Volunteers giving up their weekends, parents driving their kids to training, young people building confidence and lifelong friendships. That is the real value of sport. That is what deserves promotion and protection, and this bill reflects the recommendations of the parliamentary inquiry. It reflects the evidence. It reflects the voices of people who have experienced gambling harm firsthand, and it reflects the concerns raised by parents, educators, health experts and communities across Australia. I also want to acknowledge the late Peter Murphy, the former member for Dunkley, whose leadership helped bring this issue to national attention. She challenged all of us in this parliament to listen to those affected by gambling harm and to have the courage to act. This legislation continues that work by putting children ahead of gambling profits, by putting people's lives ahead of unchecked ads, and by recognising that reducing harm is not optional, it is our responsibility. This bill won't eliminate gambling harm overnight, but it will make a difference to the people who need it the most.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I want to, at the outset, refer to a book from my library at home entitled The History of Gambling in England, and it's from not last century but the one before, in fact 1898, by John Ashton, and the introductory remarks at the start of this publication probably don't sit well with my contribution to this debate, but it's interesting nonetheless. And the book says, gaming is derived from the Saxon word gamen, meaning joy, pleasure, sports or gaming, and is so interpreted by Bailey in his dictionary of 1736, while Johnston gives gamble to play extravagantly for money, and this distinction is to be borne in mind in the perusal of this book. Although the older term was in use until the invention of the later, which, as we see in Cotton's Complete Gamester, 1674, in which he gives the following excellent definition of the word: gaming is an enchanting witchery, gotten between idleness and avarice, an itching disease that makes some scratch the head, whilst others, if they were bitten by a tarantula, are laughing themselves to death. Or, lastly, it is a paralytical distemper, which, seizing the arm, the man cannot choose but shake his elbow. It hath this ill property above all other vices, that it renders a man incapable of prosecuting any serious action, and makes him always unsatisfied with his own condition. He is either lifted up to the top of mad joy with success, or plunged to the bottom of despair by misfortune, always in extremes, always in a storm. This minute, the gamester's countenance is so serene and calm that one would think nothing could disturb it, and the next minute so stormy and tempestuous that it threatens destruction to itself and others, and as he is transported with joy when he wins, so losing as he is lost upon the billows of a high swelling passion, till he hath lost sight both of sense and reason. Now, it's not a convincing argument to have a bet, Deputy Speaker, and the thing is, the more you bet, probably the more you lose, and we know that. But what I would hate to see in this debate is for us as the Parliament, as those responsible lawmakers in the Commonwealth, to put in place regulations and laws that prohibit people from taking personal responsibility. And that is what perhaps is before us. We live in a liberal, small L democracy, and people have choices, and some make good choices and some do not. Now, if you gamble, chances are you are going to lose, and you should never gamble more than you are prepared to lose, and you should always gamble responsibly. But I noted with caution as I stand here now, some hours after the event, when the question was asked from the crossbench of the Prime Minister in question time today, and the member for Grayndler said that there's, to paraphrase him, there's nothing wrong with having a bet. He mentioned at the club or the pub, and the looks of disdain from those crossbenchers when he uttered those words or similar words, you had to be seen to be believed. I do intend to come back in the next life as someone as perfect and pontificating and pious as the Teals and the other crossbenchers, because everything they say is just dripping with sanctimony, dripping with virtue signalling. There's nothing wrong with having a bet. And I appreciate that for some, they go too far, and that causes significant hardship in their lives, the lives of those who rely on them, their families, partners, children, and it has health consequences, has financial harm, does financial harm, and all the rest. And I've spoken to many, many people who've been in that boat. But we cannot penalise all for the sake of a few. Now, I'm glad that horse racing has been exempted, but we haven't heard all the amendments. We don't know all about the deals that might be struck in this place, but elsewhere that will come before this chamber and in this debate. But we need to just be cautious, particularly whatever regulations we bring, because they'll never be enough for the crossbench. They will never be. And the member for Kooyong talks about people who are affected by certain race meetings they might be given tickets to, or lobbying or advocacy that they might have done to them to change their view or their vote on this particular legislation. And I would think that that members are above all that. They really should be, and they really are. And I also note that the horse racing industry, and I refer, well, the racing industry per se, thoroughbreds, harness racing, and greyhounds, they provide many, many thousands of jobs, mostly in regional Australia. Thoroughbred racing, indeed, in itself, excuse me, is more than 70,000 jobs. And as I say, most of those are in regional communities. And the regional race clubs provide so much charity and so much good, so much sport and so many social aspects for our country areas that I would hate to see what would happen should they be closed, should some of the gambling aspects around horse racing be taken away. Now, it's important that they're not as part of this legislation, because any reduction in horse racing revenue means a reduction in horse racing clubs and the prize money that they can offer to hard-working trainers and jockeys and others in the racing industry. And horse racing should be, as it is, exempt in the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026. So that's the first point. The other point that hasn't really been raised, and I note that I had a chat with Senator Bridget McKenzie in relation to this, and it probably is covered by this bill, is the stall gift run each Easter at Victoria. Well, the stall gift has been run for many, many, many decades. And it's not just about a foot race between very good athletes, it's also an avenue for gambling. And it has been ever since it started. And there's nothing wrong with that. And if we're going to clamp down on gambling, I would hate to think what would become of a nostalgic event such as the stall gift if we all got too caught up in the regulation. Now, the late Peter Murphy, who was educated at Wagga Wagga, Kringle High School in fact, was a very good Member of Parliament. And I, like most others, cried the day we heard she died. She was a wonderful Australian, and she headed up a committee alongside the member for Cowper, who I also have the greatest respect for. And I know that the member for Cowper, before coming to this place, was a serving officer with the New South Wales Police, worked in the court system, and is a strident advocate for his community. He has seen the worst of what gambling does to families and to communities, and Peter Murphy was no different. Now, they brought out a report with more than 30 recommendations. The government has stalled on that report. The government has sat on its hands in relation to the recommendations and what that report presented to the Parliament. And that is on Labor, and given the fact that it was their former late great member who headed up that inquiry, we would have expected better from Labor. But what I would say as well is that we have seen, particularly in the cigarette and vaping industry, and it is an industry, let's face it, what over-regulation can do. Now, illegal smokes and illegal vapes is an industry in itself, and 4 out of 5 cigarettes smoked in this country are said to be illegal. They're coming in from overseas, chop and the like, and that is the method of choice by those people who are conducting illegal activities. That is bikie gangs and other nefarious groups' method of choice as to how they do business. There have been more than 100 firebombings in Victoria alone, just one state, dealing with the illegal smoke and vaping trade. Now, that has been caused, much of it, because of over-regulation, and people simply can't afford to buy a packet of cigarettes and pay the legal price for it. So they go underground. So they go to these shops where the cigarettes are sold under the counter. And businesses that are next door to these premises, which are either selling smokes illegally or indeed even legally, now cannot get insurance because of the risk of firebombing. Now, we're in Australia in 2026. That is of great concern. I note too that this bill has elements in it which would see proposed bans on foreign matched lotteries and online keno. Now, I know I've spoken on a number of occasions to Ben Carney from the Newsagents and Lottery Association. I appreciate what he has told me in relation to small businesses, that being those newsagents, many of which are now facing the prospect with less print editions of newspapers, that the lotteries that are on sale, the scratchies, etc., that are of Australian derivation, are in many instances the biggest form of their turnover. And we don't want to see anything that's going to jeopardise newsagents' future. We do not. Noting also that with Western Australia, and you've got to give it to Roger Cook, the Labor Premier there, they have very much tried to shut down the competition over the border from the Northern Territory. We read where it's all about the foreign matched lotteries, which do account for a tiny percentage of the lottery market in Australia, but they're very much promoted and sold through the Northern Territory, where there are different rules and regulations, and Premier Cook very much would like to see that out, because it then would lead to more activity and more money to be made for his state of Western Australia, short of actually stealing the National Rugby League Grand Final next year, which he's also attempted to do when the Pope visits. Good luck to him, but I digress. With this particular legislation, we don't know everything that is being talked about behind the scenes, and the amendments that might well come forward at the 11th hour. I know we're having a late sitting for this, and I appreciate that everybody comes to this debate, apart from perhaps some of the ideas put forward by the crossbench, in a good spirit. And I get that there's different views amongst the government, as well as different views amongst the coalition on this. But I am very much somebody who does believe in people's, certainly adults' right to choose, whilst at the same time I very much applauded when then opposition leader, the former member for Dixon, stood during his budget in reply speech and said that there should be a ban, and there would be a ban under a future coalition government, of advertising on television during the football. And that is to be applauded, because I think beforehand, I know there's different timings of that, but certainly during the game, I'm one who sort of has the view that certainly with horse racing, once upon a time, once they jumped, you couldn't bet. I don't think that'd be such a bad thing for football either. But I get all these exotics, I get all these different forms of gambling, but what we need to make sure is that we reach a sensible balance. And surely that is what we need in this debate. We can't be naysayers, we can't be nanny state all the time about everything. It's proven to be something that has caused so much hardship and heartache with those who smoke, and certainly with those who like to have a bet. They should be allowed to do that in a liberal democracy.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill, and the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment. As the Prime Minister said this week, this package of reform is about getting the balance right. It is about allowing people who want to place a bet in their free time to do so safely, while also making sure that we are dealing with problem gambling and protecting future generations of Australians from the harm that it can cause. I want to be absolutely clear. This reform package is the strongest action against gambling that Australia has ever seen. I am sure there will continue to be debates between those who think it has gone too far and those who think it hasn't gone far enough. As I've said before, that this is the hard work of government. It's not letting perfect get in the way of progress, and it's making sure we consider a raft of unintended consequences that can flow on from the decisions that we make in this place. I was proud to be one of 400 delegates from around the country at the Australian Labor Party's National Conference in Adelaide a few weeks ago. Our great party's highest decision-making forum came together to recognise the significant work that our government has done to reform this industry. Our national platform recognised that children and young people were especially at risk of gambling harm, and we committed to strengthening measures around inducements. The allegations we have heard in last week's Senate inquiry around abhorrent alleged inducement practices showed why this is the right path forward, and I was proud to be part of that delegation that saw those amendments pass. It is my very firm view that our government has and always will be a government that collaborates, that consults, and that listens when different opinions are shared. And that is being demonstrated in real time as our Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications work collaboratively across the Parliament right now in the spirit that I think all Australians rightfully expect, to ensure that we get these reforms right. The Prime Minister has said there will be further strengthened reforms coming, and he has said clearly that we will be seeing further government amendments to this bill. It is my view that those amendments will really strengthen these reforms and make a difference in reducing the real harm problem gambling is causing across our communities, and I look forward to seeing those amendments brought forward shortly. This package is not about an arbitrary set of rules about when you can and can't see something on television, and it's not an attack on the many Australians who can and do gamble responsibly every day. This is about helping and protecting those who are losing their livelihoods and more because of a system that was set up to exploit them. I've heard so many heartbreaking stories from people in my electorate throughout this debate about what problem gambling has done to them or to someone that they love. People have told me about family members gambling away homes, marriages breaking down, serious mental health impacts, and devastatingly lives lost to suicide. I've had people compare it to tobacco advertising and to the American gun debate. Gambling and gambling advertising has been described to me as insidious, toxic, and a public health crisis. And I've had parents tell me how frightened they are for their kids, particularly their young boys. One parent said that their 11 and 13-year-old children could recite the name and catchphrase of 6 different online betting companies. And as one local person put it, and we've heard it in here, the house always wins. Our government takes all of those concerns seriously, and we have committed to real change to crack down on the harms that gambling causes across Australia. And we know that sport has become far too linked with gambling. Everyone should be able to enjoy sport without gambling being treated as an inevitable part of it. Aggressive marketing strategies have been designed to lure in vulnerable people who are struggling, designed to keep people addicted, and designed to keep company profits propped up on the suffering of everyday Australians. And that is why we are taking this strong and decisive action today. We hear the concerns of parents who want to protect their children from seeing gambling ads every time they watch the footy. And our changes seek to break that link between sport and betting and minimise the exposure that children have to the harms of gambling advertising. These reforms will reduce the overall saturation of gambling ads on television, radio and the internet. We want Australians to be in control of what, where and how they see gambling ads, so that those who want to can have a responsible bet and those who don't can avoid the bombardment. So what does this mean practically? From the 1st of January 2027, this bill will banning on TV during all live sport between specific hours and establishing frequency caps outside of specific hours. Ban gambling promotion by celebrities, athletes and influencers who are being used to target kids and younger Australians, especially young men. Ban stadium and jersey advertising. Ban ads on radio at school drop-off and pick-up times. And ban online advertising, except where users have an account with an opt-out functionality to allow users to opt out of gambling advertising and apply a family-friendly account setting. Importantly, if the online platforms choose not to implement these restrictions, they will not be able to show ads to anyone, anytime. These are important changes. These are changes that will make a difference, and they are the biggest changes that we have seen on gambling advertising. Deputy Speaker, I would like to point out that today's package of reforms is not the first step we have taken to reduce harm from gambling. It is only the latest in what I have already said is the strongest action against gambling that we have ever seen in this country. 3 years ago, our National Self-Exclusion Register BetStop was launched. Since then, it has supported around 61,000 Australians to exclude themselves from gambling, helping those struggling with this to reclaim their lives. Nearly 40% of those registered on BetStop have also opted for a lifetime ban, showing the power that this platform can have in supporting vulnerable people to recover from gambling harm. Once someone is registered on BetStop, wagering companies cannot take bets from them. They can't open betting accounts for them, and importantly, they can't direct market to them, such as through emails and SMS. As part of those reforms, wagering companies were also required to promote BetStop, and while the BetStop review found the system is working, we don't think enough people know that it exists. The review found that only 1 in 4 people were aware of BetStop,
and of those who had placed a bet in the last 12 months, only 1 in 3 knew about this important protection measure. So this legislation seeks to strengthen BetStop, to make sure that more people know about the difference it could be making to their lives by funding a standalone advertising campaign along with strengthened education campaigns to boost community awareness of BetStop. At the same time, these changes improve data matching between BetStop and industry systems and increase monitoring and compliance activities with online wagering providers. This bill will also ban online keno, the rapid draw pocket pokies. These platforms are seeing people lose up to $1,000 every 3 minutes, which is just not acceptable. So we'll put a stop to it. In addition, this bill is also protecting small businesses, local news agencies and charities from harmful and emerging lottery products. These products operate through loopholes that will allow them to act as a middleman, buying the ticket in the offshore lottery on someone's behalf on the claim they will deliver the winnings to them if they do win. The law doesn't allow Australians to buy tickets in offshore lotteries, and these nefarious actors have found ways to get around that. So we're putting a stop to it. We're also closing regulatory gaps that allow some operators to offer lottery-style products under the guise of trade promotions and rewards clubs, because they are not always subject to consumer protections and they can undermine legitimate charity fundraising and genuine business loyalty programs. Charity lotteries estimate these fake lotteries diverted more than $60 million from the charity sector in 2024. Closing this loophole will protect genuine Australian lotteries, including charities. And we're making match-fixing criminal offences consistent across Australia, improving the integrity of Australian sport and lessening its appeal as a target for criminal infiltration. On top of this, our government has also previously legislated a ban on the use of credit cards for online wagering, so that you can't place bets with money you don't have. And our National Consumer Protection Framework also includes mandatory identity verification, deposit limit tools, restrictions on inducements and direct marketing, clearer activity statements, and stronger responsible gambling safeguards. Deputy Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the incredible work of Peter Murphy, who was a tireless advocate for strong reform on gambling. Peter's work as chair of the House of Representatives inquiry into online gambling and the You Win Some, You Lose More report are what has put us on this path today, and we remain grateful for all that she has worked so hard for. As I said at the start of this speech, I know there will continue to be strong debates on both sides of the fence about whether these reforms go too far or don't go far enough. I welcome open and transparent debates on these difficult topics, as I do around all of the tough conversations that we need to have in our community. We can only get things right when we talk about them, when we debate them factually and transparently. Part of our job as the government is to make sure the balance is right. To achieve that, we also have to think about unintended consequences, particularly for our regions. We need to be working with free-to-air television, because that industry is under enormous pressure already, particularly in regional areas like the Illawarra. We must see sport continue to be shown live and free in our communities. Local sporting clubs in the regions are also under pressure. I hear from my local clubs all the time that they are struggling to get the financial backing that they need. We don't want to see adverse outcomes in that area either, and that is also on my mind, and that is why it's so important to consult, to collaborate and to work with all stakeholders on these changes. So we will continue to work with the streaming platforms, with free-to-air networks and with sporting clubs to ensure that we get that balance right and ensure that Australians can continue to watch and play the sport that they love. What I would like to say in conclusion is that I truly hope everyone across our parliament can take that collaborative spirit forward as we discuss these reforms. These are reforms that Australians feel incredibly passionate about. They are reforms that Australia needs, and our communities rightly expect that these discussions are undertaken in good faith. Australians want to see these laws passed. They want to see strong action taken, and I would really call on all members of this place to work constructively with the government to see that happen. This doesn't have to be the end of the road. These are big changes. These are important changes. They steer us in the right directions, and they put protections in place that have been needed for decades. Just like in changes with tobacco and just like in changes with alcohol. None of these changes happened with one piece of legislation, with one change in one moment of time. We started down a road, we made adjustments that were appropriate over time. And I'll say again, because it is so important, these are the biggest changes that Australia has ever seen when it comes to gambling advertising. No government has ever had the guts to make this sort of change. Only the Albanese Labor government has taken this on, because we are not afraid of hard work, of having hard conversations with our community and with industry. Only the Albanese Labor government has tackled this systemic problem that has been growing for generations, and will keep working to protect local communities now and into the future.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill wastes a generational opportunity to improve our gambling laws. The Greens just can't vote for the bill in its current form. I move the second reading amendment to this bill as circulated in my name. The government is responsible for safeguarding the Australian public from harm, including the serious harms caused by gambling. That is ultimately, fundamentally what we are discussing and debating in this place today. This government's responsibility to everyday people, to all Australians. But how can the government seriously consider reform to the gambling industry when they refuse to acknowledge, let alone address, the influence of the gambling lobby? Meaningful action on gambling reform cannot occur without addressing the pervasive, the insidious influence that corporate donations, that corporate access have on politics and policy. The harmful impacts of gambling on physical and mental health are absolutely beyond doubt. For years, Australians have been the biggest gamblers in the world per capita. And we know this problem is getting worse, with Australians losing $36 billion to gambling last year. Genuine gambling reform must take aim at the industry's most harmful practices, including their predatory online advertising and inducements. This bill takes no action on inducements. It fails to create a national regulator and actively weakens advertising restrictions on online streaming. This bill ignores most of the Murphy Report's recommendations. It includes carve-outs and special deals for big gambling companies. This bill is absolutely riddled with loopholes and must be amended if it is to make the positive difference we all so urgently need. Prime Minister, is the gambling lobby in the room with you right now? Have they been shaping the government's gambling reform laws? 3 in 4 Australians support a total ban on gambling ads. 4 in 5 Australians support banning gambling ads on social media, online, in stadiums and on players' uniforms. Nearly 4 in 5 Australians agree that government policies should aim to reduce the time people spend on gambling. And nearly 9 in 10 Australians, nearly 90% of Australians, support banning gambling ads during primetime TV hours for families and children. And yet, when looking at the government's proposed gambling reform laws, it's clear the wishes and best interests of the Australian people were not their primary concern. Perhaps, if you can believe it, there might have been another set of interests influencing their decision-making, the interests possibly of the gambling lobby, putting their finger on the scales, directing the government and ensuring the gambling industry avoids proper regulation, scrutiny and consequences. Could it have something to do with the Labor government accepting $4 million in donations from the gambling industry in the last several years? Could it? Could it possibly? When it comes to gambling reform in Australia, it seems the House always wins. You vote, corporations don't. So why is it
Member
that
for Ryan, I just remind
corporations
you not to reflect through the chair.
keep having more say than all of us? Why is it that this Labor government that promised change, that promised integrity, is giving us more of the same? Just the latest in a decades-long series of governments who sell out, let's face it, who sell out everyday Australians. You're the voter. Thank you, Chair. Australians are the voters, but it's gambling corporation executives who sit at long fancy dinners with government ministers. So it's gambling execs who get to make sure Labor's advertising laws are weak and ineffectual. Australians are the voters. Well, it is a desperate situation we're talking about here. People are dying. They're losing their livelihoods and their lives. I think it's serious. But it's gas corporations who funnel millions in donations to the election campaigns of the major parties. So these corporations get our gas for free and don't pay any tax. Australians are the voters, ordinary people, but it's the AI companies who have multi-million-dollar sophisticated lobbying operations. So it's AI companies that get their destructive data centres fast-tracked with little to no regulation or public control. Australians vote, corporations don't. So here's the thing. We can actually change this. We can change this. And it starts by electing people who don't take money from big corporations, who don't do dinners with corporate execs and lobbyists, and who will stand on the side of everyday people. Say what you will about us in the Greens, but we know whose side we're on. You will, I'm sure you will. But we know whose side we are on, and we are on the side of ordinary Australians. So, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, is the amendment seconded?
Second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much, Member for Clark. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Ryan has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Too often in Bennelong, I meet families devastated by a business model treating gambling addiction as a source of profits. Before I was first elected, throughout my first term, and since the last federal election, gambling reform has been an important ask of locals in Bennelong, and rightly so. Like many in the Labor caucus, I've been working diligently since the day I was first elected to bring our government to this point. Legislation before this House to bring the strongest gambling reform since Federation is being debated. And I have every hope that it'll pass this Parliament stronger than it is right now. As I said before the election, I was sick of seeing sport and gambling go hand in hand. This bill seeks to break that link. And as I said after the election, gambling reform was unfinished business for this reforming Labor government. With this bill, we seek to get progress that our communities have been crying out for some time. Deputy Speaker, beyond the statistics of gambling harm, the stories are gut-wrenching. Gambling harm is insidious and must be addressed. The bill we're debating today, late into tonight, is the strongest gambling reform brought to this Parliament since Federation. It builds on the last set of gambling reform delivered by this very Labor government in our first term. And despite the noise you might be hearing by our political opponents, this bill is another significant step being taken by this Labor government to protect Australians from gambling harm. It will protect children from gambling ads, and it will break the link that currently exists between gambling and sports. and it will do much more. Because it has to. Australians lost approximately $32.2 billion on legal gambling in the year 23-24. That's the highest per capita loss globally at $1,521 per person. These losses have grown 26% since 2018-19, Deputy Speaker. That trajectory is heading in the wrong way. Pervasive wagering ads make it hard for people to distinguish between watching sports and betting on it. From kick-off odds to updates during breaks to social media and influencer promotions, all while children and vulnerable adults are watching. We should no longer accept that a 10-year-old cheering for their team should be marketed to by gambling companies. This bill will end that. What surprised me over the discourse, Deputy Speaker, is that some anti-gambling advocates have claimed that this bill is equal to or worse than the status quo. I say to them that that is an absurd proposition, because before us now, Deputy Speaker, is the option for Australian families who stream to remove gambling ads from their homes forever. That in itself is not worse than the status quo. That is reform, and that is progress. And we on this side of the House know that progressive reform is always hard to achieve, but is always worth fighting for. To those who claim that this reform is meaningless, I'll now take the House through the detail of this bill because the detail matters. Schedule 1 introduces a legislative ban on wagering advertising during live coverage of sporting events across every platform, not just broadcast free-to-air television. It bans gambling advertising on radio during school drop-off and pick-up times when parents and kids are travelling together. Outside those windows on broadcast television, it caps the frequency of gambling ads to no more than 3 times in any 60-minute block. It bans wagering advertising on sporting uniforms and inside sporting venues. And it bans athletes, celebrities and influencers from being used to promote wagering products, because we know influencers are being used to deliberately target kids and young men. And that stops should this legislation pass this Parliament. Critically, this bill extends the advertising regime online, to social media, to news websites, to streaming platforms, to podcasts, to search, to Spotify. If an online platform wants to keep showing wagering ads to Australians, the obligation is on that platform to prove and to keep those ads away from under 18s and from people who have opted out. And if a platform cannot do that, the rule is simple: no ads at no time to anyone. That is the level of seriousness that this gambling problem demands, and that is the level of seriousness that this government has brought to this issue. Then, of course, there's BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, which deserves particular attention in this debate. Since it launched in August 23, BetStop has supported more than 63,000 Australians to exclude themselves from gambling. As of this year, more than 39,000 of those registrations remain active, meaning tens of thousands of Aussies are right now protected from marketing and inducement tactics of an industry that would otherwise be chasing them daily. But the statutory review of BetStop found something confronting. Only 1 in 4 Australians knows that BetStop exists. Even amongst people who placed a bet in the last 12 months, awareness sits at only 1 in 3. A self-exclusion register that 2/3 of active bettors have never heard of is not doing its job. We want to see the community know that there are protections available for them and those who are vulnerable to addiction. This bill seeks to address that deficiency, Deputy Speaker. It strengthens BetStop's legislative framework, it improves clarity and the user experience, and it implements recommendations of that statutory review. And this government will back that up with a national awareness campaign, because the protection nobody knows about is a protection that cannot help anyone. In some aspects of the bill, it goes further than the Murphy Review, and on one of those is by banning online Keno. These are basically pocket pokies, high-intensity gambling that stays with you 24/7 in your pocket, on your person. We're outlawing foreign match lotteries that just siphon money out of Australia with zero benefit to our community. This bill also closes the loophole around fake trade promotion lotteries, where some operators dress up a straightforward lottery as a rewards club or trade promotion to dodge the consumer protections that genuine lottery providers in Australia are subject to. Australian charities estimate that these fake lotteries diverted more than $60 million away from the charity sector in 2024 alone. That's $60 million that should have gone to causes Australians thought they were supporting. This bill closes that gap. Now, Deputy Speaker, I want to address something directly because it goes to the heart of why this debate matters. We have never pretended that this bill is the final word on gambling reform in this country. We have said from the outset that we would work with all members and senators in good faith to get gambling reform legislated and to keep strengthening them as we go. We have listened throughout an extensive consultation process, and we've heard the community loud and clear on the issue of inducements. Last week's Senate inquiry showed this Parliament allegations of some of the most toxic versions of inducement conduct in this industry, and the government condemns those alleged actions in the strongest possible terms. Throughout this debate and these negotiations, Deputy Speaker, none of us can walk away from that. We are working with the Parliament right now to strengthen this bill further, to provide stronger protections for children and vulnerable Australians while striking the right balance. We are focused on ensuring that this bill goes further on limiting the harm of inducements and on utilising and strengthening the great work that BetStop already does. I also want to take the time to acknowledge the Labor Party rank and file here too, because this issue has been a hot topic in branches right across the country and, of course, in Bennelong. It was their advocacy that saw the ALP platform recognise for the first time the heightened risk of gambling harm facing children and young people, and their advocacy committed our party to strengthening protections around inducements and much more. This is what a broad party membership engaging with this issue looks like, Deputy Speaker. A platform commitment born out of years of advocacy from our own membership right across the country. And I'm hopeful that the bill that leaves this Parliament, supported by both houses, addresses much of what is in the Labor platform. And that brings me to the point I want to leave this House with today. This government is the only political force in this building that has actually done the work to get real change on gambling reform into legislation. We are the ones who announced this suite of reforms. We are the ones that ran the consultation, who sat down with the state and territory governments, with banking and payments providers, with broadcasters, with digital platforms, with sporting codes, with racing organisations, and with anti-gambling advocates to get these settings right. We are the ones who have been in this chamber and in the Senate negotiating clause by clause in good faith to get this bill passed rather than talking about it. Every other voice in this debate has had the option to engage constructively, and I welcome every one of them who has. But it is this government, the Albanese Labor government, that runs on the board in this space. We have legislated the ban on credit cards for online wagering. We launched BetStop and will strengthen it. We legislated the restriction stopping gambling companies from accessing research and development tax concessions, and that we have now brought forward the most significant suite of gambling advertising reforms that any Australian government has ever attempted to legislate. There's too much at stake for this bill to fail, and we have made decisive action to ensure that children and those who are suffering from gambling harm are protected. We want to break the link between the sports we love to watch and the pressure to bet on it. We want a future where we celebrate skill and teamwork and the joy of watching our friends compete at their best and not become obsessed with the odds on the corner of the screen. This government has done the hard work. We have consulted and negotiated in good faith at every step. And this government will keep going, with further reforms still to come, because getting the balance right on gambling harm is not a once-off exercise, it's an ongoing responsibility. The time for reform is long overdue. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Clark.
And I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, regrettably this bill is diametrically opposed to the Murphy report. The Murphy report was the work of a cross-party, unanimous parliamentary committee. It made 31 recommendations. It is without doubt the finest blueprint for reform this parliament, in fact this country, has ever seen. It had flagship recommendations like a phased out of gambling advertising over several years, flagship recommendation of a complete ban on inducement, flagship recommendation that there be a genuinely independent national regulator. But what have we got instead, Deputy Speaker? We've got this half-baked bill from the government that's going to be supported by the opposition that is almost entirely ineffective. No ban on gambling advertising, no ban on inducements, no independent regulator. In fact, I think the saying is putting lipstick on a pig. And then to sit in my office and sometimes sit in this chamber today, Deputy Speaker, and to hear speaker after speaker after speaker celebrating this as the best thing that's ever been done in this country for gambling, it's just downright misleading. And if this bill is the best thing this country's ever seen, then heavens, this country hasn't seen much, because this bill is going to do very little to make gambling safer in this country. I agree with the Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker. People should be allowed to have a punt. But where I disagree with the Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker, is it should be safe. We should be focusing on effective harm minimisation measures. So how do we explain this? How do we explain the fact that we had this fabulous blueprint, but yet this bill is diametrically opposed to it? Now, Deputy Speaker, you might have heard me before in this place speculate about, why is it so? Why are governments of either colour so reluctant to implement effective gambling reform? I've offered views on how governments are scared stiff of the gambling industry, scared stiff of the major media outlets, scared stiff of the power of the major sporting codes. And I think that's still in the mix. I've also speculated that some in the government are in fact fellow travellers and best mates with the leadership of gambling companies and media companies and major sporting codes. More recently, I've pondered that there's an element of just a lack of humanity among some members in this place, that people don't care enough about the shocking human toll of gambling addiction. Sadly, through you, Deputy Speaker, to the opposition haven't gone nearly far enough and haven't put enough pressure on the government. I know there's a lot of good people in the opposition, a lot of good people who want more effective reform, and I think the leadership of the opposition should have listened to them. Listen to former Prime Minister John Howard, to his credit, who has been a leading advocate for reform in this country. And I was delighted to meet with former Prime Minister John Howard in his office several months ago to discuss gambling reform. And it was clear that the old leadership of the party was right on board to have effective reform. But I'm going to add to those reasons for a lack of effective reform, Deputy Speaker, something that I raised in question time today, and that is the corruption of good governance by the vested interests in the gambling industry, the media companies and the major sporting codes. It may not be a criminal corruption, but it's a corruption of proper process. It's a corruption of the imperative on all of us here to listen to public opinion and to formulate policies in the public interest. Evidence-based policies. Let me just dwell on this for a moment. What I'm talking about. Let's talk about money. Let's follow the money. There was a very good article in the Sydney Morning Herald and the Age on the 22nd of July, and the journalists there, Natasha Chrysanthos and Paul Suckle, I hope I pronounced those correctly, they actually went to the trouble, they did the homework and they tallied up the figures. They've calculated that in the 4 years between 2021 and 2024-25, that according to donor records, the Labor Party received about $5 million in donations from gambling companies. And I would add, the Coalition received about $4.5 billion in donations from the gambling companies. Now, you can't tell me that any organisation, or individual for that matter, is going to invest that sort of money and not expect a return on that investment. If you donate a modest amount of money, you're supporting a candidate or a party. If you donate, well, that adds up to $9.5 million in just 4 years, you're not supporting a party, you're buying a party. And that is, it saddens me to say that. I mean, it is an argument for much more effective reform in this space. And then you add to that, to those thumping big sums of money, all of the lobbying, the hospitality, the tickets to events, and so on. It influences people, but not in just the simple way that we accept parties and candidates. They can be lobbied, they can accept donations, they can make their own decisions about policies. I mean, that's accepted. I'm not disputing that. But surely there's a line in the sand, Deputy Speaker. Surely there's a point at which those sorts of sums of money are just so big that we would agree they are unacceptable. Now, as a result of my concerns, Deputy Speaker, and I flagged this in my question to the Prime Minister in question time today, as a result of this, today I referred to the National Anti-Corruption Committee this matter. And I'll read the letter into the Hansard record, Deputy Speaker. It's only very short, it'll take me a couple of minutes. So this was sent by me to the NAC today. And I'll quote, "I write to the Commission to express my concern that individuals in the federal government, when formulating gambling reform policy, have been improperly influenced by individuals in the private sector, most obviously but not exclusively through donations, gifts, hospitality and personal relationships. This has resulted in policy so clearly at odds with research, public opinion and the public interest that the implementation of such policy could be characterised, in my opinion, Deputy Speaker, as serious corruption in the Commonwealth public sector." What finally prompts me to raise this matter with the Commission is an article in the Sydney Morning Herald and the Age, which I've already referenced on the 22nd of July this year. If this article is accurate, then one or more individuals in the private sector stand accused of affecting the impartial exercise of powers or performance of official duties by one or more public officials. And one or more public officials stands accused of a breach of public trust and an abuse of office. And I conclude by saying, Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge that the Commission is not empowered to investigate governments, and also that governments have the right to accept donations, be lobbied and make their own policy decisions. Nor do I make any allegation against any specific individual and trust the Commission to investigate the matter thoroughly. However, in my opinion, individuals in the government are acting so egregiously in response to individuals in the private sector that all reasonable limits on government behaviour have been exceeded. If this doesn't cross the line, then I dread to think what would. Deputy Speaker, Senator Pocock, in trying to summarise, well, effectively was summarising this matter last week, he described the situation with the lack of effective gambling reform in the face of the tragic human toll of gambling addiction in this country. He used the word tragic. I think that's a good word. But I'll add another word to what Senator Pocock had to say. That's the word betrayed. Because, Deputy Speaker, the government with this bill is betraying all of the people in the country with gambling addiction. With this bill, the government is betraying all of the people in this country who are judged to be at high risk of developing gambling addiction. With this bill, the government is betraying all of the loved ones of those people. With this bill, the government is betraying the thousands of people who have suicided from gambling addiction and the untold number of people who love those people who suicided. With this bill, the government is betraying the people who have had money stolen by gambling addicts. And we know that in Victoria, from research several years ago, that gambling addiction is the second most prevalent cause of crime in that state after drug addiction. There are so many layers to this, and the government, supported by the opposition, is betraying all of those people. Deputy Speaker, let's remember this is an intensely human story. The speeches today, and I'm a bit guilty of this myself, lots of facts and figures and dates and numbers and dollars, but let's not forget this is an intensely human story. The human tragedy of this is difficult to do justice to. I'm sure that many of my colleagues have met with the sorts of people I'm describing, Deputy Speaker. The people who are battling addiction, the people who have come out the other side, the families whose loved ones have an addiction, the families, the mums, the dads, the brother, the sister, whose son or daughter or brother or sister has suicided. And Deputy Speaker, I'd make the point that I have a right to be heard, and this constant heckling is not adding to the quality of this debate. Deputy Speaker, we've all met with these people. Surely we all understand we have to do whatever we can to put an end to this or to at least reduce it. And we were given that blueprint in the Murphy report. Surely we should have said, hurrah, this is great, this is the blueprint, this is what we'll implement. And we, the government and the opposition, the crossbench, we will all stare down the gambling companies. We'll stare down the media companies. We'll stare down the major sporting codes who profit from gambling. This was the opportunity for this parliament, all of us, to show real integrity. But at the last minute we're balked, and that's really, really sad. So probably because I'm quite outspoken about gambling reform, I've become quite a lightning rod for people to tell me their stories. Like the family where mum had been gambling and losing all of the housekeeping money and keeping it secret from dad. And she was keeping secret even the fact that time and time again she was put on repayment plans by Aurora Energy for the power bill. And eventually Aurora had to cut the power off. And there was a family, mum, dad, and a couple of really young kids living in a house in Hobart with no electricity, no lights, no heating, no hot water. I don't know what became of that family, but that's not an unusual story. That's the human side of this. Like Gavin Fenneff, a former financial advisor who's in prison in New South Wales for stealing millions of dollars from his clients. Now, I don't in any way justify that theft. That was a serious crime, and Gavin, to his credit, acknowledges it's a serious crime and he has to do his time. But, you know, think of the effect on Gavin. He had an addiction. He couldn't help himself. Think of the effect on all of his clients who lost millions of dollars. I mean, this is, again, the human face of this. So, Deputy Speaker, I will not support this bill. Now, I know there's a line of thinking that some reform is better than no reform. And to a degree, that's right. To a degree, I would agree with that, that you know, sometimes you just got to suck it up, accept that that's the best you're going to get and not support it. The trouble with this bill, though, is this bill will give the government, and I noticed a number of government speakers said this is just the start. I don't believe them. I think what's going to happen now is the government's going to say the job's done, the opposition's going to say the job's done, and this will be the end of any sort of meaningful reform or end of any reform for years and years and years, because I'll keep saying the job's done. And that's going to mean that all of the main parts of the job will not be addressed. We won't get this ban on these pesky ads. We won't get this national regulator to do a much better job than this nonsense regulator in the Northern Territory that we've got at the moment. We're still going to have inducements. You know, I'll be delighted if I'm proven wrong, Deputy Speaker. I'll be thrilled if I'm proven wrong. and in the next rest of this parliament, or maybe the next parliament, that there's strong and effective reform. But I just don't think it's going to happen. So I'm not going to support this bill, and I'm going to keep agitating as loudly as I can that the government and the opposition are yet to get the job done, because that's the fact of the matter. And I just hope that over coming years, the leadership of both sides understand the human imperative of this, the financial imperative, heavens, the political benefit to them. This was a chance for the government or the opposition to really stare down these powerful interests and show real character. They would have benefited at the next election, I reckon, Deputy Speaker, but not now. The only reason both sides will get away with it is because they're in cahoots, they're in lockstep, and they agree that very limited reform is all that the community is going to get.
I thank the member for Clark for your contribution, passionate point of view. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Problem gambling is one of the most urgent public health challenges facing Australia today. And in our digital age, the pull of the poker machines is not limited to the four walls of a local club or pub. The rise of smartphones, online betting apps, and aggressive advertising means gambling is no longer something people need to seek out. It can follow Australians into their homes, their workplaces, and their pockets, available 24 hours a day. The siren song of online gambling rings from the phones in our pockets. It erupts our TV screens while watching footy with our families. It flashes on our feeds, beckoning us to try our odds. Aggressive online advertising follows us home on our smartphones and makes it harder for those at risk to escape their influence. The corrosive impact of gambling advertisements is not restricted to those of us who are old enough to enter a licensed venue. It is ever present on the television programs and screens watched by adults and children alike. Odds displayed before matches, bookies during breaks, betting promotions seamlessly integrated into the sporting experience. These accompaniments to the sport programs we watch are completely normalised, like chloroform to the mind. The coupling of gambling ads with sport sends a strong signal to viewers that the evening cricket or footy is best enjoyed with a bet. For years, Australians have been exposed to betting advertisements throughout sporting broadcasts. Odds are displayed before matches, bookmakers advertise during breaks, and betting promotions are increasingly integrated into the sporting experience. Gambling is presented alongside the game itself, creating the impression that placing a bet is simply another way of participating in sport. The linking of online gambling with sports is a pernicious bait and switch for young people. Gambling ads are prevalent. A comprehensive report from the Australian Gambling Research Centre estimated that 78% of Australian adults reported seeing or hearing a gambling advertisement at least once a week, with 41% being exposed 4 or more times per week. If the link between gambling inducements and behaviour was weak, there might be limited reason for concern, but a growing body of evidence suggests otherwise. That same report highlighted that exposure to gambling ads had the greatest impact on young people aged 18 to 34 and people at risk of gambling harm. 1 in 5 young women and 1 in 7 young men reported that they started betting for the first time after seeing an advertisement. Among those who were at risk of serious harm, 2 in 5 reported trying a new form of betting, and another 2 in 5 bet on impulse as a result of seeing or hearing these advertisements. Similarly, an international meta-analysis suggested a positive association between exposure to gambling advertising and gambling-related attitudes, intentions and behaviours. Yet another study on gambling behaviours in Australian secondary school students found an association between online gambling ad exposure and gambling behaviours, and warned that young people are increasingly exposed to media promotion, and advertising of gambling. The empirical evidence is increasingly clear that gambling inducements do produce their desired effect, inciting susceptible gamblers to test their odds online. We know that the human cost of gambling can be severe. Its impact does not stop with the person with problem gambling. On average, for every person suffering gambling harm, around 6 others, family and friends, colleagues and kids, experience the second-hand effects through financial pressures, stress, and strained relationships. The scale of problem gambling in Australia is immense. Australians collectively lose upward of $30 billion through poker machines and online gambling every year. While many who gamble do not develop serious problems and might enjoy the occasional slap or punt, the personal consequences for those at risk of addiction can be shattering. Savings eroded, paychecks fed to poker machines, homes liquidated, families destroyed. I wish this was hyperbole, but it just isn't. There are countless stories attesting to this reality. This morning I met with representatives from the Salvation Army, Anglicare and Uniting Care who described some of the profound personal tragedies that they witness every day in their work, especially by financial counsellors. It's not only financial counsellors, though, that struggle to cope with the fallout. Gambling harm bleeds across all social services. It's not enough for a disclaimer telling viewers to gamble responsibly at the end of advertisements. Those struggling with gambling addiction are highly susceptible to these slickly produced ads and are not making a detached purchasing decision. The whole point of gambling ads is to induce a behaviour, and they are enormously effective at that goal. It is clear that Australians are fed up with aggressive online gambling ads. They know that it's not just a matter of individual choice. Gambling ads prey on those struggling with addiction and those at risk, and the remit of their impacts extends well beyond the affected person. Australians recognise gambling harm for the public health issue it is, and want Australian governments to take meaningful action to reduce the harms associated with problem gambling. The bill that is before us today represents the strongest gambling reforms introduced in this Parliament's history. It's a wide-ranging package that is evidence-based, painstakingly consulted upon, and informed by the lived experience of those who have suffered from gambling harm. The Albanese Labor government is serious about protecting young Australians and vulnerable people from online gambling. This bill spans restrictions on wagering advertised, increased enforcement action against illegal gambling services. It strengthens BetStop and addresses harms from online lottery products. It means fewer gambling ads, a stronger and more accessible BetStop, and a crackdown on dodgy video game lotteries. It will minimise our kids' exposure to wagering advertising and end the obscene saturation of advertising across the internet, over the airwaves, and in our living rooms. The legislation involves the Australian Communications and Media Authority, governments across all states and territories, broadcasters, digital platforms and streaming services, sporting codes, wagering service providers, lottery providers, rewards club providers, and banks, who will all be required to take action to implement the measures. We want Australians to be in control of their exposure to gambling ads and to be able to sit down with their families without incessant inducements intruding on their night. This bill is a move to sever the link between sport and problem gambling, letting kids grow up enjoying sport and not conflating the games they love with online gambling. Under these laws, gambling ads will be banned during all live sport between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, with a cap of 3 ads per hour outside of sport between these hours. Gone will be promotions and endorsements by celebrities, athletes and influencers targeting kids and younger Australians. Jerseys and stadia are getting a makeover with the removal of all gambling insignia. Morning drop-offs and afternoon pickups will be free from inducements over the radio, and a ban on online advertising applying to all sites and platforms, including social media, news websites, Spotify and podcasts, streaming services, YouTube, and search engines. The onus is on online platforms to implement these restrictions. If they choose not to, our message is clear. It's all or nothing. If they insist on running wagering advertisements, they will be banned from showing ads entirely, at any time, to anyone. This bill goes beyond gambling advertising. It confronts illegal offshore gambling providers and ensures that anyone participating in online gambling in Australia does so with the safety of our national consumer protections. The bill strengthens BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, so Australians grappling with gambling addiction can easily and reliably opt out of inducements. BetStop is a critical support service for many Australians. Since launching in 2023, it has helped more than 61,000 Australians exclude themselves from gambling advertisements, and many have attested to the beneficial impact it has had in their lives. But BetStop can be even better. The statutory review of BetStop found only 1 in 4 people are aware it exists. Even among those who placed a bet in the last 12 months, only 1 in 3 were aware of its existence. Every Australian should know where to turn to help and how to exclude themselves from online gambling inducements. That's why this bill will incorporate a national campaign to raise awareness of BetStop. Online keno and pocket pokies with rapid draw format, high frequency of play, and substantial spending allowances are another prominent issue. These platforms can cause significant harm, with Australians able to lose up to $1,000 every 3 minutes. They will be banned under this proposed legislation. We are also cracking down on foreign matched lotteries, which allow Australians to buy tickets in offshore lotteries. They operate through legal loopholes that allow them to pose as a middleman, buying tickets on someone else's behalf while claiming that they will deliver the winnings if they are successful. It's as shady as it sounds. There are no guarantees that the offshore lottery would honour the ticket. I've been informed by social workers of cases where clients have purchased such tickets and experienced severe distress where their winnings were not paid out as advertised. Other kinds of fake lotteries can be just as damaging. Australian charities have estimated that fake lotteries simulating charity fundraising and genuine business loyalty programs diverted more than $60 million from the charity sector in 2024. Closing these regulatory gaps will allow genuine Australian lotteries and charities to receive this revenue. This bill is substantial both in its legislative breadth and in the positive impacts it will have in reducing gambling harms by cracking down on online inducements. We acknowledge that many in the community and in this place have strong views and passionate proposals of their own. Of course, we will continue to listen and consult with those affected for as long as gambling harm remains an issue in our society. The consultation for this bill has included over 80 organisations spanning 10 sectors, including state and territory governments, harm reduction advocates, broadcasters, sporting organisations, and gambling organisations. 59 written submissions were received, and feedback has been incorporated into the final bill. And stakeholders were invited to attend roundtables on each of the 4 pillars in this bill. This is a long road that governments of all levels, organisations and civil societies must traverse to meaningfully combat gambling harm. But the time for delays, for inquiries, for setbacks is over. For those who would prefer to wait, to push back the passage of this bill in an endless procession of debate, to continue kicking the can down the road for the next generation, must recognise that lassitude has its cost. These reforms must commence from the 1st of January 2027. Debate, discussion and democratic contest is welcome, but action must be taken. The timely passage of this bill is of the utmost importance to ensure that families, victims of gambling harm, and children can have the confidence to navigate the online world free of endless gambling inducements without delay. And that's why I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, as some of the members opposite like to taunt on the other side on such an important subject matter, indeed it is an opportunity to talk about this legislation and the consistency around making sure that we protect children, something that's core to the Liberal mission, while also supporting people's freedom to choose, to be informed, and to make conscious and responsible decisions for themselves. So I always welcome the taunting of Labor members who don't understand liberalism, don't understand the foundations of a free society, because at every point their objective, sadly, seems to be to directly assault it and violate it. But, Deputy Speaker, it's a common story on a Saturday night for a parent, a mum, to be sitting on the couch with their son or daughter. Of course, it's often watching sport. And, hopefully, it's the Demons flogging Collingwood, or at least how they flogged Freo last Sunday afternoon. The suspense builds, the third quarter, maybe 5-6 points in the game. And the parents, let's say mum, is watching the game, but she's also watching her son, because she wants to know what he is watching. Is he someone focused on the sport and believing in physical prowess and human achievement and what can be done? Or is the son watching the odds and their phone to be kept abreast of whether the betting odds are in favour? Now, mum isn't a wowser in my electorate, and frankly most of the electorates around the country. She is not asking this Parliament to run her household. She just wants one thing: a fair chance to raise her son before someone else starts doing it for her. Now, let's be very clear about who the villain in this story is. It's not a bloke putting $20 on at the track. I can tell you, that's me. I like a flutter, and I suspect a lot of other members do too. It's a good industry, people enjoy it, and they should be free to choose it. In fact, the Goldstein electorate has one of the largest shares, I understand, of VRC and MRC members in Melbourne, and we're very proud of that. Nor is gambling the enemy. The villain is a machine that tries to take advantage of children and the vulnerable. A sophisticated billion-dollar marketing operation with a commercial interest in reaching the children of Australia, or going after those who are addicts and leaving their lives as human wreckage. And let's also be clear about this. Not all gambling companies or gaming companies, or however we want to talk about them, behave that way necessarily. And it may not even sometimes be, I acknowledge, their intent. But it does not change the fact that there is predatory behaviour. And there's a point in which we have to make sure not just that we empower citizens to be able to make responsible decisions for their own lives, but also where there is room for legal protection. And getting that balance right matters enormously. Because the problem is not that adults bet. The problem is that gambling has stopped being incidental to sport and started to become an architecture through which young Australians understand sport. That is the problem in our community. And here, of course, is the problem that parents feel. They feel outgunned, because they are. No family on any street in Goldstein or anywhere else can compete with the marketing budget or the sophistication of commercial operators to influence the behaviour of their children and sometimes themselves. That, by the way, isn't just limited to gambling. And my starting position is not to think the answer is always to censor or silence people being able to express their view, something I hold very dearly. But it doesn't change the fact that sometimes it can be wrong, because believing in freedom and believing in adults' freedom to choose and make responsible decisions is central to, I think, not just a free society, but the type of country we should want to be. Because if people cannot be free to make decisions for themselves and take responsibility, there is no learning nor growth. But freedom depends on people having a genuine sense of agency and control. And the same rules that apply to adults simply do not apply to children. Children should not be treated or approached as prospective customers. Parents should not have to compete with a machine that seeks to normalise gambling as part of sport because their sons or their daughters are not old enough to understand it. And I hear this in our community all the time. And of course, particularly from parents who can see the convergence that takes place between sports, phones, social media, influencers, and gambling all occupying the same cultural space of our nation. And they're concerned about it. And they ask simple questions, like why is it so hard for a child to simply watch sport without being sold a bet? Frankly, for a lot of us, I suspect the answer is why can't any of us do that? One constituent, Dale Hardy, has written to me previously about his concerns, and I think legitimate ones, around gambling advertised on public broadcaster SBS. The Parliamentary Library says the evidence shows gambling advertising contributes to individual and social harm, but we all know that because we know the human consequences. And of course, there has been an inquiry that has established exactly those points. But I don't start where that inquiry landed. I start here. Adults should be free. Children should not be cultivated. And adults who do not want this stuff can ultimately choose to avoid it. These three things can fundamentally coexist because we know the cost and the harm of what happens when it isn't honoured. The cost is human. Decline in people's households, addiction, a kitchen table filled with people for dinner, but no meals. But my support for this bill is conditional, as it is, I know, for many people. We step into this space with trepidation, both to get the balance right, but also, frankly, to call on the Prime Minister to work with the opposition to get a mutually agreeable outcome. And I say that from a very low position of trust. The Prime Minister has consistently demonstrated he will put politics above substance or outcomes for the Australian people. The Prime Minister has become an untrustworthy partner and an untrustworthy partner in advancing our national interests. And so, at any point, we'll reserve the right to vote against components of this legislation or the legislation itself in different stages if we don't get to some sort of agreement where the Prime Minister puts the national interest first. Our focus must be on getting the law right, because a good Liberal proposition is not built around maximising regulation, and it's certainly not about empowering the state needlessly. It's about putting responsibility in the right place. The gambler's responsibility to make informed choices, the wagering company's responsibility to obey the law and not exploit the vulnerable, the broadcasters and the platforms' responsibility to respect the protections that this Parliament legislates, and the parents' responsibility to guide and develop their children. And the government's responsibility is not to replace any one of those actors, but to set fair rules where individual freedom cannot do the job alone. Because failure with this bill is not at being defeated. Failure is a press conference declaring the problem solved, but leaving behind a trail of human wreckage. Failure is obligations no one can practically comply with,
where we see illegal offshore operators strengthened by their own handiwork and they become the new round of predators. And we should be very conscious of this, because we have watched the absolute failure under this government, successive governments, of the attempts to stamp out the illegal tobacco trade. But in fact, the government, through its bad legislation, bad policy, arrogance and hubris, has not just fed it, they've cultivated it and been complicit in the destruction of small businesses, the tax base from cigarettes, and led to the most ridiculous outcome where the government, through its own arrogance and pride, will not even acknowledge Australia has a problem while they have handed the law and the supply chain networks of an addictive product to organised crime. So the automatic position that the more you do automatically ends out in the better outcome, this government has absolutely tested that proposition. They've pushed past the Laffer curve, and now they're actively complicit in the firebombing of small business. Failure is seeing a replication of those standards once again. And I have to...
If you just resume your seat, please, Member for Goldstein. The Minister.
The assertion that members of the government are actively complicit in the firebombing of businesses is way over the top, and the member should consider withdrawing that comment.
Would the Minister assist by withdrawing that comment? Would the Member for Goldstein assist by withdrawing that comment?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have considered the comment and I will proceed. Because at the end of the day, we have a government that does not understand the consequences of their legislation or their legislative agenda. I have to say to the Prime Minister, as I said, he sees every piece of legislation through the lens of politics. Can he please not do that for once? It will go against every fibre of his being and his character. I'm waiting to see the amendments, and if he returns to his old games, we will, of course, exercise our rights too. But success looks something very different. Success is in the final quarter, where there's 6 points in it. Again, hopefully the D's are flogging Collingwood, and hopefully it's the flag this year. But the children of our nation are thinking about the tackle, not the odds, not because the government is wrapping people in cotton wool, but because a child is free to love sport for the contest on the field. And I support that proposition. My hope is that we get the balance right, and Australians expect us to get it right. And that is reform worth getting right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to. I call the Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I first want to acknowledge and thank the many people across my community who have advocated so very strongly for gambling reform. Your determination and persistence has inspired me to keep pushing for meaningful action. I acknowledge the very real impact gambling harm has on individuals, families and communities across Dunkley and Australia, and the responsibility of government to respond. Deputy Speaker, success in gambling reform should ultimately be measured by its impact on people's lives, not by headlines, not by political victories, and not by who receives credit for a particular reform. It should be measured by fewer Australians experiencing gambling harm, fewer families enduring financial stress and relationship breakdown, where gambling is less prominent and less normalised. Gambling is a public health issue underpinned by addiction, and it should be debated as one. This debate is about Australians whose lives have been affected by gambling addiction and the individuals and families who carry the consequences alongside them. Throughout my time in Parliament and during more than 30 years in the community sector before entering this place, I have learned that every statistic represents a human story.
Behind the figures are real people trying to navigate difficult circumstances and often rebuilding their lives. I met partners in Dunkley who discovered debts they never knew existed, people who spent years trying to repair relationships damaged by addiction and secrecy, and those impacted by the shame and social isolation that accompanies gambling addiction. And at its worst, the loss of life. Those conversations stay with me. They reinforce a simple truth. Policy decisions have real consequences for people's lives. Good policy can reduce harm, strengthen protections, and create opportunities for people to recover and move forward. This bill delivers a package of reforms designed to reduce gambling harm and strengthen protections for Australians. It also recognises the need to protect our precious children and young people from an environment in which gambling advertising has become normalised. Over the past decade, gambling promotions have become deeply embedded in many aspects of sport and entertainment. Advertisements appear across television broadcasts, radio, social media, platforms, streaming services, websites and podcasts. For many young Australians, gambling advertising has become a routine part of watching sport. That level of exposure matters. Sport occupies a special place in Australian life. It brings communities together, it teaches teamwork, resilience and participation. It creates connection across generations and communities. Young people and children should be able to engage with sport and not be constantly exposed to messages encouraging them to place a wager and know the odds. Before entering Parliament, I spent 3 decades working alongside people experiencing disadvantage, trauma and addiction. One lesson remained constant throughout that work: prevention is always preferable to crisis intervention. The earlier we act, the greater our opportunity to prevent serious harm from occurring. That principle underpins effective public health policy. It is why education matters and is why sensible regulation matters. On its own, no single measure will eliminate gambling harm. It's an issue that involves organisations, government and people. People and organisations and government who have the power of choice and the freedom to make decisions about what they choose to do with the time and money and power. However, that shouldn't be an excuse for inaction. Meaningful reform often occurs incrementally. Progress is rarely achieved through one decision alone. Instead, it is built through a series of reforms that collectively deliver better outcomes over time. This legislation and further amendments are an important step on the reform journey. This bill reduces the volume of gambling advertising and restricts when and where those advertisements can appear. It limits gambling advertising during live sport broadcasts and at specified times and places new restrictions on the use of celebrities, athletes, influencers in wagering promotions. It reduces advertising during key periods when children are likely to be listening to radio broadcasts on the way to and from school. This legislation also removes gambling advertising from stadiums and sporting uniforms and provides Australians with greater control over their exposure to gambling advertising online. There is more we can do, and I'm hopeful the harms associated with inducements will also be addressed. This will help more families and reduce overall harm in the community. Consistent with addressing inducements, we will continue to work on strengthening measures that protect children from pervasive gambling advertising. This bill, as it stands, extends beyond advertising reform. BetStop was introduced in 2023 and is Australia's national self-exclusion register. BetStop has also already provided thousands of Australians with a practical mechanism to exclude themselves from online wagering services. This bill will further strengthen this very important initiative. It will also strengthen action against illegal offshore gambling operators. These operators function outside Australia's regulatory framework and often operate beyond the consumer protections Australians rightfully expect. The legislation further addresses emerging gambling products such as online Keno products. The bill also addresses foreign matched lottery products and sham promotional lottery arrangements, closing loopholes and strengthening consumer protections where regulation has not always kept pace with technology. Speaker, throughout this process, I have appreciated the constructive engagement of many people and organisations from Dunkley and further afield. Researchers, service providers, advocates, community organisations, parliamentarians and people with lived experience. They have all contributed to this very important discussion. Many Australians have shared deeply personal stories about the impact of gambling harm on their lives and on the lives of their loved ones. That takes courage. I want to particularly acknowledge Caroline and Stephen, who were prepared to share their experiences directly with me. As a government backbencher, I have worked alongside colleagues who share a commitment to reducing gambling harm and improving protections for the communities we represent. I want to particularly acknowledge the members for Boothby, Macarthur, Bennelong, Macnamara and Macquarie, Reid and Spence for their advocacy and commitment throughout this process. The legislation before us and the amendments that are currently being negotiated are stronger because my community, advocates and my colleagues have listened to evidence, engaged constructively and advocated for better reforms. Recommendation 24 in the Murphy report outlined a phased approach to reform, and that process has already been underway. In 2023, BetStop was established and was a significant reform in its own right. And at the close of 2024, 7 additional measures were introduced to address gambling harm. In April this year, the Prime Minister announced a suite of 11 additional measures we are debating tonight, and there is hopefully more to come. For those who have worked like me in government, community and the public health sector, we know that public health policy evolves over time due to advocacy and negotiation, and that is where we are right now in this process. As with any public health reform, these measures will be implemented, monitored and evaluated. Outcomes will be reviewed and further improvements considered. That is how effective policy operates. It adapts, learns and continuously improves over time. Today, however, is a day to recognise progress. It is a day to acknowledge those who advocated for change and the contribution of people with lived experiences. This hasn't been an easy debate. For me and my community, this issue is not simply steeped in the tangible challenges gambling harm presents, but in grief. Throughout this debate, I have often reflected on my predecessor and friend, the late Peter Murphy. Peter was a passionate and determined advocate for Australians experiencing gambling harm. She understood both the scale of the problem and the very real human impact that sits behind it. But first and foremost, Peter was a passionate and determined advocate for her beloved community of Dunkley. Before becoming the member for Dunkley, I came to Peter for advice on a career change. She was a friend and someone I could count on to be frank and honest with me. One of the things Peter told me was to back myself. I have used that advice since my election in 2024.
creating opportunities, initiatives that engage and support my community of Dunkley in whatever way that they needed, raising the concerns of our community consistently and persistently, including in caucus this week. I have had discussions with the Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications about the need for stronger protections on gambling on a number of occasions, advocating for further restrictions on inducements and tighter rules on gambling advertising. As Peter's friend and successor, I have been engaged in this issue deeply, often asking her what she would do right now, hoping for some divine intervention or message on what she would do next. Throughout this debate, I have also spoken to Rod, her husband, and in April this year, Rod wrote and shared on social media, "Let's not let the pursuit of perfection stand in the way of reforms that will deliver real protection now." I believe Peter would have recognised these reforms for what they are, an important next step. Not the end of the conversation, but a significant and meaningful step forward that will make a difference in people's lives and the community, and that is worth supporting. Peter's legacy has been widely cited across the media and in this chamber with people who have worked with her on a number of issues. As a friend of Peter, I cannot be in this chamber and let her legacy be defined by just one issue. She was more than that. She was a fierce advocate for breast cancer patients. She helped establish a national metastatic breast cancer register. She stood up for women fleeing domestic and family violence, helping stop a coalition proposal forcing women escaping violence to draw on their superannuation. And she co-founded the Parliamentary Friends of Women's Health, helping lay the foundations for many of the women's health advancements we have seen made by this government. Not to mention, she was a lifelong champion of squash. That is the legacy I want this Parliament to remember of Peter. When I was elected as a member of Dunkley, I made a commitment to represent the views of this community in Parliament, and on gambling reform I have. The Albanese government has taken seriously its responsibility to protect children, particularly children and young people, from gambling harm. These reforms will create stronger safeguards for future generations, and they will reduce gambling harm. But I have another important message. We need to keep listening, we need to keep evaluating. But there is a lesson the gambling industry needs to take from this. It is that they need to grow a conscience. Their standards and values have been shown to be more than questionable. Luke Bateman's story highlighted the lack of ethics and integrity that is the foundation of the gambling industry. To the leaders of these organisations, I invite you to wake up and check your values, because Australians are watching. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. I call the member for Lyon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026, and I want to start by making my position clear. I am not anti-gambling. I'm not arguing that gambling should be banned. That would make me something of a hypocrite. I buy lotto tickets and sometimes play the pokies. I worked in a casino for a couple of years where part of my job was supplying drinks and coffee to keep people at betting tables. I participate in a footy tipping competition, and when I'm trying to work out who to back and around, I sometimes look at the betting odds to see what the market thinks. So this isn't about stopping adults from having a bet. Adults should be allowed to make their own choices, and this Parliament should steer clear of nanny state politics. This is about something different. It's about whether gambling companies should be allowed to relentlessly push people to gamble, whether our kids should grow up believing betting is simply part of watching sport, and whether people already struggling with gambling should be pursued with inducements designed to keep them betting. There's a difference between giving someone the opportunity to gamble and actively encouraging them to do so. And the evidence tells us gambling advertising isn't simply providing information. It's designed to influence behaviour. The Parliamentary Library points to research showing that the relationship between exposure to gambling advertising, increased gambling activity and gambling-related harm. The landmark Murphy inquiry, You Win Some, You Lose More, also heard extensive evidence about the normalisation of gambling through sport. The late Peter Murphy and her bipartisan committee concluded Australians were being subjected to a torrent of gambling advertising and recommended a phased approach, ultimately leading to a comprehensive ban on online gambling advertising. Importantly, its first phase targeted inducements and inducement advertising. And inducements are one of my biggest concerns.
If the member for Lyne would resume your seat, please, it being 7:30. And on behalf of the Speaker, I present a revised report of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 17 August 2026. Copies of that report are now placed on the table. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, less than 2 weeks ago, ministers and parliamentarians from this place joined Indigenous leaders and leaders from all across Australia at the Garma Festival. Organised by the Yothu Yindi Foundation, Garma has become the leading forum to celebrate and focus national attention on the importance of our Indigenous Australians. There are many things to celebrate, but there is no denying that our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities are hurting. I want to talk about how we can best achieve the outcomes which are needed and identified in the Closing the Gap statements, and also about the increasing rise of racism directed at our First Nations community. The government had put a whole lot into the Voice to Parliament referendum nearly 3 years ago. Its failure was devastating and was a huge setback for our Indigenous brothers and sisters and for many in my own community. But this setback cannot be the end of our efforts or the responsibilities we all share. But our government must lead, and since the referendum defeat, it seems that the government hasn't been able to. I know it's difficult to lead after such a loss, but we need a strong, ambitious agenda on Indigenous policy to get the outcomes that the community deserves. And now I admit there has been good action, I don't want to deny that, but it has been a patchwork, not a dedicated plan that can make a real difference. There has been good work in investment in housing, to contributing to things like domestic and family violence support. Those things have been important. And I don't give this speech to undermine the important work of Indigenous agencies or the Minister, but we need to be upfront that the policies are not achieving the goals that we have all committed to in this country, and something needs to shift. Back in 2024, the Productivity Commission did a review of the Closing the Gap work and said, and I quote, "Progress has for the most part been weak and reflects tweaks to or actions overlaid onto business as usual approaches. The disparate actions and ad hoc changes have not led to improvements that are noticeable or meaningful to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. What is needed is a paradigm shift." And I'm afraid it is clear that not much has changed since then. The 2026 Productivity Commission found that only 3 of the 19 Closing the Gap targets are on track, with adult imprisonment, childhood development, out-of-home care and suicide all going backwards. Nowhere is this crisis clearer than in youth detention. First Nations children make up just 6.6% of young Australians aged 10 to 17, but they comprise 60% of all young people in detention. A First Nations child is 21 times more likely to be locked up than a non-Indigenous child. The number has increased from 17 times as just over 4 years ago. For children aged 10 to 13, the gap is even starker. They are detained nearly 20 times the rate of their non-Indigenous peers. As a mother of a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old, it astounds me that we still have not increased the age of criminal responsibility, that we are locking children up in prisons rather than taking an evidence-based approach, and none are being more affected than Indigenous children. We should be angry about this. We should all be talking about this. We need clearer accountability on the reasons why our Closing the Gap targets are not going forwards. We all need to be responsible for representing our First Nations community. This is our responsibility as parliamentarians. And the crisis that is these issues that we're talking about in terms of the Closing Gap statement are also being at a backdrop of rising racism and threats against Indigenous Australians. The federal inquiry into racism, hate and violence directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people has heard shocking evidence about rising racist rhetoric used against Indigenous Australians. We know welcome to country speeches are being booed at Anzac Day events this year, but the inquiry heard about attacks on community events are happening frequently, without criticism or commentary. Journalist Brooke Boney told the inquiry she had left the industry after being doxxed and receiving menacing threats. In January 26 of this year, a terrorist attack against the Invasion Day March in Burlewell, Perth, was only averted because the homemade bomb that was thrown into the midst of the crowd failed to explode. We owe this country more than good intentions, and that extends to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities especially. We owe them a parliament that leads rather than drifts.
I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I meet with lots of people in my role, Deputy Speaker, from all walks of life, doing many different things for the community and for others. Last Friday was Aged Care Employee Appreciation Day, and I had the opportunity to meet, and happily not for the first time, with two incredible women who are really doing things for others. Firstly, at Bupa Campbelltown, I met with Megan McNaughton, the General Manager, and secondly, at Amber Aged Care at Paradise, I met with Dominique Avell, the Chief Executive Officer. Aided by fantastic cupcakes, slices and other sweet and savoury treats, both women were celebrating the contribution that their colleagues made. Day in and day out, they turn up to work to not only functionally care for the residents of their respective aged care facilities and their families, but they provide support, compassion, empathy, security, company and love. Now, strikingly, at both facilities that I visited, the aged care employees I met were almost exclusively made up of migrants, mainly women, but a good, strong cohort of migrant men as well. Megan and Dominique don't realise how amazing they are, that they always have a smile on their faces, the way that they connect with their teams, how they empower their teams and how they treat their team members with dignity and as partners in the never-ending journey to provide love and care to the residents. I saw this firsthand. Not only do Megan and Dominique respect and care for their team members respect and care for them. The teams at Amber Aged Care and Bupa at Campbelltown are two of the most tight-knit and caring teams I've had the privilege to meet. Deputy Speaker, aged care work is hard. Firstly, it's physically demanding. Lifting and transferring patients, assisting with daily activities, including intimate personal care tasks, being on your feet all shift, and operating medical equipment is hard work. It's also repetitive, being told the same story repeatedly, the same daily routines, the same sadness, the same feeling of being understaffed, run off your feet, and completely overwhelmed. The same sentiment of never quite being able to do enough. The same emotional challenges, the grief and loss that aged care workers experience, having established close relationships with those that they care for. The same emotional challenges and exhaustion that arises from talking to and supporting families who are often frustrated, often angry, often sad. The challenge that comes with watching the physical and emotional suffering of families and residents with chronic illness, with dementia, or who are in the final stages of life. Those same feelings of sadness and helplessness. Aged care work is hard. Yet, despite this, some sections of society continue to undervalue aged care workers. They are dismissed as being part of the care economy, which in turn is dismissed as something unproductive, something worth less than a contribution from, say, a lawyer, a business owner, or an investment banker, because it doesn't produce a monetary return. And these people always ignore the fact, of course, that there are only so many efficiencies you can make before you start to compromise on the quality and dignity of care that you can provide. This dismissal and this attitude towards the care economy and aged care workers is unacceptable. Imagine your elderly loved one alone in a room, unable to eat or to move or to communicate or go to the bathroom or even just scratch an itch that is driving them crazy. Then, in contrast, imagine your elderly loved one not alone in a room, but sitting with the support of their aged care worker, helping to hand feed them, gently stretch their limbs, hold their hand, cover them with a blanket, talk to them, and give them a hug. Imagine that, and then tell me that the care economy is not worth investing in. So if the care economy has exploded, it has done so in parallel with this government's appreciation of those who work tirelessly within it in service of others.
I call the member for Monash. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow my friend, the member for Skirt, especially after such a beautifully thoughtful contribution on behalf of her community. Last week, I dropped a new Australian flag into Lyrebird Aged Care Facility in Drouin, and I had the immense privilege of sitting down for a cup of tea with a group of women who live there. They had grown up in Iona, Jindivick, Drouin, mostly around the Gippsland region, and they shared with me their stories of riding to school, meeting farmers and postmasters whom they married, raised a family with. They talked to me about farming in good times and tough. It was a real privilege for me to listen to the stories and experiences of a group of women who have lived full, accomplished lives, and that deserves respect. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to share with you an email that I received last week from Rhonda, who lives in my electorate. She wrote to me. It's the first time she's ever written to a Member of Parliament. She said, "Mary, if you're a baby boomer, you're made to feel like you're stealing food from the mouths of the younger generation." Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Rhonda's husband has been a brickie and a landscaper his whole working career. Decades of physical labour have taken their toll. They've worn his body down and he's had to cut back on work. Like many tradies, he will need medical support in the years ahead. Rhonda and her husband did all of the right things. They worked hard, they saved hard, and they've tried to put a bit of extra money away into private healthcare so they wouldn't be a burden on the public system. And now the Albanese government's cuts to the private health insurance rebate for over 65 mean that they will barely be able to afford to keep their private healthcare right at the point in their life when they will need it the most. Many older Australians have had enough of the boomer bashing. They're not responsible for this government's housing crisis. They deserve support to participate in society and access services and not be disadvantaged because of a digital divide. Disadvantaging older Australians isn't an isolated story under this federal government. It is this Prime Minister's operating manual. Take housing, Madam Deputy Speaker. The focus should be on home affordability and ownership for younger Australians and first-time homeowners. Yet, under this government's housing policy failures, many seniors are watching their home equity, often their only real safety net, crash in value. Older women are the fastest growing group of homeless Australians, up to almost 40% in a decade. Divorce or widowhood, combined with a lifetime of lower super, is enough to lock them out of re-entering the housing market. Madam Deputy Speaker, who is standing up for them? And then there's superannuation. Thousands of grieving families are waiting years for death benefits owed to them. Australian Super is being sued by the regulator over these delays, and Cbus was fined a huge amount recently for the same failure. After 18 months of promising a legislative fix, the government still hasn't done anything.
Many older Australians rely on bricks and mortar banking. Madam Deputy Speaker, a landmark Senate inquiry in 2024 found that 596 country towns have lost every bank branch they once had. 2 years on, and the government has just released a half-hearted response to the report with no strategy. Older Australians deserve face-to-face support behind a branch counter, not just a phone app. Rhonda and her husband and the ladies I mentioned earlier have all done the right thing by this country. They've contributed to their community. They deserve better. Their government is failing them. On the private health insurance rebate, around 21,600 seniors in Monash are potentially affected by this change. Thousands of people responded to a survey that I put out recently asking them for their opinion. 97% of people in my electorate that I surveyed on changes to the private health insurance rebate for over 65s said that they opposed the proposed change. More than 80% of respondents said that they would or would likely have to cancel their private health insurance if that change went ahead. Older Australians are not asking for something special. They are just asking for a fair go from this government. They are asking for some respect from a country they have spent their life investing in, contributing to, and they deserve far better.
I call the member for Calwell.
Thank you, Speaker. I have spoken before about how the Liberals broke the social contract with working families by daring Australian manufacturers to move offshore. It was more than neglect, it was economic vandalism, and our country is still reeling from it. The flow-on effects don't just happen overnight. They ripple through the economy and sectors until that decline bears its weight on communities. Imagine if, instead of attacking Australian industry, the Liberals had shown some foresight. If they had looked beyond the next political cycle. Their complacency came at a cost. During the pandemic, we didn't have all that we needed. When prices spiked during global conflict, we felt it. When supply chains seized up, businesses bore the cost. We learnt that countries are stronger when they can make more things themselves. Sovereign capability matters. Australia has the workers, resources, energy and ideas to build new industries here, and we have a plan that is delivering. We are backing the factories, processing plants, TAFEs and local businesses that create good jobs in our outer suburbs and our regions. That is what Future Made in Australia is about. It is about making Australia stronger, more resilient and more secure by backing industry here at home. It is about doing more with what we have right here in Australia, generating more value at home, creating more jobs and making our country less reliant on overseas supply chains. It is about backing Australian ideas, Australian energy, Australian resources and Australian workers. And it is about drawing on the skills and talents in our outer suburbs and regions to build a stronger and secure country for all Australians. This is not about making everything. It is about making the things that matter. It is about supporting existing industries through the clean energy transition and building the industries that will matter to Australia's future. Clean energy manufacturing, green metals, critical minerals processing, defence and advanced technologies, medical technology, quantum, AI, research and innovation. It is about turning Australian innovation into Australian manufacturing and making sure the benefits of that investment reach the people and places that make it possible. Because if public investment is helping to unlock private capital, if governments are helping to build new industries, then those industries must deliver tangible benefits for workers, businesses and communities, recognising that communities should not be passive bystanders in industrial change. They should share in the opportunities. They should see local jobs. They should see apprenticeships. They should see local suppliers getting a fair shot. They should see TAFEs, universities and businesses working together so people can train for the jobs that are coming. That is what a future made in Australia should mean in practice. It means upgrading TAFEs in the outer suburbs and regions so people can train for the jobs that are coming and real pathways for women into trades and technical careers. It means backing blue-collar workers, tradies, engineers, researchers and scientists, the people who are building the industries that make Australia stronger. And it means making sure workers and communities are not left behind as industries change and grow. We are already seeing what this looks like. Through targeted investment, we are taking hold of the renewable energy opportunity and unlocking private capital, giving businesses the confidence they need to grow. The National Reconstruction Fund is backing businesses in priority industries that lift manufacturing, value add and enhance local capability. Across the country, Future Made in Australia is helping secure industrial jobs, strengthen supply chains and create new opportunities in the industries that will shape our future. In Victoria, Future Made in Australia is helping turn Australian innovation into local manufacturing and good jobs across the state. National Reconstruction Fund investment in companies like Polyactiva and Synchron is backing Australian medical technology developed here at home. Investments in companies like Applied Electric Vehicles are growing advanced vehicle manufacturing and helping build new, high-skilled industries for the future. This is what it means to rebuild and strengthen Australia's industrial base. It is hard work. Establishing new industries is not a linear process, but this government unashamedly backs Australian ingenuity and industrial effort. We back the people who design, make, maintain, repair and improve the things our country needs. We back the factories, processing plants, TAFEs and local businesses that create good jobs in our outer suburbs and regions. And we back the communities that have backed Australian industry for generations. Future Made in Australia is about turning those strengths into jobs, investment and industry here at home.
And I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians have now endured 16 crushing interest rate increases under this Labor government. And why? Because this government has spent too much, it has taxed too much and put far too much upward pressure on all prices. Leading economists across the nation have issued clear, unequivocal warnings. This government is actively making the Reserve Bank's job harder. Dr Shane Oliver hit the nail on the head when he said the government should be cutting spending rather than going down the endless rabbit hole of tax fiddling. Labor cannot keep hiding behind the Reserve Bank, shifting the blame for high interest rates while Canberra continues to pour fiscal fuel on the inflation fire. Whether rates go up or stay on hold, the underlying reality for struggling families does not change. Inflation remains too high, interest rates remain too high, and this government has completely lost control of the budget and the economy. Nowhere is this economic failure more glaring, Deputy Speaker, than the housing market, and Labor has delivered what can only be described as the trifecta of failure: fewer homes, higher rents and a total collapse in the market confidence. We've seen reports that Westpac mortgage applications have plunged by 20% following Labor's budget, and that is a massive red flag. It is a clear warning that buyers, builders and investors are losing faith in the future of Australian housing. And that matters because a weaker housing market doesn't just impact balance sheets or investors. It hits hard-working Australian families who did everything right to buy their very first home. Many of these young Australians purchased properties with a thin deposit, and they are now staring down the very real, very frightening prospect of negative equity as property values retreat from their March peak. For families who took advantage of the government's 5% deposit scheme, that exposure is severe. When you start with just 5% equity, it doesn't take a massive fall in property value to wipe out your life savings and leave you completely underwater. Yet remarkably, the government's own Assistant Minister demonstrated an alarming lack of basic economic understanding on national television while trying to defend this very scheme. Appearing on News 24, the Assistant Minister claimed that because 99% of participants were making their repayments on time, and quote, they can't be in negative equity. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is completely wrong. Negative equity is not about whether you can make your mortgage repayment on time. Negative equity occurs when the total amount owing on your mortgage exceeds the market value of your property. A family can meet every single payment without fail and still find themselves buried under negative equity if home values fall. This isn't an entry-level oversight. The Assistant Minister holds a Bachelor of Economics and spent years in the Labor's economic team covering Treasury and financial services. Labor actively encouraged young Australians to take on high leveraged mortgages, and now they try and spin the failing property values as a positive for affordability outcomes. The minister responsible ought to understand the immense financial risk his government has created for these young families. These families followed the rules. They saved their deposit, they entered the market and bought a home to raise their children. Yet now they are left financially exposed by a government that treats falling home equity as a policy success. Australians do not celebrate watching the value of their family home crumble. Yet Labor persists with policies that destroy housing investment at the exact moment when we desperately need to build them. Labor's own budget forecasts reveal their tax changes will lead to 35,000 fewer homes being built. Economists warn that suppressing mortgage demand leads directly to fewer transactions, less construction and tighter, more painful housing supply crisis. Deputy Speaker, you cannot solve a housing shortage by taxing investment, smashing market confidence and making it harder to build. Australian families deserve a government that focuses on the fundamentals: building more homes, bringing inflation down, taking the pressure off interest rates and restoring confidence in our economic future. They need a government that supports and backs Australian aspiration and not punish it.
Now call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since coming to office 4 years ago, the Albanese government has delivered a range of policies to ease cost of living pressures, including tax cuts for all taxpayers, cheaper medicines, increased GP rebates, which have seen bulk billing rates rise to 84%, opened 137 bulk billing Medicare urgent care clinics, provided free TAFE to over 800,000, supported wage rises for aged care and childcare workers, brought in paid prac for eligible health professionals, teaching and social work students, temporarily reduced the fuel excise, cut student debt by 20% and backed an increase to the minimum wage. All of these measures are welcome and make a real difference to living costs. Yet I acknowledge that too many Australians are still struggling to make ends meet. It's a similar story in most other parts of the world, with people in so many places living from day to day. We live in a troubled world filled with unrest, global conflicts, both within nations and between nations, extreme weather events or natural disasters such as the devastating earthquakes in South America, climate change, rising populations, dwindling resources and widespread disease are all contributing to a world in turmoil. For too many, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. In the midst of all these adverse conditions, the gap between rich and poor widens. Inequality worsens as the super rich profit from the struggles and misery of the masses. According to one report, here in Australia over the past decade, Australia's 200 richest increased their wealth by well over 300%, from $197 billion to $707 billion. Only today, the Commonwealth Bank of Australia announced an all-time record profit of $10.9 billion for the 25-26 financial year, a period when most Australians were under cost of living pressures. I await with interest to see the profits of the other three major banks. In another recent example, in the second quarter of this year, whilst the world struggled through higher fuel costs arising from the US strike in Iran, 8 oil multinationals reportedly made a $93 billion profit. Major defence companies and Wall Street banks have also been huge beneficiaries of the Iranian conflict. Across the world, including in Australia, inequality is rising and the calls for the super rich to pay their fair share of tax and stop using transnational tax evasion schemes are growing louder. Today, 1 in 7 Australians are living below the poverty line, and welfare agencies and charitable institutions are seeing record numbers of people turning up for food and basic needs. It's unacceptable that in Australia, a relatively rich country, around 3.7 million Australians struggle through life living below the poverty line. Globally, inequality has always existed, but it is not only getting worse, it is also becoming the cause of so much human conflict and disillusionment in governments everywhere. It is not reasonable that across the world the richest 10% own around 74% of all global wealth, and the richest 1% own about 50% of all global wealth. Just a slight adjustment of those statistics alone could be life-changing for so many people. I note with interest that this week the UN is hosting the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, where a proposal to tax entities at the source country of their revenue instead of at the country where their domiciled headquarters are located is being negotiated. Yet regrettably, I also note that a number of Western countries are resisting that proposal. The practice of global entities avoiding legitimate tax obligations in Australia by declaring their profits in low-tax countries must end, but that will only happen when like-minded countries come together and apply uniform tax laws on multinational entities. As I speak to people across the community, two grievances are regularly raised with me. Firstly, how is it that so many large corporates that turn over billions of dollars and make massive profits pay so little tax? And secondly, why is it that, unlike other countries, Australia raises so little tax revenue from Australian mineral and gas resources? We have made some good progress on these two issues, but there is much more to do if we are to provide more help to people in need and create a much more equal society.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 12th of August 2026, I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Ryan has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the Member for Lyne in continuation.
Bonus bets, deposit matches, betting credits, VIP programs, special offers pushed directly to customers. These aren't simply advertisements saying, here is our product if you would like to use it. They are designed to get somebody to put another bet on. The Murphy inquiry heard that inducements can make gambling appear less risky, while actually encouraging riskier bets and greater expenditure. VIP programs deserve particular scrutiny because they target people gambling and often losing very large amounts. Some of the evidence presented to the current Senate inquiry into this legislation have been deeply disturbing. The inquiry heard allegations of extraordinarily large bonus bets and VIP treatment involving travel, accommodation and tickets, and much more serious allegations involving drugs and sex workers in the cultivation of high-value gamblers. The betting companies concerned have strongly denied knowledge of some of those allegations and called for evidence of illegal conduct to be provided to police. That is important to put on the record, but the evidence should still make every parliamentarian ask, how did we get to a point where competition for someone's gambling dollar can involve inducements of this scale? I believe strongly in personal responsibility, but we also need to understand what addiction does. Addiction can impair the parts of our brain that help control impulses, weigh consequences, and make rational decisions. So when a betting company sends an inducement to somebody it knows is gambling heavily, we cannot simply wash our hands of it and say, oh, well, it's personal responsibility. The company knows who it is targeting. It has the data, and the inducement is designed to produce another bet. That is partly why we're here today. Deputy Speaker, I didn't want to rely only on lobbyists, industry groups or commentators to tell me what people think. I went directly to my community. 814 people responded to my gambling advertising reform survey. More than 90% supported stronger restrictions. 71% supported the Murphy Review's recommendation for a complete phased ban on gambling advertising and sponsorship, while another 20% supported significant restrictions without a complete ban. When I asked what our highest priority should be, 43% said reducing gambling addiction and harm, and another 38% said protecting children and young people. So more than 4 in 5 put reducing harm or protecting our kids first. And 245 respondents, almost 1 in 3, said they or somebody in their family had been negatively affected by gambling. Behind all the arguments about advertising models, broadcast revenue and sponsorship are real people, real families and real consequences. I want to put some of their voices on the parliamentary record. One constituent wrote, "The constant bombardment of gambling ads during family shows and sports is ridiculous and needs to stop. I have an 18-year-old son with multiple friends the same age who already have gambling addictions. It's really bad." Another constituent said that this is really heartbreaking, when their 10-year-old grandchild suggested gambling as a means to make money, they knew that gambling advertising is something we need to ban. Countless respondents revealed personal stories recounting the physical loss, hardship and grief caused by gambling addiction. They shared stories of financial loss and hardship, of criminal prosecution for fraud committed to support addiction, of the breakdown of relationships, the breakdown of the family unit, and of suicide. For many constituents, the problem and the answer is clear. Kerry said, "The constant promotion of betting during sporting events, entertainment programs and across digital platforms normalises gambling as a routine part of everyday life. This repeated exposure can influence children and young people before they're old enough to understand the risks, while also making it more difficult for people experiencing gambling harm to reduce or stop gambling." Look, not everybody agreed. Leslie from my electorate told me his mother gambled so much after his father died that she could not afford food or gas for hot water. Yet his view remains that people have a choice to gamble and are entitled to live their lives as they wish. I respect that view. Personal responsibility is an important part of my position, but personal responsibility does not mean corporate behaviour should be without limits. Deputy Speaker, another message came through repeatedly in my survey. People are sick of the sheer volume of betting advertising during sport. I understand exactly what they mean. You sit down to watch the footy and it can feel relentless. Before the game, during coverage, on the phone, on social media. Odds, promotions, gambling, branding. My particular concern is what that does to children. I don't want Australian kids growing up thinking they need money riding on a game for it to be interesting. I don't want them knowing the odds on a football match before they properly understand what those odds mean. Sport should first and foremost be about playing and enjoying the game. As often as I can, I watch some young kids I know play rugby league for the Taree City Panthers and the Port Sharks Blues team. And a shout out, Lennox, Buddy and Huxley, and all the players across all of our electorates in hockey, in soccer, netball and footy that are coming to the end of the season, and good luck to you all. These kids, I know them all their life, they love their footy. There's good sportsmanship and some are very good players who I reckon might one day play in the NRL. There's no talk of betting, no gambling ads, just good, hard-fought junior rugby league. That is what sport should be about. But when they go home and sit around the television with their siblings, parents, cousins and grandparents, and sometimes me, watching the game, giving the opposition some curry and calling out the ref for the bad calls, but getting betting ad after betting ad. The contradiction is stark. Our kids shouldn't have the game they play and love contradicted by the game they watch on the TV. Deputy Speaker, this bill contains measures that move us forward, but it does not get us all the way there.
The government proposes new restrictions on wagering advertising, sporting branding and online advertising, but I remain concerned about whether these measures sufficiently reduce what children actually see. I'm also concerned about an online model that relies heavily on people opting out of gambling advertising. Why should the default be that somebody receives gambling advertising until they tell a platform to stop? Why shouldn't people choose to opt in? And we need to go further on inducements. We cannot focus on the advertisement someone sees during the football while ignoring the personalised offer arriving on the phone of somebody already losing thousands of dollars. That may be where some of the greatest harm is occurring. At the same time, reform has to be practical. Regional broadcasters need revenue. Sporting organisations and community clubs rely on sponsorship. And poorly designed regulation could push gamblers towards illegal offshore operators where consumer protections are even weaker. Those consequences matter. I also support the different treatment in this legislation for horse racing, harness racing and greyhound racing. That distinction is important. Racing isn't a football or cricket match onto which gambling has been bolted as another product. Wagering has always been intrinsic to racing. People deliberately tuning into racing coverage know what they're watching, and information about fields, form and odds is part of it. Racing is also enormously important to regional Australia. Country racing clubs are part of the fabric of our towns. They bring communities together, attract visitors and support trainers, jockeys, drivers, breeders, stable hands, hospitality workers, volunteers and local businesses. So I support the racing carve-out. There is a real difference between deliberately watching a racing broadcast and a child sitting down with mum and dad to watch the footy or the cricket and being confronted with gambling advertisements. But the carve-out should not become a backdoor around sensible protections. Inducements and the targeting of vulnerable gamblers still need strong safeguards. The principle is straightforward. Recognise the legitimate place of racing and its importance to regional communities, while regulating gambling advertising according to the risk, audience and context. Not every form of gambling, sporting event or audience is the same. Deputy Speaker, there is nothing inconsistent about supporting personal responsibility while also expecting corporate responsibility. Adults can choose to gamble. Adults can choose not to gamble. But billion-dollar businesses should not have an unlimited right to engineer advertising and inducements designed to make people gamble more. There is a balance to be struck, and the 814 people who responded to my survey have told me very clearly they don't believe we've struck it yet. I will listen to them and I'll listen to the evidence. That is why I want meaningful reform, but this bill doesn't get the balance right. The Coalition has a strong record here. In government, we introduced major restrictions on gambling advertising during live sport in 2018, legislated bet stop and prohibited betting companies from offering sign-up inducements. So Labor's claim that this bill introduces a ban on gambling advertising during live sport is simply not true. Those restrictions were introduced by the Coalition 8 years ago. Worse, there are serious deficiencies in this bill. It does not adequately deal with inducements. Indeed, it leaves predatory inducements, including VIP contact, gifts, reactivation offers and loss-linked incentives untouched. Furthermore, on its face, it could allow up to 3 gambling advertisements an hour during television watched by children. And its treatment of stream live sport actually weakens protections that already exist. It removes the online blackout period during live sport and allows unlimited gambling advertising online, including during breaks in live sport, something that has been prohibited to date. You cannot weaken existing protections and call it stronger reform. The government has had more than 3 years since the Murphy report to get this right. It hasn't. That is why the Coalition cannot support the bill in its current form. But we are negotiating in good faith with the government to fix these deficiencies, and I hope we can. I hope we can achieve, across this parliament, a position we can all support. Because we don't need to ban gambling, we don't need to tell Australians they cannot have a punt, but we cannot protect our kids from the relentless saturation of gambling advertising. We can crack down on predatory inducements and put proper guardrails around VIP marketing. We can recognise the different place racing has in Australian life, particularly in regional Australia. And we can strengthen, not weaken, the protections around live sport. So enjoying Australian sport does not come with the expectation that you should also have money riding on the result. The Coalition wants practical, workable reforms that protect vulnerable Australians while respecting the choices of responsible adults. This bill isn't there yet. That is why we cannot support it in its current form and why we will keep working in good faith to fix it.
And I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sometimes in this place, the legislation that we debate needs some explanation, not just about the mechanics of what the change to the law is that we're creating, but the reason why it's even needed. Some laws don't feel relevant to people as they navigate busy, stressful lives and get kids dinner or chauffeur them to sport or do invoicing for the jobs they did that week or worry about the next rent or mortgage payment. But this is not one of those pieces of legislation. Feedback from my community, from mums and dads, from grandparents, brothers and sisters,